This 6 hours long end-to-end portfolio project using DBT, Snowflake and AWS will help you land your dream role this year because this will cover AWS S3 buckets, Snowflake file formats, Snowflake stages with IAM, DBT core and DBT CLI, DBT models, DBT materialization, Jinja templates, Jinja macros, DBT parameterization, DBT snapshots, ephemeral models, DBT singular test, DBT profiles, Git branches and merging, and some industry level solutions such as metadata driven pipelines and slowly changing dimensions type 2. And do you know the best part? It is totally beginner friendly. That means you do not need any kind of prior knowledge with AWS, Snowflake and DBT. The agenda of this project is very simple: to make you a pro developer with this tech stack, AWS, Snowflake and especially DBT by doing it. Plus all the code samples and notes are provided with cool visuals with this video so that you can enjoy while learning. In short, if you are someone who has decided to learn Snowflake, DBT, AWS by building a real industry level project, then this video is for you. I have literally put so much efforts to build this masterpiece, and if you want to support my hard work, just hit that subscribe button right now and let's get started with this amazing industry level project.
So what's up my da fam? Finally so many comments, so many requests. Ansh, Lamba, an industry, a portfolio project with Snowflake DBT, Snowflake DBT, Snowflake DBT, Snowflake DBT. I was like, let's actually do it. And you know what? Your request is actually valid, I know. But obviously, in order to create a real world industry level portfolio project, it takes time. So yes, I was preparing for this project since so long, and finally I was like, let's do it now. Because see, now it's almost 2026. Okay, and I have decided one thing, that I'm gonna help my data fam to crack their dream offers this year for sure. And you will see the results, don't worry. You will see the results. So let's actually get started with the architecture without wasting any time. And I know so many of you are new on this channel. So hello. I am Ansh Lamba, and I just make content regarding data engineering. And yes, if you want to become a better data engineer, if you just want to learn the real skills, not just scratching the surface, the real in-depth skills in easy to understand concepts, just hit the subscribe button and welcome to my data family. Okay, because my data family is very cool, and we just have a lot of fun. We learn a lot and we grow together. Simple formula. Okay, simple. Okay, welcome. So by the way, let's get started with this architecture. And I know you are mesmerized by looking at this architecture, and I am in your shoes as well, because this architecture is like so good, looking like a wow. So the thing is, I know you are really excited to build this project. Let me just tell you first of the prerequisites, because it's very important to discuss that. So prerequisite wise, you are in a good shape. Why? Because there are no prerequisites required for this project. Are you serious, Ansh Lamba? You're gonna teach us industry level portfolio project using AWS, Snowflake and DBT, and you are saying that no prerequisites are required? Yes, no prerequisites are required, and that is why this is an in-depth project. That is why it is a kind of long video project, because I have covered everything from scratch. You do not need any kind of AWS knowledge. You do not need any kind of Snowflake knowledge. You do not need any kind of DBT knowledge. Yes, so just sit back and relax. And again, I'm repeating, this is not a project which is just scratching the surface. It is a kind of industry level project that developers, that senior data engineers, not like intermediate or basic, senior data engineers build. I'm not just exaggerating. Let me just tell you the flow and you will understand it. Okay, so the flow is very simple. We're gonna start building our Medallion architecture right from the AWS S3 buckets. So this is a kind of data lake that we will be using for this project. Why? You can use any data lake, but yes, AWS goes hand in hand with Snowflake and DBT tech stack. Okay, so we will be using AWS as well. So AWS will be our data source, primary data source for this particular project. Simple. You do not need any kind of AWS account, because you'll be just creating a new account with this project, which will be free. Yes. So after we have the data sitting in the data lake, we gonna use Snowflake. Now, do you need any kind of existing Snowflake account? No. we will be creating a new Snowflake account as well. Now this Snowflake layer is our bronze layer. And do you know what? Instead of creating those tables which can be like built very easily, we will be building tables with the industry practices. What do I mean? In order to load the data from S3 buckets to your, let's say, Snowflake, we will be using something called as IAM, which are like security protocols. And without that, you cannot load the data. With the best practices, obviously you can load the data without that, but in the industry, we follow those things. And this is a thing that I have also observed. A lot of you who are beginner, because I know if you are an advanced data engineer, you would know this thing. If you're a beginner, you will be sitting in the interviews, and I know you would have built like so many projects, you know how to work with the technology, but when the interviewer starts asking you about these things, protocols, security, access, tokens, all of these things, you behave like, what are these things? So that is why we gonna follow all of these industry best practices while building our project. So we will be just building something called as file formats. We'll be building something called as stages. We'll be building something called as credentials. All of these things will be built throughout this bronze layer. And that is the core of this part. Because loading the data to Snowflake is not a big deal. It's just like a 5-minute task. You just need to write the statement. But the underlying infrastructure to handle the security is the main thing. And this is the area that will make you stronger in the interviews. Perfect? Simple. Then once we have the data in the bronze layer, then comes our hero of the project, DBT Data Build tool. And let me be very honest, this tool is so much in demand because it is so powerful. And you will actually see its power. If you are already familiar with DBT, let me tell you, you will be seeing so many such areas that you would not have seen. I'm so sure, because I have covered niches of DBT which are like unsung in the today's era. And how do I know? Because I love DBT and I love talking about DBT and I love building projects using DBT. Okay, because this is amazing. So you will be just, even if you are like experienced DBT developer, still you will find something new. And if you are a beginner, obviously this is totally new to you, but don't worry. So DBT data build tool will be used to build our silver layer, obviously. And this silver layer will be performing all of the transformations. But do you know what? We will be building all of the transformations using Jinja functions, Jinja templates. Because in DBT, yes, we can write those hard-coded SQL, but it is not the best practice as per the industry. This is not the best practice, or basically this is not the project that you should highlight in your interviews, right? So we will be building real world use cases using Jinja templates, because in the real world we use Jinja templates. Jinja templates are not very easy to learn, but Ansh Lamba will make you learn and master Jinja templates and don't need to worry at all. Okay, because Jinja templates or Jinja is the backbone of DBT. Once you master Jinja, you can master DBT. Make sense? So once your silver layer, and by the way, Anshlama, what is this? What is this? Metadata driven pipeline. What is this? See, now the industry, okay, data engineering industry is inclining towards something called as metadata driven pipelines. What do I mean? So instead of hard coding everything, we are now building something called as parameterized pipelines, configuration driven pipelines. So that is why I have added this special touch called metadata driven pipelines. And if you are like sitting in the interviews, I know a lot of you would be just sitting in the interviews this year, you would hear this word from the interviewer. Hey, have you built metadata driven pipeline? Have you worked with metadata driven pipeline? And a lot of you would not have even heard about this term, and now you will be mastering this thing with DBT. Make sense? Very good. Now, once we have the data, and I'm just talking about this architecture at the high level, obviously we're going to dig much deeper. And there are so many pieces, branches, dots that we're going to connect into each layer. Okay. And obviously this is like high level overview. So do not feel like, hey, we are just building this. We are just building this. We are building so much of things. Okay. That's why you can see the length of the video. So then once we have the data in the silver layer, then we want to go towards our gold layer. And this will be an amazing and in-depth layer, because in the gold layer, we present our data in the form of, you can say, a model. Now in the industry, there are two types of popular models. One big table and star schema. So yes, you will be learning both the models. First is one big table, and how we are building this. Again, metadata driven pipelines using Jinja Functions, using so many things. Okay. And once you have your gold layer ready in DBT, then we gonna build the star schema, that means dimensions and fact tables. Wow. And not just normal dimension tables. No, we gonna build slowly changing dimensions and type 2 dimensions. If you are already aware of SCD Type-2, which is slowly changing dimension type 2, you would know like how much popularity it has. And if no, don't worry, we'll just talk about that as well in the video. And this is the heart of the gold layer, star schema. Okay. And this will be presented at the end of Snowflake. Make sense? So that all those developers, BI developers, data analytics, data science, whatever, can use this data. And at the end, we gonna also use Git to push our data to the repository, because yes, being a developer, you need to know the Git as well, because we'll be just using all of the things in our VS code. Okay. And I will just make you learn about Git fundamentals as well. If you already know, it will be like cherry on the cake. If not, it's fine. I will just tell you some of the fundamentals, like how to create the feature branch, how to merge it, because you should know about these fundamental things. Okay. So it is a kind of, you can say, full-fledged end-to-end portfolio project. And now you just need to sit back and take notes. Take notes. That is the top priority now. But you know what? What is the best thing? Even if you will be taking notes, there's a good news for you. Let me just show you that. So I am going to cover all of the live demonstrations using cool graphics, and this is my notebook that I have created for this particular course. We will be just talking about all of these things, and all of these notes will be provided to you in my GitHub repository. So you just need to enjoy, like everything will be discussed in detail. Make sense? Make sense? Make sense? So you can take notes, but you have a better way to take notes. Okay. From the architecture point of view, I think this is very much clear now. Okay. Now let's see what you're gonna learn, or basically what you're gonna master. So you will master, first of all, yes, these much of things. And let me be honest, I was expecting to put so much of things, but yeah, I just got this much of space, so I can just write this much of things. But you're gonna learn much more than these areas. So first of all, we're gonna master S3 data lake, some fundamentals, and IAM, which are the security protocols, Snowflake data load with respect to those protocols, and Snowflake external file formats, Snowflake external stages, DBT models, DBT core CLI, because you'll be using DBT core, which is the open source DBT model, not model like DBT engine. DBT data test. Yes, we're gonna just perform some test as well on top of our data, because without test, you cannot deliver a better data model. Then Jinja templates. Yes. DBT macros. Yes. Metadata driven pipeline, star schema, Git and GitHub, DBT snapshots, SCD types, and there are so many other areas that we're gonna cover in DBT. Like I have covered almost everything. Ephemeral models. Have you heard about ephemeral models? No, right? We're gonna talk about that as well. So we will be talking about so much of things in the DBT. Okay. And now the most important thing, tech stack. We're gonna use these 4 major tech stack. And yes, there are some small things like, let's say, SQL and all. So this is not actually tech stack. That is a kind of, you can say, languages or areas that you use, because SQL is not a tech. It is a kind of area where you can just deal with structured data, right? So these are the 4 major pillars of this particular project. Make sense? Now, finally, let me just talk about my favorite, the most favorite. Okay. Congratulations time. Because see, I'm so happy. And these are my data family members who have recently cracked their dream offers, and they took time to notify me, to tell me in the comment section or in the DMs. And I'm literally happy for them. And I hope that you are also happy for them, because see, they are your group members as well, right? You are also the part of the same data family. They are also the part of same family. And now you should also cheer them. You should also congratulate them. them. Okay. So congratulations to all of you. I am really proud of you. Now you will say, Ansh Lamba, how did they crack these offers? What special they did? See, they first of all became the part of my data fam. Second, they just followed the guidance that is given on this channel, and they actually practiced a lot. They actually did the right thing. They just actually learned without asking questions, without asking those doubts like in the, not in the like good sense. Obviously, like asking doubts is a good thing, but like, is this video good? Is this video that? So sit and learn and get the offer letter. Simple formula. Okay, so congratulations to all of you. We have some more people. Congratulations to all of you. Congratulations to all of you. Congratulations to all of you. Do we have more? Yeah. Congratulations to all of you. Congratulations to all of you. If I miss someone, so sorry for that, because I just pasted some comments, whatever I noticed, and if I miss somebody, I'm so sorry for that, but I feel so happy for you. I know you are watching me right now, so congratulations to all of you. Okay, we have more. Okay, congratulations to all of you. I'm literally happy, and you make me feel proud. You make me feel happy, and yes, your name will be here soon, very soon, and you just need to follow the guidance, and that's it. And if you haven't hit the subscribe button right now, I don't know what are you thinking, what are you seeing in your mind. Just hit the subscribe button right now so that you can follow along with all of the videos that I upload, and that will actually help you a lot in cracking your interviews, in learning and becoming a better data engineer. As simple as that. Simple. And yes, this is me, and you can just follow along with the journey, and you can definitely go and just you can say do whatever you want. Simple. So now, without wasting any time, let's get started with this amazing industry level project. I'm really excited to kickstart this project and build something really precious. Let's do it. So now let's quickly discuss about the tech stack that we are going to use. Obviously, you have already seen the architecture, but here I want to talk about some of the fundamentals involved in each tech stack so that you will be aware of everything. Because this project is built for everyone, beginners, intermediate, advanced. So I need to cover this thing as well. And I would say, even if you know about these things, it will be a quick revision for you. We are not covering like detailed fundamentals, but yeah, just like quick things that what we are actually trying to do with each tech stack. Okay, so let's get started with our first tech stack, and not tech stack, basically the technology that we are using in our stack. It's called S3. And now if you already are aware about S3, so this is a kind of solution to store the data on the cloud. Okay, so now there are so many resources that we can use to store data, SQL or whatever. There are so many things. But why we are picking S3? Because S3 is the solution for data lake in AWS. Okay, so this is called S3. Basically, this is a data lake. So if we have data in the unstructured format, in the structured format, in the semi-structured format, so we use this kind of technology, or you can say this kind of you can say solution. Okay, makes sense. S3 data lake. And obviously we are using AWS here, so we will be using S3. If you are coming from the Azure background, you can consider it as similar to ADLS Gen 2. Make sense? See, whenever you are learning, let's say you are mastering one cloud, that's my message to everyone, to my data fam especially. You just need to master only one cloud, and then you can relate the other cloud technologies with your current mastered cloud. So for example, I know like I love Azure. So if I'm just, let's say, trying to use AWS or GCP, so every time I will relate each technology of that particular new cloud with my current you can say cloud that I love, or you can say that I have mastered. Simple, right? So this is S3 data lake. So here we'll be putting our files, all the kinds of data, everything that we are using, files, everything. Make sense? Okay, so we'll be storing here the files, and it can be, let's say, any file, any data, if you want to store anything. Okay, good. So this is one thing. Then we are going to use something called as Snowflake. Okay, and you will be saying like Snowflake is very popular. Yes, it is. So now you would already know like what is Snowflake, because it is so popular. Even if you do not know about it, let me just tell you. So Snowflake is a kind of data warehousing solution. We use Snowflake to store our data so that we can build data warehouse on top of that data. What do I mean? So let's say you have gathered data from all of the sources for your organization, right? So now you want to make this data available to the reporting team, to the data scientist, to the BI developers, anyone. So they will not use the data directly from the source. They will use data from the data warehouse. Why? Because data warehouse is designed in such a way so that a lot of queries can be run in parallel. First thing, a lot of data can be fetched, which is not the property for the source. Okay, that is called OLTP database. But our data warehouses are built in such a way that you can fetch a lot of data in one query. These are like very high level fundamentals of data warehousing. Okay, so we'll be using data warehousing solution as Snowflake. Make sense? And here you will be just storing data in the databases, in the tables, and you will be already familiar with this thing. Okay, very good. So I can simply create a database here. So here we'll be dealing with this thing. Okay, now the next thing is, which is very, very popular, and this particular technology is gaining popularity exponentially. Why? Because this is a great solution. Let me just see if we have this thing here. DBT data build tool. I love DBT. Okay, and you will also love DBT, and that's why I think you have just clicked on this video, because you also want to master this technology. Everywhere you go in today's world for data engineering roles, you will find this technology everywhere. DBT. Why? Because DBT has actually solved one big problem in the world of data engineering. That is called modularized coding. And I would say with any you can say language, Python or SQL. That means, let's say you want to load the data from S3 and you want to dump the data in the Snowflake, right? Now, obviously, there are so many layers involved before dumping the data to the Snowflake, or basically before making this data available to the reporting team or any team. So all those layers require transformations. Now you need to apply those transformations, right? So if you are using Snowflake, you will be just applying transformations, maybe using a different syntax. If you are using, let's say, any other technology, let's say Databricks, you will be just using transformations using some different syntax. But you know what? The common thing between all of these data warehouses, even let's say Azure Synapse Analytics, okay? So with every data warehouse, there's a common thing. Every data warehouse uses something called as SQL. So DBT said, hey, we can do one thing. We can modularize your code. We can create a basically template for your code so that you do not need to apply the same transformations again and again. You simply need to transform your data using our packages, and we will use your resources. You do not need to use our compute. You do not need to store any data within DBT. No, nothing. You will simply use our transformation layer, and that's it. All of the compute, all of the data, all of the storage will be yours. I am just providing the transformation layer, and that's it. This is DBT. This is DBT. And here, that's why when I just talk about DBT, a lot of people ask, let's say, hey, where does DBT fit in our normal data engineering workflow? This is the part of ELT/ETL. Okay. So let's say we are talking about ELT, because ELT is like more popular nowadays. We do not use ETL much because we first extract the data, we load the data, and then we transform the data. And this is the exact approach that we are following in this project as well. So this T is nothing but your DBT. This T. Make sense? This T is your DBT. You just need to remember this. Okay, this is your DBT. Okay, makes sense. This is another tech stack, and we will be just mastering DBT because the focus of this project is DBT. And yes, we'll be using Snowflake as our data warehouse, and obviously data lake as our storage solution. That's it. And do you know what? The best part about DBT is, when you know how to work with DBT, you can work with Snowflake, you can work with Databricks, you can work with Fabric, you can work with Azure Synapse Analytics, you can work with Redshift, you can work with any data warehouse. Why? Because DBT doesn't worry about your data warehouse. DBT doesn't even care about what data warehouse are you using. it will simply do everything on its end. Make sense? So that means in this project, by the end of this project, you can say that you can work with DBT with relation to any data warehouse. You can literally use any data warehouse, lake house, warehouse, anything. Make sense? Okay. Because the only difference is while connecting to the data warehouse. Once you have established the connection and everything is done. Boom. Okay. Another technology that we are going to use is GitHub. Why? Because GitHub is very important, because at the end we also want to push our code to GitHub so that you can just showcase your project to maybe hiring manager, or you just want to put the project in your resume, or because it's a kind of portfolio project. So you need to just showcase this project to your portfolio. So I will just simply push this code to GitHub as well, and I will just show you how you can just do that. Makes sense? And I think everyone should be aware of GitHub, Git and GitHub. So I have like dedicated full course on Git and GitHub. If you do not know about that Git and GitHub, you should watch this course. But it is not a prerequisite for this particular project, let me be honest, because in this particular piece, we will simply push our code to GitHub so that you can showcase that project. But it is my personal recommendation that you should know Git and GitHub. Why? Because if you are just trying to enter into this domain, data engineering domain, or if you are already entered, see, this domain is a hardcore developer domain. This is totally different from data analytics. Make sense? Data analytics is not like hardcore developer domain. Even a non-tech person can do data analytics stuff to some extent, I'm so sure. But data engineering is like hardcore developer domain, like it's pure developer domain. So if you're a developer, you should know about Git and GitHub, because it is the fundamental thing that anyone would expect from you in today's era. Makes sense? And after AI, like it makes more sense to learn Git and GitHub. But yeah, it is not a prerequisite for this particular project, but it is my personal recommendation to you that you should learn about Git and GitHub, because this is the skill that is not good to have. It is you must have. Make sense? Okay. So here we will be just using branches and push our code to the GitHub. Okay, makes sense. So this is our tech stack that we are using for this particular project. This is like very, you can say, high level tech stack. Yes, there are so many pieces that we will be discussing along with this project, but these are basically the major tools and technologies that we will be just using for this particular project. Make sense? Okay. So now let's talk about the environment setup. Like obviously this is like pure cloud based project. Okay. The good thing is DBT is free. Like obviously all the things are free, don't need to worry, but I'm just talking about it is like purely open source. DBT, yes. There are two options basically. You can use DBT cloud as well, where you will get a developer account and it is for free of cost as well. But there is something called as DBT core. DBT core is the engine behind the DBT cloud. Currently they are using the modern engine, it's called DBT Fusion, but DBT core is open source. You can just download it and you can just install it locally in your system as well. There's no need to worry. But still, if you want to explore DBT cloud as well, and I would say you can, because once you understand DBT, you can play around it, but it is not required for this project. But still, I can just show you. Simply open your browser and simply say DBT login. And yeah, us1.dbt. So here, if you do not have the account, you can simply say do not have an account, create a free company account. So here, this way you can create your free DBT account. This is a cloud account, but this is not required for this project. I'm just telling you just for your, you can say you want to explore after this project or anything. Make sense? Or if you should be aware about this thing that DBT is not just open source. We have a DBT cloud version as well, where DBT manages all the compute, everything, deployment and everything. Make sense? But the better practice, or if you want to become a better developer with DBT, you should learn DBT with open source DBT core, because you will know how to just install it, plus how to just integrate it with your you can say data warehouses, how to set up the connection, how to do all of the things using DBT CLI. Okay. So we'll be using that thing, no need to worry. But Now, if you just look at the tech stack, DBT is done, but we need Amazon Web Services S3 bucket and Snowflake. For that, you would need a cloud account. So what you need to do, go to your favorite browser and just search AWS account. And here is the first link. You can click here. And here you can click on create account. The moment you click here, it will ask you to just provide your email address. You can put any email address, and AWS account name. You can just put or pick basically any account name. It's up to you. Okay. So what it will do, it will allow you to use AWS for free for up to 6 months. Wow, yes, because it gives you around, I think, US $100 or basically 200, and you can just spend that amount for 6 months and it will be like free of cost. It is for education purpose, where it encourages students and learners to try AWS and just build some POC projects like this, and some portfolio projects that you can just showcase in your resume like this. So you can just go and create your AWS account. And I think, see, if you're an engineer, bro, you should have like at least one cloud account. So if you're coming from Azure background, don't need to worry. Simply create your AWS account and it is very easy. Okay. And then it will just ask you some question, verify email address, and you can just do it very easily. And at the end, it will also ask you to just put your card details and all. You can just put it, but it is free of course, so you do not need to worry at all. Make sense? So you will have basically two options. One is for free and second is pay as you go. You do not need to pick pay as you go for now. Just pick for free and it will not charge you anything. Okay, but still you need to put the details. Okay, so this is AWS S3. Go and create your account. Okay, the second thing is Snowflake. So now you need one account for Snowflake as well, and you can simply search Snowflake account, and here it will ask you sign up, and same thing, first name, last name, work email. Do not worry, you can just put your normal Gmail or any email address as well. But I just picked my normal account email, but you can put your Gmail account as well. Don't need to worry. And simply click on continue. Snowflake will also give you 30 days free trial that you can just use. That is $400 US. That is a big deal. Yes. Makes sense. So you can simply go there and create your Snowflake account. While creating this account, it will ask you to pick one of the three options. I think basic and enterprise and business. Just pick the enterprise version, because when you pick the enterprise version, you can just use all of the features provided by Snowflake, and you do not need to pay for anything because you are getting $400. And don't worry, you cannot spend it like anywhere. You can only use this $400 within Snowflake. Do not feel happy, wow, we will get $400. It is not being credited to your bank account. Okay, so this is all about our environment setup. Once you have both the accounts ready, now we are going to see how we can create the S3 buckets and how we can just do all the data loading and all. Make sense? Okay, let's. So once you have everything set up, every account setup, AWS account setup, Snowflake account setup, everything is set up. Now what we need to do, we need to go to this particular, you can say our documentation, not documentation, yeah, our illustration. So we have everything ready. Now we will be just starting with our S3 data uploads, because we just need to dump our data in the data lake. And yes, because in the modern, all of the projects, we just use data lake as our data source. Make sense? So how we can just do that? No need to worry. I will help you throughout the process, because I do not expect any brand knowledge with AWS or S3. Do not need to worry at all. Okay, so let's explore together. So how we can just explore together? Let me just quickly open my AWS account. So I will simply say AWS account. Perfect. So here, let me just quickly log in with my account and I will just show you my account. Wait a second. So this is my AWS account console. In your case, it will be a little bit different, obviously, because you would not have all of these resources. And this is also like my fresh account, because I wanted to create a fresh account for this project and for the tutorials. So, and I was just doing some demo stuff here. So do not need to worry. I will just show you everything from scratch. So you do not need to worry at all. So what we can do now, what we can do? First of all, you need to create the resource. What resource? S3 bucket. And it is very simple. There are so many ways. Okay. And this is, by the way, very straightforward UI. You can just explore and just scroll down and just do whatever you want to do. The very simple stuff that you need to be aware of, this 3 basically bars, which is called menu. Click here and you will see my applications and all services. That's all you need. Click here on all services, and here you will see all of the AWS services. I know there are so many services, but yeah. So here you should be just aware about S3 because we are just using S3 bucket. Click here and it will first of all display all of the current or existing S3 buckets in your case. So I was just creating S3 bucket quickly in this fresh account. I just wanted to make sure like everything is running fine in this new account. So it is running fine. So I can just create a new bucket in front of you. So I will simply say create bucket, and let's create a new bucket, and it should be unique. I will simply say snow bucket because I'm just using this bucket for my Snowflake. So I will simply call it as snow bucket. I don't know if this name is available or not. So I will simply say snow bucket and then Ansh because the name should be unique. You can say snow bucket and your beautiful name, beautiful name or handsome name. Okay, cool. Okay, so you do not need to change anything here. Simply click on create bucket. Let me just click advanced second settings. It's fine. Okay, so click on create bucket and your bucket will be created. See, it was so simple. Click here, which is snow bucket Ansh, and currently we can now upload any data to the data lake. Yes, it is that simple. But you know what? We usually do not upload directly, we do not upload data directly to the bucket. We create something called as containers. If you're coming from the Azure background, we just call it as containers. If you are coming from AWS background, we just call it as folder. It's fine. But container is makes more sense because within that container, you create folders, right? So let me just create folder, which is equivalent to container. Create folder, and folder name, it can be the same. It should not be unique. It's not a kind of rule here. So I'll simply say source data, or let's say simple source. Perfect. Let's create folder. So we have created called source. Now within this source, we'll be creating our files, not creating, basically dumping our files. Now you will say, Ansh Lamba, where is our files? So let me just show you where is our files. So let me just quickly go to my GitHub repo. And let me click here Ansh Lamba Git. So basically this is my GitHub repo. You can click here if you want to, and you can just go to repositories. And I need to update this thing. This is so old. I think I last updated it so many months ago. I added so many certifications after that. I did so many things, but yeah, I didn't update it. We'll update it, don't need to worry. And yeah. So let's go to repositories, and here this is my new repository, which is called Airbnb Snowflake DBT Data Engineering Project. And by the way, again I'm repeating, if you want to just look at the repository for your step-by-step data engineering guide, or basically roadmap, this is the repository that I've created for my YouTube channel. If you click here, you will see all of the YouTube videos are organized in the structured format so that you can learn and make the best use of this YouTube channel. So if you are coming from totally a non-data engineering background, this is the repository for you, and all of the video links are embedded step by step, module 1, module 2, chapter 1, chapter 2, all of the things with the projects, with the courses, with the interview kits, everything is there. This is the go-to repository for you. Just go and explore everything, and I have just put some amazing courses as well. I have put all the projects as well that we have built so far. These are all of the portfolio projects, not just 30 minutes, 40 minutes, 1 hour project. All are 5 to 6 hour to 7 hours project, portfolio projects, and end-to-end projects. And this project will be added here very, very soon. So yeah, just a tip. Okay. So let's see our current repository for this video. If you go to repositories, this is a repository for you, Airbnb Snowflake DBT Data Engineer Project. Perfect. Click here and you will see this folder called source data, and you just need to simply download all of these files. So this is a readme file. I just named it as don't-readme.md. So these are the 3 CSV files which are our source, and we'll be just doing so much of stuff with these 3 files because we'll be just creating one big table, we'll be creating big white table, we'll be creating star schemas, and then we'll be just creating so many, I would say, data mesh and data views, so many things. But we have actually mimicked the data source that we actually use from the source. What do I mean? In the today, not in today's era, every time, whenever we are just building any data engineering solution, we use data which is organized in the form of, you can say, not in the form of normalization, but yeah, it is normalized data. Because whenever you use RDBMS, relational database model system, whatever, So you need to pull the data from the source, and in the source, you do not store the data directly in the form of fact and dimension tables. Are you getting my point? You need to convert that data into fact and dimensions on your own. That is the heart of this project. But you do not directly get the data in the form of fact and dimension tables. You do a lot of stuff in the middle, right? So that is why this data has actually mimicked the same thing, that this data is in the form of, you can say, normalization, or basically normalized data. You can download this file, individual file. Click here and click on this download button one by one. And we have like so much of data here. You will see like all of the data. So yeah, so that you can learn better, you can just perform so many of things. So now if you just want to download all the files, just download all the files one by one, or you can download the entire folder as well. Click here, not here, I think here. Yeah, if you click here, download zip, you will download all the things. It's your choice. So let's assume that we have downloaded the data, right? And now we'll be uploading the data in the data lake. Okay, let's do it. So here is my S3 bucket. So now what I will do, I will go to my desktop and I will upload the data, and let me do it. Okay, so I have saved the files here, and I have 1, 2, 3. Okay, so let me drop the file here. Perfect. So I have dropped all the files: listings.csv, bookings.csv, hosts.csv. Make sense? And I will simply say upload. So now all of these 3 files are uploaded to my data lake, and I can even see it. If I go to close, I will go to my folder, and these are all of my 3 files. Make sense? Very good. So now our first part is done. Like, we have pushed our data to the data lake, which is S3 bucket. Now how we can just load this data to the Snowflake? Let me just show you. So in order to now ingest this data to the Snowflake, you would first need to just create a database in Snowflake and tables in Snowflake, right? So let's quickly open my Snowflake account. Okay, so this is my Snowflake account, and you can also log in using the link that I just showed you in the beginning, like how to create the account. Once you have the account, you can simply say Snowflake login and use the same account to log in as well. Makes sense? So I'm using my free account for 30 days and I have $397 credits left. In your case, it will be like full 400, and that's it. Make sense? Okay, so, and we do not need to upgrade it, because if you do not want to use Snowflake after 30 days, you do not need to upgrade it. If you want to use it, you can use a different email ID. It's up to you. So first of all, what we need to do, we will simply go to catalog. Okay, and this is like Snowflake interface. I really like this particular, you can say, theme of Snowflake. It's really cool, especially in the dark mode. So if you just go to the catalog, and here you will see all of the databases created. In your case, you will not see demo Ansh. I was just playing before this project, so I created this demo database. But yes, you will not see this particular database, but you will see all of the databases. Snowflake, this is not a kind of database. It's a kind of, you can say, all of the things that you will see in the Snowflake admin. And then Snowflake Learning DB. If you just want to learn something, maybe the schema will have some data sets that you can use. No, they have not put anything. Okay, Snowflake sample data, yeah, it is here. So here you can see sample data, but we have our own data set, so we are good. So let's quickly create the database. Click here, plus database, and name it as, let's say, Airbnb. Airbnb. Okay, Airbnb. Click on create. So our Airbnb database is created. Wow. Now you just need to click here. So this database will be opened. Right now you need to create a schema. So I will create a schema called staging. Why? Because this is a staging schema. This is not a raw layer, enriched layer, gold layer. Not gold, curated layer, because bronze, silver, gold, raw, enriched and curated. So this is just a staging layer where we are just pushing the data to the Snowflake, where we are just simply ingesting the data to the Snowflake. Now there are so many ways to automatically ingest the data as well in Snowflake, using infer schema, using so much of things. But here we are not like covering those areas of Snowflake. We are just simply focusing more on the DBT part. That is why we are simply creating the staging schema, and that's it. Because we want to leverage the power of DBT to do everything for us. Incremental loads, transformation, everything. Make sense? Good. So let's click on create. So our staging schema is also created. Very good. Now if you click here, obviously this is empty because we do not have anything, but we will create something such as tables. Click on create and click on table, and it is saying from file, standard, as select or external. because you can create table using so many things. I will simply say from file. You can literally click on anything. So if you click on from file, you can directly upload the file to here and we create the data for you. But we are not doing this because we are pushing the data from AWS S3 to Snowflake. So we will not pick this one. And you can click on table or basically standard. So it will open a kind of query for you and it will just put some demo code for you, and you do not need to worry at all. Just simply remove everything. Even if you do not want to create it like this, click on cancel. I can just show you many ways. Simply go to your this particular site panel, and here you can simply say, I want to query the data. So if you just want to query the data, obviously you will need a kind of script, right? So what you can do, you can simply go to your basically home button, and here you will see query data. Basically this will open a kind of query editor for you. So there are so many ways to open query editor, but our goal is just to open the query editor. So click on query data, and here you will see this query will be open for you. Make sense? So I was just creating this thing, so I can just rename it. So I will say snow query, and here I will just put all of my queries. Okay, so first of all, I want to create my DDL for the tables. Okay, DDL for my tables. So here I have put everything for you in my repo. You can simply go here and copy the basically command, especially for DDL, because I don't want to spend time to write this boilerplate code, create table and blah blah blah. Okay, so let me just paste it here and let's see everything is working fine. So this will create, the session doesn't have any current database, obviously. So whenever we are just running any query, we need to attach it to a database. So I will simply say Airbnb, and schema will be staging, not public. Okay, so you need to make sure about this thing. So just run this. So our table is created, table booking successfully created. And what about the other things? Bookings is created, but what about other? I think this has created the stuff. Okay, and I can even name it as, let's say, DDL. Perfect. Now let's use another query, and here I will just name it as resources. What do you mean by resources? There are some resources, bro. You cannot just push data directly from S3 to Snowflake. There are so many steps that you need to perform. Okay, so what are those steps? Let me just tell you. You simply, first of all, let's see our tables are created or not. Select asterisk from, let's say, listings. Compilation error, listings does not exist. Wow, are you serious? We created the table listings. Okay. Why I didn't create it? Okay, let me just run it one by one. Okay, we can just run it one by one, no worries. Okay, sorted. Now it should work, and I can pick my database, Airbnb, and staging. I think it was created, I don't know. So now we have data ready, not data ready, just table ready. So now tables are created. Now do you know what? Now here comes the critical part to understand. And here comes the part which is required for the real-time projects, portfolio projects. Why I didn't directly upload the file to Snowflake just to create the staging schema? Because I wanted to show you this critical thing. Now just tell me one thing. Let's go to our Blackboard. Now just tell me one thing. This is my Snowflake, right? This is my Snowflake. This is my S3 bucket. Okay. This is my S3 bucket. Now just tell me one thing. My data is here. Okay. Right? My data is here. The actual files. Okay. And my table is here. The DDL. Makes sense. Now I want to insert the data from this file to this database. Make sense? Can I do that? You will say yes, you can do that. You can do anything. Yeah, I know I can do that, but just let me tell you how you can just do it. Data is in the S3, which is totally a different software, different application. Snowflake is totally a different application. But do you know what, Ansh Lamba? You own both the things. I know that I am using my own account in both the things, but Snowflake is unaware of S3. So do you know what? We create something called as a kind of credential. Okay. credential. Do we have IAM? Yes, perfect. So here we cannot directly access this. We need this particular thing. Do you know what? And do you know why? So there's a security guard. Oh, really? Yes. There's a security guard with this tick is sitting here. Okay. Yes. And what happens? So this security guard So this security guard is sitting here. Okay. And what this guard does, it asks for the permission. Okay. It asks for, let me just reverse this arrow. I think it should be like this. Yes, perfect. So it asks for the access. It says, okay, you want to just keep this out for a moment. So it will say, you want to access my data, right? S3 bucket. Yes. It will say, okay, who are you? Who are you? I don't know you. I am Snowflake. I have this data. Now you will explain, hey, I'm using my same email ID. See, I am the same person trying to access my data. This is my data. S3 doesn't care. S3 doesn't actually care. It will say, bro, if you own this data, show me the proof. Show me the proof. Simple. So this is the proof. This is a kind of ID card. So let's say you are studying in a university, or you used to study in a university or college. Obviously, I expect this thing. You are not in school, or you didn't go for the university after school. So if you studied in university or you are still studying, you show the ID card before entering in the college, right? Every time you show this ID card. If you are Ansh Lamba, that is a different story, because I never showed my ID card because my face was enough, because my security guard was my friend. So I used to just say, hey bro, just open the door. And he was like, oh, come, Ansh Lamba. Finally, you came to college. So if you are Ansh Lamba, that is a different story. But yeah, if you are a normal student, okay, you need to show your ID card, and you will say, hey, see, I am Ansh Lamba. No, not Ansh Lamba. Like, I am XYZ person. I need to enter in the university, right? So now this is the ID card. Make sense? This is that ID card. Simple. Do not make things complex. Do not. It is that simple. So when you have this ID card, the security guard will say, bro, come. I will allow you. You can come here. So now this thing is fine. This connection is fine. Make sense? This is that ID card. Oh, okay, simple. And whenever we create the ID card, we do not directly show this ID card. What do I mean? We simply integrate this ID card with something called as stage. Yeah, let's use this one. We simply put this thing inside a stage. Okay. Stage is a resource that is required on the Snowflake side. And now let me just tell you what is a stage. Stage is just a fancy word for a kind of data source. If you're coming from Azure background, if you have developed something in Azure Synapse Analytics, you would have created something called as external data source while creating the external tables, right? If you're coming from Databricks background, you would have created something called as external data location. Make sense? And then you provide that credential. Similarly, this is that credential, and this is the kind of wrapper that you put around that ID card. Make sense? Simple. This is the concept. But you need to understand this thing, because you will actually use this thing if you are developing something in the real world. Make sense? And that ID card story is actually true. I used to just enter to any university, not university like any college, because I studied from Delhi University, from South Campus. So there are like so many colleges, like within one, you can say, university campus. So within South Campus, there used to be, let's say, at least 10 colleges around one college. So I used to just, let's say, enter to my college one day, and I used to just enter to my friend's college next day. And I was like, yeah, I just study in this college. Yeah, just allow me. So that was like cool stuff. But yeah, see, you just need to gain the knowledge, no matter like from where you gain the knowledge and from where you gain the exposure, right? You have the colleges around you, and you can access those colleges. So just go and just sit inside the classrooms. That's it. Obviously, I won't take the names of colleges, but yeah, it's fine. Even if I take the names, it's fine. Okay, so now let's do one thing. Let's let's actually do the same stuff in our Snowflake that we are just trying to do. So here I will just show you how you can just build all of these things, and just for your simplicity, again, I have put so much of effort. See, I have created that script as well just for you so that you do not need to worry. So I am creating your notes. See, I am creating your notes. So resources.sql, so you can just create this thing, but don't worry, I will just show you one by one because this is not just a copy paste thing. So first of all, you need to understand that you will be creating something called as file format. This is irrespective of anything. File format is a type of thing that you tell Snowflake that I want to create this thing. I want to create my table. I want to insert my data using this file format, using CSV file format, using Parquet file format, using JSON file format, any file format, right? So you create this thing with the help of this command, and you do not need to write this code. Yes, you do not need to. It is optional because we can also create file format using drag and drop, but you are a developer, so you should know about the code as well, because everyone knows drag and drop. You need to know the code as well, right? So let's try to create this particular file format within the schema. Let's run this. And what is it saying? Options if not exist, obviously create file format if not. And by the way, you can also look for this code on Google as well. Like just simply say file format Snowflake, simple, and create file format. You will get the code. No need to worry. You can just read the documentation and blah 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 blah. Okay, so my file format is created. Very good. I can comment it out, and I can just show you the file formats, or don't need to comment it out. I can just simply select it. So I will simply say show file formats, and here you will see my file format. So just select this and just run this. Perfect. As you can see, my file format name is CSV, and this is a staging schema. Database name is this one. Perfect. Now my file format is done. Now I will create something called as stage. The same thing that we talked about, right? So it is very simple. So you will simply say create or replace stage, because if there's any stage, we can simply say no stage. So this is done. Create or replace no stage. Now what you need to pass? You need to pass the file format as well. Are you sure? Yeah. File format as well. So I will simply say my file format name. So what is my file format name? This is my file format name, CSV format. Make sense? Bro, come on. This is a stage. Now, we need to pass one more important stuff here, which is called URL. Because I have told Snowflake, hey, this is my file format. Snowflake said, okay, sorted. Now I need to pass the parent location. What does it mean? So let's say in my Snowflake, in my S3 bucket, I have this S3 account, which is called Snow Bucket Ansh. Makes sense? And within that, I have this folder. So I will create only one, not three, only three, or not three, only one. Okay. I will create only and only one stage for all of these three files. What is stage? Stage is a kind of pointer that tells. So for example, let's say this is your Snowflake bucket, and let's say you have this data here. Okay. Let's say you have this S3 bucket here. That is sorted. But within that S3 buckets, you can have multiple folders. Agree? You can have one folder like this, and you can have one folder like this, and these are the parent directories, and you need to store different types of data in these folders. So I will create one stage for my, let's say, this folder, because I am working on this folder. So I will create only one stage for this. Okay. And how you can just create one? Simply go to your copy S3 URI. So this is basically the identifier for your URI. Simply say path, or basically URL. Okay. Because URL is simply like similar to URI, so do not get confused. URI means like uniform resource identifier, and that is locator. So it's almost same stuff. So do not need to worry. I will simply paste it. Yes, that's it. This is my snow stage. Okay, let's run this. Okay, snow stage is already created. I can also say show stages, and I will see my stage. And by the way, this is an external stage. This is not an internal stage. What is the difference? Because this data is pointing to the external location, which is the S3 bucket. And you can also see type equals to external, cloud equals to AWS. Make sense? It can be Azure as well. It can be GCP as well. It can be anything. Okay, sorted? Good. And yes, I assume that while you created this Snowflake workspace, you would have picked AWS as the cloud provider. It's common sense, right? Because we are just using S3 bucket. But if you didn't, just make sure that you are using the Snowflake workspace using the AWS as the cloud provider, not Azure or GCP. Sorted? Okay. So now this thing is also done. Now it's time to talk about that IAM stuff, because now let's say I want to insert the data. Okay. Now let's say I want to insert the data. So this is the code for it. So if I copy the data using this code, let's say this one. Where is the second code? Okay, copy into. Perfect. So if I use this code, copy into your table name, let's say I want to put the data from the bookings. Okay. I want to put the data inside the bookings using Snow stage, right? Yes. So do you know what? Do you know what will happen? And I will simply say my file name. So I have put the placeholders for you, especially for you, because yes, in your case, you can just rename the files. So I have not put my credentials. Obviously, I cannot disclose it, obviously. So I have just put your name.csv. Do not run this file as it is. Just use your common sense, common IQ. I know it is not very common, but these are just the placeholders for you, bro. Makes sense? Okay. So now I will simply replace it. I will simply say bookings.csv. Do you know what? When I will be just trying to run it, I will see the error. What? Because I do not have the permission. 403 error. I do not have the permission to use this particular data. I cannot use this. But I can use this if I have this thing in my hand. What? So now what you will do, you will simply go to the resources. Simply click here on the home button, go to all services. Now you need to create one IAM. What is this IAM? Basically, you create this a kind of resource to manage all the AWS resources. Make sense? So click here, and here you need to pick the users. Okay. So here you will first create the user. I was creating like demo user before, so I can create a new user. I will simply say Snow user because this is for Snowflake. Provide access control. This is optional. Just say next, and we will just provide the attachment policies here. Simply search S3 and simply provide Amazon S3 full access, and then click on next, and then fine, create user. So this is the user that you will use now. Okay. So if I click here and then click on create access keys, because we'll be just creating access key for it. And you can also click here security credentials. Both are same stuff, but let's click here security credentials and then access keys, create access key. Okay. Now you need to click on third party service because we are using AWS, then next. And obviously I understand the above recommendation and blah, 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 blah. Simply click on next. And tag, you can just simply provide Snowflake. That's it. Okay. And then it will create the access key. Make sense? Now what will happen? You will see two values in front of your screen. Obviously I will not show it to you because it is confidential, but I'm just telling you, it will simply show you the access keys. The first one will be the ID. The second one will be the secret key. The first one will be the ID and the second one will be your secret key. Make sense? So let me just create it and I can just paste it. Okay. So now I will just go to my Snowflake and I will just, oh, okay, this is Snowflake. Okay. So now what I will do, I will simply add credentials. Okay. Credentials. Now I need to pass those two things in the tuple. And what is the code for that? You can simply get it from here. Now this is again a kind of placeholder. Okay. And you need to change it. So I will now run this particular code. Okay. And I will simply run only this code cell again for one more time. And I will simply replace this thing with my ID. But you need to also do that. But here I will not show you because it is confidential. You can do it on your own. Make sense? Let me just do it. So I ran this command and this ran successfully. And now you can see that my data is loaded in this particular table, and obviously I removed my keys, and in your case you need to put those keys. Make sense? Okay, very good. Now similarly I will load the data to my other two tables as well, which is listings. Very good. And the file name is listings.csv because we need to specify the file, otherwise it will only pick the default files, like all the files, if we do not put the folder, because we have created the stage till the folder level. Make sense? See, till the folder level, s3 and then snow bucket Ansh. So this is the folder level, so it will pick all the files, otherwise we have to specify like which file we need to pick. Okay, so listings.csv and then copy format9 and then just say host.csv. Okay, let me just run these two commands as well. Okay, so all of the tables and basically data is uploaded. I can simply test it quickly. Select asterisk from, let's say, first of all, bookings, just to make sure like everything is fine. But yeah, confirmation. Okay, data looks good. Now let's say listings. And I hope now you know how to load the data with the securities and permissions and with everything. Okay, instead of directly uploading the data. Okay, so this looks good. Perfect. And if I see host, perfect. Superhost, blah blah blah, perfect. So our all the data is uploaded, and this is a kind of normalized data. And let me just show you the structure as well. How does it look like? So the structure will look like this. So let's say this is the table. So let's say this is the bookings table. So this is connected to this table. Okay, and this table is connected to host table. So that is a kind of hierarchy, and that's what we usually see in the normalized database, where one is connected to other and then other is connected to other and then other is connected to other. Make sense? Okay. So now we are standing at a level where we can now just start using DBT, because our Snowflake is ready, our S3 is ready, our data lake is ready. Now the ingestion, transformation and all those gold layer stuff is now ready to be built. So now in order to get started with DBT, especially on your computer, you need to do some installations on your own. I would expect you would have already these installations, but still there's already or always 1% of people that will not have these things. So you need actually 3 things to install. The number one is, let me just write it for you. So DBT installation, because this is really important. If you miss any one of these, it will not work. DBT installation, because yes, DBT installation just one line of code, but you need to have all of these installations beforehand. So first of all, you need Python. Which version? Specific version 3.12, not like 3.12, but yeah, not greater than 3.12. So this is the first thing that you need. Why not the latest one? Why 3.12? Because the latest one I think is for 3.14. Because let me show you. DBT compatibility with Python. So what version of Python can I use? So if you see that I can use Python 3.13, but only with the version 1.11 of DBT. Of DBT core 1.11. I can use this, but if we are using 1.10, then it can just cause some errors and it is not compatible with the other versions. So it is safer to use Python 3.12, and do not feel like Python 3.12 is outdated, bro. Python 3.12 is not outdated. It's like almost the latest version, but just one version back, that's it. So we will be just installing Python 3.12. Let me just tell you how you can install Python 3.12. Simply say Python download and go to this website python.org. By default, if you click here, it will download the 3.14, which is the latest version. You do not need to do this. And by the way, we have 3.15 as well, pre-release. Wow. But you simply need to come here and scroll the version that you will see and click on, let's say 3.12.11, because you just need to be aligned towards 3.12. That's it. Doesn't matter after that point something. Scroll down if we have any kind of downloaders, no installers. Okay, then just search for maybe 3.12.16. Is there any installer? Yeah, we have installer. So you have Windows installer 64 or basically 64-bit. It is recommended. Okay, you can just download it. If you are on Mac OS, you can simply pick this one for Mac OS, and you should install Python in your basically system. I will assume that you will have Python, but still. So you have, so see, in my case as well, like I had 3.13, okay, when I was learning DBT long way back, but I also downloaded it specially. So even if you have Python version, you have to download this specific version 3.12. Make sense? So that you can easily go along with this video. And how you can just check your Python version, just go to CMD and just simply write Python. So I am here seeing 3.11 because I downloaded 3.11 as well, but I have all the versions downloaded. I have 3.11, I have 3.12, I have 3.13 as well. So even if you have any version, just download 3.12 as well, because you can just switch between those versions anytime. Okay, so just download this first of all. The second thing that you need to download is you need to download Git. Yes, because I told you we are building a portfolio project, so you should know the Git as well. And in order to download Git, simply say Git download. Download. So here you can just pick your operating system. I will say Windows, and I can simply download this 64 portable or basically 64 setup, whatever you want to do. I just go with this standalone installer. And if you are on Mac OS, you can simply download with Brew. If you are on Linux, you can just download with, I think, Curl, or if any, like I don't use this Linux, but yeah, if you have Linux, you can just see download Git on Linux. Make sense? So once you have Linux, basically not Linux, once you have Git and Python installed, you are good to go. You just need these two things. Ansh, Lamba, you said we need three things. Okay. The third thing is code editor, or basically IDE. So you would need one good IDE as well. I would recommend that you can have VS Code. I love VS Code, but I can also recommend to use Anti-Gravity, because this is a newly launched AI powered code editor by Google, and I love this as well. So I use both. I love both. I just switch between VS Code and Anti-Gravity because I love VS Code, because VS Code is there since so long. Anti-Gravity is new and it gives a kick while using Anti-Gravity. So yeah, so for this one I'll be using Anti-Gravity, but you can use VS Code, whatever, because all the code editors are the same. We simply need to do the same stuff in any code editor. Make sense? Okay, so these are the three things that you need. Okay, very good. Now once you have everything, you can just simply check everything that you would need. You can also say that you need to check Git version, and you should see the Git version here in your case as well if it is downloaded successfully. And Python you already checked. And I would say you can also download one more stuff, which is UV, because UV is a modern way to package your data or to package your development and just manage everything, all the packages, everything. And I will just show you that as well. So let me just open Anti-Gravity, and this is my Anti-Gravity, and this is for free of cost for now. I don't know like for how long it will be like free of cost, but for now it is free of cost. You can also enjoy. Once it is paid, then you will think should we use it or not. Okay, so this is Anti-Gravity. The best thing is you will get the AI agent as well, which can help you complete your code for free of cost. You do not need to pay to anyone, because it is by Google and it will use amazing models to do your stuff. Gemini Pro, are you serious? Gemini Pro is so expensive, I know, but they are just providing it for free for now. But so it's up to you how you can just use it. Makes sense? So I have opened this Anti-Gravity. You can open VS Code, it's not a big deal. Once the code editor is open, you can just go to this folder. Okay, this is my folder, DBT Snowflake. You can create any folder, but just create the folder with same name, because you can easily put the same code anytime if you want to. Make sense? So simply create this DBT Snowflake, and that's it. This is an empty folder. See, I have nothing here inside this folder. Okay, so now what I will do, I will open my terminal. And how you can just open the terminal, click on these three dots, click on terminal, new terminal, or you can also use this shortcut as well. So this is my terminal. So what I need to do, first of all, I need to install UV. So I will simply say pip install UV and hit enter, and it will install UV in my case if it is not installed. So it is saying requirement already satisfied because I already have UV. Perfect. So now what I will do, I will create a virtual environment for my Python, because remember we need to use a specific environment of Python, which is like specific version, and I have so many Python versions, so I'll be creating a virtual environment for it. Plus we need to install so many packages as well, and I do not want to install those packages on my global environment. I will create a virtual environment, and that is a practice you do in the real world as well. Very good. So how I can create the Python environment? The traditional approach is this: Python -m venv and then .venv, which is Python virtual environment name, and I can also say Python 3.12, but I will not do this. I will use UV. So I will simply say UV init and hit enter, because this is a kind of command that will create the entire project structure for me. It will also initiate Git in my case, okay, because I have Git installed. If you have installed as well, you will also see .git. Plus I think .git you may or may not see, because .git folder is hidden in some cases, but you do not need to see this folder, okay? It's like a hidden folder, but if you see it, good. If not, it's good, it's fine. But the entire thing is this one. So you will be having this particular project structure, because UV init is a combination of so many commands, right? So now you will say, Ansh Lamba, how we can create the virtual environment using UV? It is very simple. First of all, you need to go to Python version, and by default it has picked 3.12 in my case, but I can even change it to, let's say, 3.13, but I want to pick 3.12. So if it is 3.13 here, change it to 3.12, save the file and say UV sync and hit enter. It will create this virtual environment for you. Wow, it is so simple. Yes, it is very simple. Now I can create or basically activate this environment, because I will be just installing so much of stuff. I will simply say .venv scripts activate, and that's it. As you can see, environment name. So now it is activated. Make sense? Good. Now I will be installing DBT core. It is so simple. I will simply say UV add DBT core. This is equivalent to pip install. In UV we say UV add. Okay, hit enter. Oops, I added slash. So now hit enter. So it has downloaded all of the things that I need. Very good. Very, very, very good. If you open project.toml, you will see the dependency here. This is equivalent to requirements.txt. Okay. Yes, the world is evolved right now, so you do not use those traditional approaches. Now we use the updated approaches. And if you just want to stay updated, just follow this channel, because this channel is full of modern tech stack. Okay, so now one thing is done. Now we need to install one more thing. We need to install an adapter. Why? Because you should ask why at every step. See, we have DBT. So DBT is just the transformation layer. Make sense? DBT uses something called as adapter. It can be Snowflake, it can be Databricks. Where is Databricks? Yeah, here. It can be Fabric. It can be literally anything. It doesn't need to worry, but these are called the adapters. Adapters are nothing but just a fancy name, basically technical name. But if you want to understand it, then the concept is very simple. DBT doesn't have its own data, basically storage layer. DBT doesn't have its own compute layer. So whatever DBT is doing, it is simply providing you the form of modularized coding templates that you can just reuse. It will use your compute, basically the compute of your tools and technologies that you're using here. See, whatever you're using, you are using S3 buckets, you are using Snowflake, Databricks, Fabric, it doesn't care. It will simply use those things. So these are the adapters. So whatever you want to do with DBT, just install or connect an adapter to it, and that's it, because it will be connected to this thing. Make sense? Make sense? Simple? Simple. This is DBT, and those are the adapters. Now adapter can be anything. Perfect. So here we will be just installing an adapter. So I will simply say UV add, and I want to install Snowflake, because we are working with Snowflake. So UV add DBT Snowflake. Okay, matches profile name, requirement name, DBT Snowflake matches project name. Okay, but self dependencies are not permitted without dev or optional flag if your name project DBT. This is shadowing this thing. Dependency, consider renaming the project. Oh, I see. Do you know what is the issue? The culprit is UV. Sometimes it messes up, but it's not actually an issue. It's like a common sense. Okay, being a developer, we can just troubleshoot this thing, and these things are like very common to come. And that's why I do not edit these paths, because so that you can actually understand what happens in the real world scenario, right? So when we created this UV, it actually created this particular project name called DBT Snowflake. Okay, because the folder name was DBT Snowflake, so it just by default takes the same name as a project name. Okay, so I just renamed this thing AWS DBT Snowflake, and I can simply say here AWS DBT Snowflake, because the package name is also same and our project name is also same, because this is also like package manager, right? So it was creating a conflict, but now it should run fine. If I just activate the environment and close this file, and if I just try to UV add DBT Snowflake, it should run fine. Perfect. I was like, right, because I have seen these issues in so many developments, so it messes up, but yeah, it's fine. So just make sure you rename this folder. Once the folder is renamed, just go to the toml file and just rename this project as well, because this is your personal project, right? And you are just creating a conflict between DBT Snowflake and DBT Snowflake global package, right? Perfect. Now everything is sorted. Now you can see that we have installed everything that we supposed to do. Okay, now a very important step. Okay, what's that? Now what you need to do, you need to simply connect your DBT core to the Snowflake. Make sense? Because you will be doing your development in this particular code editor, and every data that you are reading is in the Snowflake, and every data that you will be writing is also in the Snowflake or will be in the Snowflake. Common sense. So now you need to configure that connection. You basically need to build the connection. Make sense? Very good. But before that, I will just show you some of the fundamental thing of Git that you need to do. Otherwise, like, it can create a conflict in the future. So if you can see this master branch here, I will just rename it, because in the modern days we do not keep it as master. We just rename it as a main. Plus I will create the initial commit. Otherwise, none of the changes will be tracked. So I'll simply say git branch -m main. Okay, so now this branch is renamed as main. I will simply say git add dot and git commit -m initial commit. So these are the fundamentals of Git. If you do not know about the fundamentals of Git, simply follow the steps that I'm doing here, and just make sure that you will learn Git as well. And I've already told you which is the best resource for Git. And if you just want to know again, I can just show you. Simply go on your favorite browser, simply say Git and GitHub for data engineers, or simply say Ansh Lamba, because I have created the dedicated course for data engineers for Git and GitHub. And you will find this particular full course, and just make sure that you master it. Make sense? Amazing course. And you know what? This course has covered so many areas, and so many complex areas, so many complex real world scenarios, and all of those complex concepts as well. Even sometimes, if let's say I'm just using Git since so long, and if I just want to revise a specific concept, if I'm stuck, let's say I want to look at stashing, like, oh, how can I just apply stashing? Hey, how can I just do the cherry picking or revert? All of these things. How I can just go from one head to other head. I just forgot something. I refer to my course, so you can imagine the quality of this particular course. So just refer this course, and this is a good one. This is an amazing one. Okay, so our Git is also done. So now I can simply create a feature branch. So I'll simply say git switch feature Ansh, or you can create your own branch in your case. Git switch is a modern way to create a branch, feature branch. Earlier we used to create git branch -b something, and now I can simply say git switch -c. -c will create the branch if it doesn't exist. Perfect. So as you can see, I am on the feature branch, and if I say git branch, I will see feature Ansh as my current branch. Perfect. That's it. That's all you need to do. Perfect. So now everything is done. Git is also set up, and we are just good to just start with our all of the development. So now let's actually use our first DBT terminal command, which is called DBT Init. And before that, let me just make sure my virtual environment is turned on. So how you can just turn it on? You can simply say UV, not UV, .v, because sometimes it takes time. So we can manually turn it on. Usually it turns it on automatically, but not a big deal. So we have turned on our virtual environment. Now I will say DBT Init. Hit enter and perfect. Okay, so now it is saying running with DBT 1.11.2. Now I have seen while developing some stuff with DBT, you can see some error called, let's say, connectivity, something like one-liner error, fatal something written. So if you see that error, you do not need to worry. What you can do, you can simply go to your pyproject.toml file, okay, and replace all of these two libraries and remove it, okay, replace it. So this will be an empty list. Yes. Then what you can do, you can simply say UV sync. So what UV sync will do, it will remove all the existing, you can say, libraries. Then you can say UV add and just add these two libraries again, because sometimes it doesn't download properly. So you can replace it and then download it again. Once it is done, you need to close your, you can say, code editor, and then open your code editor again. Make sense? So you can just troubleshoot it. It's not a very big issue. And obviously you are working with anti-gravity. So you can also enable this agent mode and you can simply ask anything. Hey, I am just getting this issue. I'm getting this error, copy and paste it here. That's the power of anti-gravity. So currently it is asking for a name of our project. So I will simply say, project, or let's say DE project. Let's say data engineering project. Make sense? Or let's say, let's provide a good name. AWS, DBT, Snowflake, and then underscore project. Okay, because this is our parent folder and I simply added project after that. Hit enter. Perfect. So now it is saying what type of adapter you want to use. I want to use Snowflake and I just have one option. See, now you will say why I'm just getting one option, because you only downloaded DBT-Snowflake adapter. That's why it is showing just one. If you have more, let's say Databricks, Fabric, it will show all of those. But for now, we just have one. Enter number one. Now account. Now you will say from where I can just get this account. So you need to simply go to your Snowflake, okay, and simply click on your, I would say, account admin, and click on this account identifier and click on view account details. So this is the account identifier that you need to copy and paste it here. Where is that? Paste it here in the anti-gravity and perfect. So now it is saying dev username. So my username is Ansh Lamba and you can see your username. Hit enter. Now it is saying how you want to authenticate. I will simply say password. So now I'll just put my password that I would have picked during creating Snowflake account. You need to write it everything and this cursor will not move. Okay. It is just for the security purpose. So you can type it and just hit enter. Perfect. Now it is saying what is my role. So my role is account admin. All of the details are here. If you just want to confirm, all of the details are here. Okay. See, login name, role, everything. Okay. So now I can hit enter. Now warehouse name. Now from where you can just find the warehouse name. Warehouse name is nothing but this one. Compute underscore WH. In most of the cases, it will be the same because it is the default compute name that we get. So you can put it as it is. Compute underscore WH. Perfect. Database name. So database name, we already know. We created database called Airbnb. Now schema. Now you do not need to pick raw schema. No, you cannot, because raw or basically a staging schema. No, this is the schema that is aligned with our DBT development, right? So here we will be simply saying DBT schema. And I will just show you how to change it dynamically. Don't worry. But for now, just simply put DBT schema. Hit enter. Threads. One thread is enough. And perfect. So now this step is very, very important. If you just observe what I have got, it is saying profile AWS DBT Snowflake DBT project written to my C drive users unshell.dbt profiles.yaml. What is this thing? What is this thing? And why do we need a profile? See, whenever you are interacting with, let's say, Snowflake, right? So you need to authenticate while running every command, right? So when you want to communicate to Snowflake from your VS Code, it will use a kind of connection, authentication file. This profile is that particular authentication file. Okay. And in that profile, you will have everything: token, host, database, everything. Okay. Now you can keep that file in your C drive. It's not a big deal because it will by default go to this location and it will check everything. But you know what? What is the best practice? You should bring that particular file from the C drive to your parent root directory, basically this one, AWS DBT Snowflake project Y. Because whenever you will be deploying that in, like, you can say content to Git, I know we should not deploy a profile, but you will be making so many changes while just pushing that code to anywhere else. Make sense? So it is a good practice to just put the file here in your parent root directory, which is this AWS DBT Snowflake project, which is created by this DBT. And I will just tell you everything which is inside this, but you will put this file inside this thing. Make sense? Because that is the profile it will be using every time. Make sense? Simple. Okay. And I can also show you where it is saved in my particular case. Let me show you. So this is my file that it has created for me at C drive, users, my name, and .dbt folder. It is inside this .dbt folder. It's called profiles. It is a YAML file. Make sense? And it has created this user as well, .user. In my case, I already had this user, so it has not updated it. But in your case, it can create this .user file as well. Now what you need to do, simply copy this file, okay, and save it inside this particular parent folder. Okay. And now let me just open this folder and let me see what exactly inside in this particular folder, which is created by DBT. It is not created by me. Okay. So now let's go inside this cool folder, AWS DBT Snowflake project. So this is the backbone of the entire project. Let me just tell you, because everything is inside this. Okay. So now let me just expand it. Okay. First of all, we got analysis, macros, models, seed, snapshot, test, get ignore, dbt project.yaml, example profile. So this is the file that I have just copied from the profile that I've just showed you. Okay. So why, Ansh Lamba, you renamed it? So basically, I cannot show you the original credentials, like original password that I have put for my profile. So original file is this one, but obviously I need to walk you through the file. So I have created this example file where I have just replaced my password with star, and obviously account. Like, it's not a big deal, but I just want to show you how you can also push the code to GitHub. Make sense? Like, this is the way you can just push it, because everyone knows, like, okay, you cannot push the exact profile, but obviously you need to push the profile. Make sense? Okay. So this is the profile that it has created in the C drive, but we copied from C drive to this particular repository. Very good. Now what is inside this? Nothing. What I told you, this is the profile. This is the file that it will use to authenticate every time whenever we'll be running something. DBT commands, DBT CLI commands, everything. Because see, what is DBT CLI command? Or what is DBT CLI? Or what is CLI? What is command line interface? Command line interface are nothing but just a way to make some API calls, and that's it. Right? So whenever we are just making some API calls, we need to pass our credentials. And while just writing your DBT CLI, would you like to just every time put your account password? Obviously no. So that is why in almost all of these open source tools, we just create a profile. And here DBT has created it for us, and we do not need to worry at all. So what we have here, obviously the project name, which is exactly same as this folder. Okay. And it should be exactly same. Then we have outputs. Outputs means like our environments. Dev environment, because currently we are focusing on dev environment, and we are just simply pushing our code to the dev environment. Yes, we'll be pushing our code to QA and other things as well, but you do not need to worry about that. Account, database, password, all of the same stuff that we put while configuring it. Nothing fancy, simple. Okay. Do not stress much about this thing. Okay. So now there is one more thing, which is the backbone of the entire project. Really, yes. It is called DBT project.yaml. Okay, DBT project.yaml. If I open this, you will see, whoa, what is this? What is this? See, this is everything that you need to keep in your project. Let me first of all remove the comments, because sometimes comments look ugly. And let me just remove this as well. And see, my anti-gravity is working so good. It is doing all of the stuff for me. Hey, do not remove my models. Okay. So perfect. So let me just give you a quick overview of this file because this is really important. First of all, the name of the project. And name of the project should be exactly same as your profile connection. See, because that's how it will connect to it. So it will simply go to this project. It will see, okay, this is my project, because in the one, in this profile, you can have multiple profiles, right? Let's say currently you're using Snowflake. Tomorrow you want to use Databricks. Then you want to use Fabric. So you can have multiple profiles within this profile.yaml. But in this DBT project, obviously there'll be just one project for one adapter, for one warehouse. So what it will do, it will simply map it. It will simply say, okay, this is my project name. This is the project name. And where is my connection? My connection is this one. And I need to use these credentials to connect to this particular warehouse. Simple. Then version, simple versioning, right? Profile. Profile is this one that I just mentioned. Usually we keep the name same, but yeah, this is the keyword that it looks for the mapping here. Perfect. Now model paths, analysis paths, you do not need to worry about these things because these are something related to development. So forget about it. Clean targets, do not need to worry. I will just tell you. Then models, again, nothing. So the only thing you need to know is this thing, these two things. Make sense? Okay, perfect. Now let's talk about our first thing, and I would say the fundamental of DBT. Like, what is the fundamental thing? That is the building block, not the fundamental, I would say building block for DBT. Okay, what is that? So here, if you will observe something, if I just open this DBT project.yaml for one more time, you will see that in my, if I just open, let's say schema. Okay, perfect. So now if I just open my Snowflake, let's open Snowflake. So currently what do we have? Just this Airbnb, right? And this Airbnb is a database name, right? If I open this, I just have one schema, which is called staging. We need to create raw, silver and gold, or basically bronze, silver or gold, right? So we need to create three different layers of our data. Makes sense. Now we can manually create the schema as well. Let's say bronze, silver, gold, but I will not do that. Okay. Everything will be done by DBT. So now you do not need to touch Snowflake. No. And this is the power of DBT. That is why companies are just looking for DBT developers, because if they know that you know DBT, you can literally do anything you want, right? You can literally do anything you want. Let me just open my anti-gravity. Let me just show you. So currently, if you open your profiles, you will see that I have put the schema name as DBT schema, which is a very basic and very default schema. Okay. But you know what? If I just put anything else, let's say if I just want to put bronze, if I want to put, let's say silver, if I want to put, let's say gold, this will create the same schema accordingly. Okay. Now you will say, Ansh Lamba, then why did you put here DBT schema and why didn't you put here silver or bronze or gold? Let me tell you why. Just tell me one thing. When you will be creating the objects in, you can say bronze layer, you will put bronze. Let's say I put here bronze. Okay, perfect. It is fine. Now I want to put the data in the silver layer. Then again you will change. Again you will change. Then you will say gold. Then again you will change. So I don't want to do that. So that is why I simply provided a pseudo schema name and I will override it while deploying, while creating the objects. That is an advanced thing, but you will understand it. Don't worry. I am here. Ansh Lamba is here to make you understand everything. Don't need to worry at all. So first of all, let's talk about the models. What are the models? Let me just explain you. So let's say you are using DBT. Okay. You are using DBT, and this DBT is actually using an adapter called, let's say, Snowflake, because that's what we are using. So now you want to talk to this Snowflake, right? You want to talk to this Snowflake and you want to create tables. Obviously, we have our bronze layer waiting and we want to create or basically dump our data into the bronze layer. So how we can just do that? I will simply, let's say, create a database, or we already have a database, let's say schema, or let's say schema. So let's say this is our schema. Okay, makes sense. So this is our schema, right? And this schema is raw, or let's say bronze. You can use any naming convention. I like bronze, silver, gold, medallion architecture, but raw, enriched and curated is also the same. So I want to write the data in the bronze layer, right? And what do I need to write? It can be table, it can be view, but let's say we want to create a table. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. And this will go under this thing, obviously common sense, but yeah, makes sense. So now just tell me one thing, how I can just create this data, how we can just create this movement. And the real movement is this one. This is the hidden thing. You want to read the data from staging, right? Remember? Yes. So this is our staging table, and now you want to move your data from staging to raw, and obviously with transformations or without transformations or incrementally. Those are the advanced things that you'll be talking about. But your entire agenda is data movement. You are a data engineer. Your 90% of the work is data movement. You need to move data from staging to bronze. Simple. Now obviously you can do this stuff in Snowflake itself, but we use DBT. And why? You already know the power of DBT, and I have explained enough stuff why we need to use DBT and why it is in demand. So now you will say how we can just do this stuff with like move data from staging to bronze. Here comes the concept of models. So here you will use models. Models are nothing but your modularized coding. Modularized coding. That means you know this thing. Whenever you want to create table, you write create table blah blah blah, that DDL statement, right? Fundamental thing, like even an 11th or 12th class guy would know this, right? But you know what, with models you do not need to do anything. Why? Because models say just provide me the select statement only. Select statement only, and I will handle the create table, create view, all that DDL structure. You do not need to do anything. So this will take care of everything, and it will add this stuff here automatically. Make sense? So that's how this data will travel. This data will not travel directly. This data will travel from here. So this will go to model like this, and this model will travel the data to here, and this is the magic. And what we need to provide? Only select statement only. So that is the power of it. That is the power of it. So just tell me one thing. If you're using Snowflake, you might use a different create statement. It can be. If you're using Databricks, you will use a different create statement. I know, like the hardcore DDL statement will remain the same, like create table and then table name and then put the schema. But in Databricks, let's say we use something called as this thing. So let's say create table and table name blah blah blah, and then we simply pass something called as, if you do not know, so we also pass something as location, or you can say file format. Like what file format do we need, and then location. So we do all of these things. This thing we do not perform while creating tables in Snowflake. This thing we do not do while creating tables in Fabric. We do something else. So all of these things are different. But DBT says, bro, the select statement will remain the same because that is pure SQL, right? Right? If you want to query data, that will not change. So it says that I will handle the different DDL commands of different adapters. Just provide me the select statement and that's it. I will handle all of the boilerplate DDL commands. That is the power of DBT models. I hope it makes sense what it does actually under the hood. It is not doing anything magic. It is not doing anything magical. It is simply taking over the boilerplate code and it is writing it on its own. And I will just show you how as well. Okay, let's see. So let me just show you that. Now I will go to my models, and by default I have got some models, but I will simply delete it because we will use our own you can say models. So just delete example folder itself, just delete this folder and click on delete. Perfect. So now models folder is empty. Do not delete the models folder. If you delete it by mistake, just create a new models folder under the root directory. Okay, good. Now I will create a new file. Okay, or let's create a subfolder. I will call it as demo because I want to show you that first of all, so that you can understand, because the intent of this project is not just to complete the project. The intent of this project is to make you a pro developer by doing it, and you need to learn by doing it. So that is why I'm going to explain everything in detail from scratch so that you can master the things, because the agenda is not like just getting the things done and just complete the project. No, we're going to learn, we're going to have fun, and we're going to actually learn with engaging and you can say engaging tutorials. Let's focus on this file first. Okay, models demo, and let's create a new file. So I will create a you can say demo.sql. Yes, you need to simply pick the file format as SQL. You can pick the Python as well, yes, but SQL is the popular choice among all the DBT adapters, and I would say it should be the popular choice among you as well, because DBT, like SQL is a heart and DBT is like again the heart. What did you think? Should I call lungs? Okay, so demo.sql. So what I will do, I will simply say select asterisk from staging dot, or not staging, let's say Airbnb dot staging dot listings. Remember, this was our table, right? Okay, now I will save it, and before running it, I need to just tell you one very important thing, because now that is the now this is the best time to talk about it. If you just open your dbt project.yaml, in my case I'm seeing everything is perfectly fine and everything is sorted. In your case you can see red signs, okay, but you do not need to worry about that, because that is not an error. The thing is, you need to install one extension. It is called dbt power user. You need to simply say dbt and enter some space, scroll down, and you will see power user for dbt. Click on install. Okay, sometimes like anti-gravity is a smart code editor, so it will not throw errors. If you're using VS Code, it can throw errors, so I will just simply tell you about that. Okay, so I have installed this particular power user for dbt. And just a pro tip, when you will be downloading or basically downloading this extension in your system, power user for dbt, for the first time, you can easily set up something which can just save your hours and hours. So basically, when you will be just first time downloading this extension, so what you can do, you can simply it will just simply show you the pop-up, and in the pop-up you first of all need to select your Python interpreter, because sometimes it does not pick your virtual environment. So you need to pick the Python interpreter with your virtual environment, because in that particular virtual environment you have created your dbt, right? Basically dbt library. Then what you can do, you need to click on associate file types. Okay, click here, and then it will pop up this window. And what you need to do, you need to simply create these two key value pairs. The first is asterisk.sql, and you need to pass the value jinja-sql. Second one is asterisk.yaml, basically YML, not YAML, just asterisk.yml. Now what I need to do, if you just observe my, you can say, file format. See, I have opened .sql, right? If you see my this thing, select language mode, it has picked Jinja SQL instead of SQL. Okay, in your case, if it has picked only SQL, you need to click here, and you need to go for this configure file association for .sql. Okay, and click here, and you will scroll down and you will pick the Jinja SQL if it is not already picked. Why? Because this is a Jinja SQL. What is Jinja SQL? I will tell you. So see, current association. This is my current association. This should be your current association as well. Perfect. Same thing with this particular dbt project.yaml. So if it is just YAML, you need to pick and call it as, let's say, Jinja YAML. Click here, configure file association for YAML, and scroll down and just pick Jinja YAML. Why? Because currently we are using simple YAML and SQL code, but very soon we'll be just integrating Jinja within this. And Jinja is the, you can say, core part of DBT. Okay, so you can just pick Jinja YAML and that should be good. See this one, perfect. This is one way of doing it. The other way is very simple. You can simply hit Control and comma, and if you are using Mac, Command plus comma, and then if you just go to, let's say, browser or security something, it should open that for you. Because I work with VS Code a lot, so this is like new for me as well, because when I hit Control plus comma, I just see the security. Control plus comma. Okay, files. Let's try for one more time, because I did something and I found something. I was exploring something. So just hit Control plus comma one more time, because see, this is very important. Control plus comma, and then just go to editor, and then just go to open editor settings. So that's how you open editor settings in anti-gravity. They have not created any shortcut for it, but yeah, they will be just adding so many features. It is just released, I think, last month. So yeah, so this is the editor setting. Now you just need to search file associations. Perfect. So the moment you will find, like, search file associations, you will see something like this. In your case, it will be empty. If it is like this, then very good, you do not need to do anything. If it is empty, if there are no key value pairs here, you simply need to create these two key value pairs like this. You need to simply say asterisk.sql, and you need to provide the value jinja-sql. One thing. Second, asterisk.yaml, basically YML. Do not add IA, just YML. Then jinja-YAML. These are the two key value pairs that it will look for in order to, you can say, interpret those files, those YAML files with Jinja code. Make sense? So this is the way you can just do it in anti-gravity. In VS Code editor, it directly comes up when you hit Control plus comma, but here you simply need to pick the settings. Make sense? I hope it makes sense, because I was just exploring. I want to just provide you the best solution so that you will not be messing up on your own. I'm here to do that. Okay, so now this is the thing. So I have provided select asterisk from Airbnb staging.listings. So this is a very basic command that I run. Like, I just use to fetch any data. Makes sense? Select asterisk from any table. So do you know what it will do? Now, if I just run this command, you will simply say execute DBT SQL. If I click here on run button, it will simply say, please ensure DBT core CLI is installed. We already have installed, bro. Source power user for DBT, install DBT core. If I open the terminal, okay. So now let's wait for it to turn on the environment. Okay. So let's wait for it to turn on the environment, or let me just do it. Sometimes it takes time. So scripts and activate. Perfect. Now it is saying DBT core is not installed. Bro, are you serious? We already have installed DBT code. Okay. So now what we need to do, let's try hitting on this run button. Or let's click on this build. Okay, it's fine, because it is just a way to run this particular cell. And if it is not running, it's fine. It's not a big deal. So now what you can do, because it's not a mandatory thing, but it will just enhance your development. Okay. So what you can do, simply click on DBT core is not installed. It is already installed, but you can just configure it. Click here and simply go to setup extension. So here it is like a one-time thing that you need to do with this particular, you can say, extension. So first of all, you will pick the interpreter, click here, and then you can pick your recommended one. This is our virtual environment, I guess, or is it yeah, this is my virtual environment. So always pick virtual environment, and this is done. Now what it is doing, now you can simply say mark all as done. Okay, because it didn't pick our, you can say, virtual environment. So it happens, it's not a big deal. So what you can do now, DBT core is like showing everything is fine. Now if you click here and if you just expand it, and if you just go to query results, you should see a lot of things like lineage and documentation, current node, and so many other things. Make sense? Because you will not see everything in the output mode, because output mode is not like for the real query results output. Okay, so I restarted my anti-gravity, and I don't know why I picked anti-gravity over VS Code, bro. VS Code, I love you a lot, but It's fine. So the thing is, let me first of all show you how you can just access so many things, because so many things are like changed UI wise, so it's not a big deal. You can click on this plus button. It is called execute DBT SQL, but you can first of all always compile the code, because you need to go step by step. Click here and you will see the compiled code. Now you will say, Ansh Lamba, this is exactly same. Yes, this is exactly same, because you have simply put the select statement. When you will be putting, you can say those complex queries with parameters, then you need to basically compile the code first, just for your knowledge. Now let's try to run the code. Okay. And in order to run the code, there are so many other things here. Let me zoom out a little bit. So here we have all the actions in the terminal, all the actions. See, data, mates, query results, lineage, everything. Let's try to see the lineage first of all. So this is my lineage. Now what is this lineage? Lineage is nothing but it's a kind of tree that it shows us, like from where the data is flowing, where it is going. Currently it is not flowing from anywhere. It is simply creating one demo model. Now why I am seeing here demo? Because my model name is demo. Oh, so whatever model name we will pick, it will create the object on the basis of that. Exactly. Because see, this is a select statement, right? And I want to create a table or a view. I need to provide a name. You didn't ask me this question like, Ansh Lamba, where you will provide the object name. So object name is your model name. Makes sense? Object name is your model name, demo. So what it will do now, it will create this particular table in my Snowflake. Ansh Lamba, it cannot. I will show you, don't worry. And let's try to see the results. And we can also see the results. There is one more tab here, query results. And if you see here, you can simply run it if it has not run your command. And by default, it will simply show you 500 records. And oh, perfect. Let me change the UI. So you can change the theme from here. ProDark. Oh, this is nice. ProDark is good. So this is my output of this query. So what it will do, it will create the object on top of this query. Makes sense? On top of this query. So now in order to run this, there is a CLI command that I can use. Okay. Then what is the CLI command? The CLI command is nothing but DBT run. DBT run. So when I hit DBT run command, or basically when I just run the command DBT run, so it will simply run that model. Let me just show you. If I go to terminal, and if I just go to my previous terminal, or previous terminal, or previous terminal, no, let me just turn on my virtual environment. Perfect. So now I will simply say DBT and then I will say run. When I say DBT run, it will run all of my models which are here. Okay. If I want to run a specific model, obviously, because I don't want to run all the models, then basically not like when I say DBT run, not just the models, it will run everything. It will run everything. So if I just want to run a specific model, then I can say DBT run select models, and then within that demo. So what it will do now, it will run only those models which are under the demo folder. Hit enter, and now let's see what it has done. So perfect. Okay, runtime error, no dbt project.yaml found it, expected path, C AWS DBT project.yaml. Makes sense. So now it is saying, bro, Ansh Lamba, we didn't find anything. But now you will say, Ansh Lamba, why we have this file? See, now the thing is, why it didn't find that particular file? Because it does not exist there. Why? Because this is currently pointing at this location, which is the parent root directory, which is this one. But we are inside this particular folder, right? AWS DBT project, Snowflake project. That is why. So you need to simply say CD, which is change directory, and then simply pass the root AWS, and then DBT, and then Snowflake, and then project. Simple. Now run the same thing, DBT run select, and same thing. Now it will find that DBT project.yaml. So now it is saying, okay, okay, error in model demo, that is fine. And this is saying to see all deprecation interactions and blah, 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 blah. So now what it has done, let me just finally show you. So this is the command that it has run in the backend on the DBT. Okay. So now it is saying that there are one unused configuration path. That is fine. That is not a big deal. Found one model. That means it found one model and 520 macros. That is also fine because we have some demo macros. It's fine. Now finished running one view model in 0 hours, 0 minutes and 0 seconds, basically 2 seconds. Completed with 1 error, 0 partial success, 0 warnings. Failure in model demo. Database error in model demo. It says models demo.sql, SQL compilation error, syntax error at position 163 unexpected, because we cannot pass this particular thing. I made this mistake intentionally because when I was learning DBT, I was just making this mistake again and again and again. But you need to make this habit that you do not need to pass this semicolon, because it will pass the semicolon automatically. Make sense? Let's try to clear the stuff and let's try to run it again, and let's see now what we have. Running DBT registered concurrency one thread, and perfect. Now it is saying complete successfully, and let's see what happened here. Let me just refresh the Snowflake. Oh wow, see, I have DBT schema created already. I didn't create the schema, DBT created it for me. If I expand it, I will see one table called, not table, basically views, demo. If I query it, you will see that it has the data that I am expecting. Wow, SQL compilation error, and because we didn't select anything, perfect. DBT schema. So now I can see the data. Wow. So it has migrated the data from one schema to another schema automatically with the transformation that we defined, and we didn't define any transformation for the beginning because this is just a demo. You can just select statement. Makes sense. Makes sense. So now do you know what? Why it has created this view and why it has not created a table, and how do we decide? Because we can only define the select statement, right? That thing can be done in the DBT project.yaml, because that is the backbone. I told you. Now it's time to look at this particular code that you were really excited to look at. So what is this thing? So it is saying models. Okay, what is this thing? This is a kind of models. Basically, it is a kind of configuration for our models, and it is saying, see, the type of materialized key is view. So by default, anything within this particular AWS DBT Snowflake project, it will be considered as view. If you want to change it, I need to simply add here demo. Okay. And I can say table. Now if I rerun that command, now what will happen? It will create a table. Let's see. And complete successfully. And yeah. So now if I go there, if I refresh it, now I will see tables as well. See, table. Now I will see table. Why? Because I have changed the materialization. So where is the view? It is deleted automatically. That is the power of DBT. It is doing everything in the backend. Wow. So that's how you handle all of the materialization. Like how you want to materialize it. This is one way of materializing it, but let me just tell you the real world way of managing the materialization. We never manage materialization like this. Why? We always manage materialization in the models folder itself. Oh, so can we just materialize the, you can say, we can just change the materialization type in more than one place. Yes. So one location is this one where it manages all of the materialization. But there's one more location. You can simply put here the materialization. How? You can create a YAML file here. And you can simply say, hey, I want to change the materialization to view or table, whatever. Okay. So this is the hierarchy. Hierarchy is like this. So first of all, you have your dbt.project. Okay. dbt project.yaml, which manages everything at the parent level. Make sense? Let's say you say, I want to create a view. Okay. You have defined it. Okay. You have defined it. Now, if you go further, if you, let's say, go to your models, right? So here you have models. Okay. Here you have models. So if you go here in the models, now you say, I want to create a table. You can override it. So basically this will get the precedence. This will get more precedence, or basically more power. So whatever you will define here, it will get more power. If you do not define anything here, it will take the default value from this parent. If it has something at the models level, it will get the precedence. That's exactly we will do in our particular project as well. Because in our project, we will also build something called as, you can say, parent level configuration, which are like very generic, and we can make some, you can say, tweaks. We can just make some modifications at the folder level. Make sense? But this was just a demo. It's not a big deal. Okay, makes sense. There is one more way to just change the, you can say, materialization or basically any property. It's called inline changes. And these are not the very best way to do that because it is very hard to track the changes, but still it's my duty to show you. It's called inline. Sometimes we do that, but sometimes we don't. Inline config. Okay, this is like at the code level. So let's say it says I want to again create a view. So do you know what will be created? View. Why? Because this will get the most precedence, most powerful. Simple. So this is the order of it. It goes like this. Order of precedence. You need to remember this. So first of all, parent level, least, then models or basically folder level, second, and then inline, the first. So let's say, so now you know that I have passed materialized as table, right? So if I just change it here in my, let's say, models dot, like here, if I create the YAML file, I can create that. No need to worry. But again, if I just in my code, I mention this thing, let's say config, like you can just pass the config like normal config. Okay. Like you can just simply pass, this is called a Jinja, but you do not need to worry at all. We will simply cover Jinja in detail, but this is like normal, very simple Jinja. So you'll simply say double curly braces, materialized equals to table, or basically materialized equals to view. And do you know what? What will happen? It will say now view will be created. Okay, now it will say view will be created. Now if you just run it again, if you say DBT run, and if you just want to run everything, let's say, just say DBT run, do not need to select anything. Now it will create a view. Really? Yes. Now it will create a view. And you can see it complete successfully. Now if I just open Snowflake, you will see, refresh it, view. Why? Because it took the maximum precedence. These are some of those things which you would expect in, you can say, senior level positions, because you actually need to know, or you need to actually read so many papers, so many documentation to actually know everything like this. But obviously this is Ansh Lamba's project, so you will be learning everything, right? Very good. So now let's talk about something called as sources. What are sources? Okay. It is very interesting. Okay. So sources in DBT. So if we talk about sources and why sources, why do we need sources, man? Sources are very important. So let's say for now, we want to load some data from the staging, right? From the staging. What did we do? We simply applied the select statement and we have the data in the raw layer. Yes, we didn't create the raw layer, we will be creating it, but we can do that. Do you know what? This is easy. This is not a big deal. This is easy. But what is the thing? If I just perform this thing without sources, I will not get the lineage. What do I mean? I will only see that this particular object is created, this one, using what? Using DBT, this one, using DBT models, right? So I will see that, but the lineage will look like this. Let's say only this particular table. Let's say model name is list bronze. Let's say this is my model name, and you already know that we get the model name on the basis of the model that we create. So this is the lineage. That's it. Now tell me one thing. I have created this particular table or view. I know its lineage. I know that it is coming from this particular schema. If there's a new developer, if there is a new person, how would that person know that it is coming from this particular staging schema? How? One thing is you can read the code, But sometimes code is not very much straightforward. You cannot get to know while looking at the code, and it takes a lot of time. And when we want to look at the lineage, we want to see the lineage. So if we want to enable lineage from the source, and if we want to look at something like this, let's say like this, let's say this is list stage, right? Let's say we want to build lineage like this. So in that scenario, you need to create a source for this. Only then you can see that. Let me just show you. If you see the lineage of this particular model, the current model, will you see the lineage? Obviously no. And how do I know? Just click on lineage. And this is the only lineage. This is the demo model. From where it is coming? Where is that particular staging object like this? Because I didn't create any kind of source. So you need to create a source if you want to enable the lineage on top of your source. Simple, makes sense. And how you can just create a source, or basically you can create sources, multiple sources. So here we will be creating a folder, and I can delete this demo folder because this is not required anymore. Perfect. So now I will create a folder called sources. Make sense? And within this sources, I will create one file. Okay, and this will be a YAML file, because YAML is the heart of DBT, because this is the kind of configuration that we are trying to do. So I'll simply say sources.yaml. And now how you can just create the sources? You simply need to go on Google and simply say DBT sources, because you simply need to grab the code which is written in the documentation and then source configuration. Simple. Add sources to your DAG and see. This is a very good example for it. So I will simply copy the code and I will explain it in my anti-gravity code editor. So what we are trying to do here, I want to create a source, and I will first of all provide the name of that source. Let's say I want to say snow source. But usually, do you know what? We simply put the name of our schema. That is a best practice. I will simply say staging, right? And what is the database name? Database name is Airbnb, as you all know. So what will be the staging name? The schema name is staging. Simple. Now I need to put the table names. What are the tables available? I have listings, I have bookings, I have name, I think there was one more table, I think host. Perfect. These are the three tables that I have. And remember, in YAML, indentation is very important. So this is the first level, and then you will hit tab, or you can say 2 spaces, 1, 2, because when you hit tab, it creates like 4 spaces, but in YAML, it is a good practice when you add 2 spaces. That's it. And then within the name, you will provide this database, this schema, and then again tables. So if you will read this particular YAML from the JSON perspective, this is the parent key. Okay. Then within the sources, these are the arrays. These are what? Arrays. List. And within that list, we have again a dictionary, name, key value pair, database, key value, schema, key value. Then tables, we have this list. That's how you read YAML. And just for your simplicity, first of all, let me just complete it. So I just have these sources. I don't have other sources. So I will simply create one source. So just for your simplicity, I will just show you here as well. Let me just open this code editor. Convert this YAML into JSON, because whenever you are just working with YAML for the first time, you should always imagine those YAML code into JSON so that you can understand better. So now it will give me the response. Let's see if it works fine. Okay, so this is the JSON. Let me just paste it here. Not paste it, like it is fine here as well. So see, sources is the key, and then I have the list. This hyphen shows the item of the list. So I have the list, and within that list, I have again a dictionary of key value pairs. See, key value, key value, key value, key, and value is again a list. See, exactly same stuff. Simple. That's how you interpret YAML. Now just tell me, is it complex now? Obviously no, because now you can see the JSON parallelly and you can just get to know. That's how you learn, right? Good. So this is my sources. So I have created these sources. Make sense? Now do you know what I will do? I will go to this models folder and I will create one more folder, and I will just, let's say, call it as demo. just for another demo so that you can also see. Okay, and not just like see, let's create our main bronze folder. Okay, let's rename it and let me just call it as bronze, because now I want to load all of the tables, right? So what I will do, I will go to bronze, I will create 3 files. So first file will be my bronze listings.sql. okay, and then I want to create another one which is bronze hosts.sql, and then I want to create bronze bookings.sql. Perfect. So now what I will do, I will not change anything from this parent, you can say project.yaml. Let me just keep it as is. But here this time I will add one YAML file here at the models level. Remember, models level. I will say properties.yaml. Perfect. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? Remember the order? Remember this order? This one? If we define anything in the dbt project.yaml, this is the least precedence. Then models, then inline. You know how to do it in this. You know how to do it in this way. Now you will learn how to pass the properties at the models level, right? Okay, makes sense. Now you have opened this particular properties.yaml. Now I will create the properties. Now there are so many ways to create the properties. Again, you can just simply copy the properties.yaml file from the documentation, and this properties look exactly same, but there are some changes. Let me just show you. If let's say I want to define materialization in profiles YAML DBT. Let's see if we get anything. Materialization. Okay. Now perfect. So see here also we are seeing 3 things. Project file, which is this one. Model file is this one. Model means that your inline code, and then property file. This is the property file. See, I can copy the code and I can just paste it in my anti-gravity, and see, this is the thing. So now what I'm doing, I'm simply saying that, hey, these are the models. Okay. And I want to create table for each model created under bronze. Okay. That's how I do it. See, now I can save it. Now I don't need to worry about what is written here. What is written here, dbt project.yaml. Now I can simply handle the modifications on my models level. And this is not just limited to materialization. There are so many other properties that you will see along with this particular project. Makes sense? But this is the fundamental. Once you understand this, only then you can understand those things. You need to grow step by step. Make sense? So now I have changed the materialization in the models, in the folders level. Make sense? So now what I will do, I will simply create my query. Okay. So I can go to bronze listings and I will simply write my query. And this query looks like very simple. Select asterisk from. Now this time I will not write Airbnb staging. No, because this time I'll use my source. So I'll simply say source, and then I can simply say what is the source name. Make sense? What is the source name? Source name and the table name, both. So let's simply write the source name. Source name is, I think, staging and listings. And this is a kind of variable. So I'll simply put double braces and double braces here as well. Perfect. So now I can run it, or basically save it first of all. Now I will show you something called as compile. Now if I just simply compile this code, do you know what? I will see this thing. See, now I have put here a variable, but the value of this variable is airbnb.staging.listings. So actually behind the scenes, this code will be running, but I have passed this particular variable. And what is the advantage of it? I will see the lineage, and I can just show you. If I open the terminal, if I go to, let's say, lineage for more time, just refresh it. Or let me just open the terminal for more time. So go to lineage, bronze listings. Okay. Let me just minimize it. Details. Perfect. So now we can see that particular listings is coming connected with bronze listings, but previously we were not able to see it because we didn't have any kind of source. Okay. And just make sure it is like refreshed because it takes some time to run it. So now we can see this listing. Now, basically this lineage is very important in the real world projects, and you cannot build any project without lineage. Okay. Now let me just copy this code in host as well. And here I will just change the code to host, save it, the bookings, perfect. And I can simply see the lineage here as well. Perfect. So now it's time to run all of the models. Make sense? Let's run all of the models. So now what will happen? Let me just run all of the models, go to terminal. And before running the model, you can also run one command. It's called DBT compile, because we want to first of all make sure like there are no errors before running anything. Simply say DBT compile. So it will simply compile first of all, and then it will run it. Runtime error, no DBT project, obviously. And we know the reason, because we need to run CD, AWS, DBT, Snowflake, and see, that's how we can just identify the errors before seeing the error. Now just say DBT compile and let's see. DBT compile running with DBT. Perfect. Concurrency 1 threads. Okay, perfect. So there are no errors. Found 3 models, 3 sources, 520 macros, and everything is fine. 520 macros, yes, because it has created so many macros by default, so it's fine. So now I will say DBT run, and I want to run all of the things. So I will simply run it and let's see what happens. Concurrency 1 thread. Okay. Everything is succeeded and it was really quick. And you know what? Now you know that we can see our raw layer created. See, under the DBT schema. Yes. Not under raw, but under DBT schema. But it has created all of these views. Why view, Ansh Lamba? Because you created something called as table. Yes, I know that. And that's a very good question. So now if I open the models, right? And if I open the properties.yaml, now what happened? I said, hey, all of these models should be materialized as table. Okay. Now if I just go to bronze, I have 3 files. If I just go to sources, are different, so we do not need to worry about that. So we have 1, 2, and 3. So all of these 3 are just views, but not tables. Why? Because this particular code is actually not linked to this models. Okay. So here we need to say that we want all of the model names. Make sense? Because each model is a model name. Because that is the difference. If you want to handle the configurations in bulk, you should always handle it here. So let's say dbt project.yaml, and if let's say I want to handle the configuration, so what I will do, I will simply say bronze, and I will say all of these bronze tables will be my table. If I do this, it will work. But if I still want to use, let's say bronze, if I just want to still use a configuration in the bronze folder, what I need to do, I need to create a dedicated properties.yaml file in each folder. Yes. So let's say I will move this file here, move, and this properties.yaml file. Now I can just name every model, bronze bookings. Okay. And then second one, name, bronze host, bronze list. That's how you can do it. What is the advantage of it? See, there's no advantage, there's no disadvantage. It's all about the convenience. It's all about the requirements. Sometimes, let's say, let me just show you one thing. Let's say you want to materialize everything as tables. So you provide it here, but you want to just materialize this particular bronze bookings as view. So this is a requirement. So that's why you use a combination of both. So now what will happen? DBT project will say, materialize everything as table. Okay. Properties will say, bro, but this bronze bookings will be materialized as view, not as a table. Why? Because it will take the precedence. If I now run it, now you will see DBT run and other 2 tables will be tables and there will be 1 view in the Snowflake. And you can see that. Okay, so it is done. Let me just show you here. Let me refresh. See, now there are 2 tables and 1 view. Simple. That's how you just build the things. But I want to create a table to be honest. Okay. And I do not want to manage the properties of bronze from here. It's fine. I can simply remove it. But there are some things that we'll be discussing in the future regarding the properties. So that's why I created it just for you. Okay. But the best practice is we should manage it from the parent. Okay, and if there is like a specific requirement, then we should only do this. Make sense? Good. Good. Now our bronze is ready, right? Our bronze layer is ready. So now you built everything in the bronze layer, and in the bronze layer, it is a property of bronze layer. We do not apply any kind of transformations. Make sense? Because it is not a good practice to apply any kind of transformation in the bronze. Okay. But now we'll be learning about something called as Jinja, because now from this point onwards, you need to apply so many advanced transformations in silver and gold layer. And before that, you need to learn so many things, including Jinja. Because so far you'll be like, what is Jinja? What is Jinja? What is these two curly braces? So these are all Jinja. Like this is a macro, but yeah, this is made up of Jinja. So let me just tell you what are Jinja functions. And even before discussing about Jinja, there's one more thing. I was just waiting like someone will ask this question, and because I immediately asked this question when I was learning this. Okay. So the question is, if I go to Snowflake, now obviously if I refresh it, there are two tables, one view, because we didn't run the updated model, but everything is being created under DBT schema, which is the default schema. Now, if I want to create the objects in the schema called, let's say, bronze, how we can do that? How? Obviously, because in the real world, we need to build the tables objects in the bronze schema, silver schema, gold schema. We cannot call it as like DBT schema. Yes, right? So in that particular scenario, you need to create a properties file if you just want to create a schema. Okay, that's where the concept of properties, the real use case of properties come into the picture there. Okay, so let me just show you. If I say schema in DBT, so if you say schema, I want to see it for model. Yeah. So currently, so this is dbt project.yaml. This is fine because this is for models. So currently, if I just zoom it a little bit, you will see that we can define the schema in our dbt project.yaml. Okay. dbt project.yaml. This is a kind of configuration. This is a kind of property, right? So I can say, hey, whatever models I am building under this project, this folder, I want to create the schema as bronze. Whatever models I'm creating under silver, I want to keep the model as silver and then gold. That's how I can do it. That's how I can do it. Make sense? And if you will see it, you can also see like how we can just build the models, or we can just also override the schema in the inline as well. I am not a big fan of making changes in inline because it is very hard to track those things. You should always make the changes in the at the parent level so that you can easily track back. Make sense? So what do I mean? So let's say I want to create this particular table, but under which schema? I want to create under schema, let's say bronze. So if I just go to the code, I will see that I can just use this configuration, right? I can use this configuration. Perfect. Schema equals to marketing. I want to keep it as bronze. I can do it. It's not a big deal. I can do it. But I'm not a big fan of this. I am not a big fan of this. So what I will do, I will make the changes in the DBT project. Make sense? So here I can just tell them like, what do I actually need? So let's say materialized is this one. And I think there will be a option for schema as well under the folder name. See, folder name and then plus schema. Same way. See, same way. We have materialized. Same way we have schema. Schema is bronze. Perfect. So now what will happen? All of the models under bronze folder will be created under bronze schema. Let's try. Yes, let's try. So if I say clear and if I say dbt run, and you will see that now all of the models will be created under bronze. Really? Let me show you. So you will see that here. Wow. Yes, it has created everything under bronze schema, but still it has picked this particular prefix. This is called macro behind picking the default schema. Again, this is what? Macro behind picking the schema name. So what it does, it simply picks your schema name that you provide, which is called bronze, but it will always add this particular prefix. Always. always by default. Ansh, Lamba, it makes sense. But is there any way we can remove or basically get rid of this particular prefix because it doesn't look good? Yes, you can do that. So you can simply go to default schema name DBT. There's a macro that you can just override it. It's called custom schemas. So whenever we just want to use schema, so this is a macro behind it. You are not writing this macro. You are using this macro by default. Okay. So if you want to override, basically remove that prefix, you need to remove this part of the block, which is called default schema. Wow. Yes, you want to do this. So I will simply copy this code, this one, and I will go to my folder called macros. And there will be already a folder called macros C, and there's no macro inside it. So you can create a macro with the same name that we can see it here, generate schema name. Yes, we need to use this macro. Okay, generate schema name. So I will simply go to anti-gravity. I will create a file, let's say with the same name, generate schema name.yaml. Not YAML, I think it's SQL. Perfect. SQL or YAML? Let's confirm. I think it should be SQL because this is a macro. Okay, let's test it. So now what I will do, I will paste this code and I will remove this thing. See this thing. Okay, I will remove this thing. So what it will do, it will simply pick the custom schema name and that's it. Wow, literally wow. So now let's try to just run this. Let's see what happens. DBT run and DBT registered concurrency one thread. Okay, perfect. Now I can see start SQL table name bronze.bronze bookings. Okay, but now we do not have DBT schema. Why? Because we have created this macro and every time this macro runs in the background and we have removed that piece of code which was adding that particular custom thing. Again, advanced thing, because see, these are the things which will come in your interview and you need to be pro in these areas because it is very easy to build that simple basic scratching level project. But if you want to go deeper, you have to cover all of these things. Make sense? So let's quickly test our Snowflake and let me refresh. Okay, so now I have finally the bronze schema without any kind of special prefix and I can see all of the tables as well. Remember, all three are tables. Perfect. Now we need to talk about something called as Jinja. Now, what is Jinja first of all? Jinja is a kind of templating language that allows us to write or basically add parameters within our SQL code. So for example, let's say I'm writing this particular SQL code, bronze.sql. So this is also a kind of variable, right? A kind of special parameter variable. Obviously this is a function, but you can just imagine. So let's say I want to do something. So there's a special folder to do some exploratory analysis. Go to analysis and here you can just simply say playing. Why? Because this is a special folder which will not be added in your deployment or development. It is just for the analysis that you can just run. So let's say I want to do it like this. Select asterisk from, and by the way, how can I now read the data created in the bronze schema? Because for our staging we created the source, right? But how can we read the data stored in the bronze layer? So there's a special function for it. It's called reference, and we just need to say bronze bookings. Why? Because we just need to pass the model name, which is here. Okay, and it will automatically fetch it. So if I run it, if I see the output, I will see it. Let's say query results, and if I run it, I should see the data. Okay, and if I see the compiled code, I will see the exact SQL query. Yes, this is a SQL query. That is fine. Now let's say I want to filter out the records. Okay, I want to filter out the records based on a variable. What do I mean? I want to do it like this. Let's say where booking ID, or basically let's say nights booked. Let's say nights booked greater than 1. I want to filter out the data based on this. I can run it like this. It's not a big deal. Let me run it and you will see the data. Why I'm seeing this error again and again? So annoying. Okay, perfect. So now I can see every record is filtered out, but this is hard coded. Now if I want to make it dynamic, if I want to make it modularized, then I can use Jinja. Okay, and let me just give you a quick documentation as well if you want. Jinja documentation, and Jinja is very popular in the web development area because they integrate Jinja with HTML and CSS a lot, especially with HTML, but we use Jinja within our data engineering workflows as well, in the modern data engineering workflows. So this is the detailed Jinja documentation that you can go and read. This is like a very, very detailed one, but if you just want to see the practical and short one, you can simply say Jinja DBT, and it has provided a very concise and very good documentation. Jinja and macros, and this is a page for it, and you can generally look at the examples, because this is the area where you will actually see it and you will apply that thing and you will see the magic. You will say, oh yeah, this is really, really helpful. Makes sense? You can just read it. It's really helpful, but you do not need to worry because I am here to help you a lot. So just sit back and relax. So let's say I now want to add a kind of variable. Okay, a kind of variable. Okay, so now what I will do, I will add a variable using curly braces and percentage sign. Okay, that is the syntax for it. I will say set bookings equals, let's say 1. Okay, let's say 1. Now what I can do, I can say where nights, or basically let's say booking nights or nights booked. I want to create a variable, nights booked. This is a variable. Okay, this is a variable, and I can even show you this is a variable. So I will say where nights booked greater than nights booked. So this is now a variable. Wow. So now if I compile this code, you will see select asterisk from Airbnb.bronze bookings. And where is that my thing? Where is that? Where? Let me do, okay, makes sense. Okay, because I didn't do that, so I didn't refresh it. Okay, so let me just click here on the compile DBT preview. Perfect. I can see that thing where nights booked greater than 1. Wow. So now this 1 is equivalent to this variable. That's how you can integrate variables and parameters in your SQL code. Amazing, right? Because when you can just do this combo, you can do a lot of things, because this is very simple example. Now, obviously we're going to go deeper and deeper and deeper, and I have created a list of examples. Okay. And I will just cover it one by one because I want to provide you a deep knowledge of Jinja, because Jinja is the core, is the major part of DBT development. Make sense? Now let's cover some, you can say, complex things. Okay. Now let's say, if I want to add if else condition. Okay, if else condition. Let's say I want to add a kind of flag, because this example will be directly applicable to the next step. That's why I'm just telling you this. Let's say I want to say flag. When flag equals to 1, okay, then I want to write my code in a different way, otherwise in a different way. Let me just tell you what do I mean. So let's say my flag is 1. So I will say select asterisk from this. If my flag equals to 1, then I will simply say, first of all, if, okay, flag equals to 1, which is this one. Then I will say where nights booked equals to 1, and else if, elif, or basically else where nights booked less than 1, or basically equals to 1. Make sense? So what it will do? It will say you need to select everything, but if flag equals to 1, then run this where statement. If flag is not equals to 1, that means else. You need to run this statement. That means you can simply put if and else cases in your select statement as well. Okay, now let's see the code. Now see, greater than 1. If I say 2, so what will be the compiled code? Compiled code will become, so it is not refreshed. So let me just refresh it and let me just save it. Perfect. and refresh. Oh man, this is not refreshed. So set flag equals to 2, and let me just go here. Yeah, perfect. Now it is refresh. It takes some time, but yeah. And we can even run this code if I just try to run it, and you will see it here as well. Perfect. See, that's the magic of Jinja. Now one last step, and after that we will just simply applying it because enough knowledge is provided. So I want to run something like this, and this is like very good example. This is for like for loop. Okay, and I can keep this file here so that you can also use it. Let me just rename it. I will say if else. Wow, capital if else. If else. Who is using caps lock, man? If else. Now let me just create a for loop, or let's say loop dot SQL. Perfect. And see, this is the power of this extension as well. Otherwise, this is not a SQL file. Is this a SQL file? SQL cannot just render this. So if we have picked the right SQL file, only then we can just run all of these things. Make sense? Okay, good. So now let's say I want to pick some columns instead of all the columns. Let's say I want to put booking ID, listing ID, and booking amount. Just these three columns. So I'll simply say %set columns equals this list, nights booked, and then booking ID, and then I want one more column which is called total amount, or basically booking amount. Perfect. These are my columns that I want. This is a list of columns that I want, right? Now I will build the select statement dynamically. Let me just show you. So I'll simply say select. See, this is the power of anti-gravity. I'm just getting all of the code suggestion as well. It is very handy whenever you are developing something. So I will simply say select, and now I will run my for loop for column in columns. Columns is the list, and then I want to add the column value. The column value is night booked. Make sense? And then I'll simply say end for, and that's it. And do you know what? This is partially correct. Let me just tell you why. If I just see the rendered code, I will see select column name from this column, this table. Ansh Lamba, what is wrong? See, I am having here comma. Do we add comma in the last column name? No. So there is a special function in Jinja, especially for handling these kinds of things. I will simply add one if condition for this comma specifically. So I will simply say if not loop.last, only then add comma, otherwise do not add anything. Make sense? Read it again. For loop column in columns 1 1 1. Perfect. It will add the column. But if the item of the loop is not the last item, then add this comma as well, otherwise do not add anything, and then add end for. Simple. This is the code for it. Simple. Now if I just render it, now you will see everything is fine. Again, like it will take some time to refresh. Bro. Let me just look at. So it takes some time, but I know if I run this, it should run fine. Okay, let's directly run this. It takes some time, like especially for rendering. So if I run this, it will not throw any error because in the last item we are not adding any comma. See, I got these three columns, and let me just check it now. It is still like giving me the previous record. So you know this, like there is no comma because that is why it worked fine. Otherwise it would not have worked fine, right? So that's how you can just use for loops, if conditions within Jinja. This is the backbone of Jinja. Once you understand this, you are good to go. You do not need to master Jinja because you just need to learn those things which are relevant for your industry, for your domain. And if statement, for loop, list, column name, these are the relevant stuff. This is still not refreshed. Okay, no worries. Make sense? Was it helpful? I love Jinja a lot whenever I just build stuff, and you will love Jinja a lot because in this project we're gonna master Jinja. Okay, and now your fundamentals are built. I'm putting extra effort just to cover your fundamentals so that you do not need to struggle between the project, because this is like a kind of portfolio project but covering from scratch. This is a kind of masterclass. So just drop a lovely comment if you're just finding it helpful so far. I'm just putting so much for you. Okay. So now what I'm going to do, I will go to my model, which is called bronze. There's a one problem with this particular model. Ansh Lamba, what problem? So the problem is currently I am loading all the data from the source. Yeah. So what? Let's say I am adding more data in the source. Let's say tomorrow I'm having more number of bookings, right? So in that particular scenario, I will load all the data. And should I add all the data? In today's era, we just work with incremental data, right? So if you want to add incremental data, I will be applying that logic using Jinja. Okay, let me just show you how you can just apply that logic. Make sense? Make sense? Make sense? And before running this DBT model, we will build a kind of analysis version of it so that we can see the query as well. Basically see the, you can say, output as well, first of all. So how we can just do that? So now what I will do, I will simply go to analysis and I will create a demo file here. Okay. Because I want to first of all run it. I can also run it here as well. So not a big deal. Let's do it directly here. We like risk. Okay, perfect. So now currently I am loading all of the data from here, from the source. Perfect. Now I don't want to load all the data from the source, and just to give you the insight like how incremental load works. I know a lot of you will already know this, like how incremental load works, but let's discuss it quickly because incremental load is not exactly what you are thinking. Okay. And with the course of time, it is just changing a lot. The trend, especially incremental load. Okay, perfect. So what incremental load does, so let's say this is my staging, right? This is my staging and it has the data till, or let's say from 10 years back. Okay, from 10 years back, let's say it has data from 2010, 2015, let's say 01 till 2015 12th, and today is 26th of December. Okay, perfect. So let's say it has the data from this to this. Perfect. For now, for today. So you loaded this data to the bronze, right? To the bronze. All the data. Yes. Now everything is fine. Everything is fine. Now let's say you have this data and now in your source, you added one more transaction, basically transaction for one more day, which is from 12th or 26th to 12th or 27th. Make sense? So this is the new data. Okay. Nothing fancy, nothing special. This is the new data. Now, if you are loading all data again and again, so second day you will load all of this data again. All of this data again. See, does that make any sense? Does that make any sense? This is the day 2. But here, if you have incremental load, right? If you have here incremental load, you will not load this data. You will never load this data. You will only load this data, only this one. This is incremental load, and this is the necessity of today's era. You cannot load so many data because data is growing so rapidly. You cannot load all the data. And how you can just apply that logic? It is very simple. Not very simple, but now it is simple because now you know how to do it. So now how you can just do that? I will simply use the Jinja function and I will create a variable called, you can say initial, or let's say incremental flag. Incremental flag. Because some tables are very, very small, so you cannot just apply incremental load on those tables. That is fine, but most of the tables are big, so you are giving the liberty to the user, like which table should have incremental load and which table should not. I will simply say incremental flag equals to 1 because I want incremental load for this table. Common sense? Okay, good. So incremental flag equals to 1, and obviously incremental load always gets applied on a specific column, right? So I will simply say set incremental, not date or basically column, or let's say column equals to something. In our case, what is that particular thing? If I simply run this just to see like what is the output of it, because I want to see the date. I think the date column was, let me check. So booking date is the date column, not booking date. I think it is a created ad, because created ad is the transaction date. Okay, transaction date means when this data was added in the database, right? So created ad is the column name. So I will simply say created ad. Okay, perfect, created ad. So now what I will say, select asterisk from this table. Yes, for sure. But if incremental flag equals to 1, that is, then I will add my where clause, where incremental column greater than select max of incremental column from this table, right? So now here comes the tricky part. Now you will say, Ansh, Lamba, we are just loading this data, the max of this from this incremental column. That is fine. Max of incremental column. But how we can just get the data, because we want to see the date, the last date of the current column, right? Let me just explain, only then you will understand. So let's say this data, this 2015-0101, and we have data till 2025 instead of 2015, 2025, 2025, and 2025. This is 2025. Okay, perfect. So now here we have the 2025 data. Now just tell me one thing. When we didn't load this data, okay, this data doesn't exist now. Okay, when we didn't load this data, or even this one. Okay, now this table is empty, and you can say this data is also not there. You can just imagine this is not here. Okay, makes sense. And let me just hide it here. Perfect. So now this data is not there. Perfect. So now what date I need to pick to load all the data? You will say, Ansh, Lamba, everything after 2015. Yes, but do you know the date of this? No. But do you know what? In the industry, what we do? We just pick a very small date. For example, 190101. Okay, the date is 190101. This is the date that we pick, that load all the data greater than this. Load all the data which is greater than this. Make sense? Let's say this date. So obviously 2015-0101 is greater than this. So we will load all the data, all this data. So all of this data will be here, like this. Now comes the tricky part. Now we know that we have the data matching, but on the second day we have data like this. Perfect. Now what should be the date? What should be the date that I need to pick for my next day load? The answer is the maximum load of this particular table, which is a target table, not this one, the target table, right? So I will store this information in my code. That's exactly I am trying to do here in my code. Perfect. So now if I just open anti-gravity, you will see that here from, instead of using bronze, the same table, basically this one, I know that this table name is bronze bookings. I know this, but I want to make it more dynamic. And you know what? There's a special function called this. Okay, this means this model, this table. Wow, this is like more dynamic, right? That's how we can just work with it. And there's one more thing. This query will work after the first load. But what about the first load? Because first time it will not get any maximum value, right? This is a basic question that you can ask. Because when this table is not there, what is the maximum value? Nothing. So we will add something called as coalesce. Coalesce of this value. Yes, exactly. Coalesce of this value with 1900, or basically you can say 2000 will also work, but yeah, 19000101. Perfect. Make sense? Understood? So if we have any maximum value that we will be having after first load, and for the first load, we'll simply set the value as 190101. Perfect. Let me just show you the compiled version of it. Wow, we have some errors. Really? I think so, because that's only we should see this thing. Okay. So now what is the error? Let me just see. Select asterisk from this column. Makes sense. Okay. And okay, created at greater than this. Okay, I found it. So here we also need to add single quotes, because whenever we are just talking about this thing, we add single quotes as well. Make sense? Let's see if it resolved the issue, because maybe this is not refreshed. So I can also try running this and let's see what happens, because the thing is we should not see any data because we already have the data in the target table. Make sense? So we should not see any records. If we do not see any records, that means our code is fine. If we see errors, obviously we need to debug it, and we will debug it, don't worry. Compilation error. Yes, we have the error. View detailed. So let me just read the error message. Got incremental flag. Makes sense. Yeah, we passed it. And child process. Okay. Got incremental flag. So we have passed the incremental flag. Okay, makes sense. Equals to 1. I see. I think we didn't add this percentage sign. Makes sense. Okay, now let's try, because we always add percentage sign. That's a common mistake. Silly mistake. I will simply try running this instead of compiling it. Okay, none type object. Okay, this is now a different error. It is saying none type object has no attribute project name. Okay, I think this is the thing. Let me just change it to ref bookings just to make sure like if this is the error or not. No. View detail error. None type object has no attribute project name. Okay. After doing thousands of mismatches, I am finally able to run this. So I removed this single quotes. Okay. And I just put here reference bookings, bronze bookings. Why? I know like why it was showing some error because of this, because if I am using here this, it will work while running the DBT model, but it will not work while you can say running this query. Why? Because see, our schema name in DBT project is this one. It is not here. I think examples profile. Yeah. So here the schema name is this one, DBT schema. Make sense? But if I say this means it will run that particular schema. It will not run the model from here because we have changed the schema name in the file, right? In the DBT project. Where it is that? See? So that's why I'm using it here as reference bronze bookings. Make sense? Make sense? But we can just change it while running it in the model. And if I simply click on compile, it runs fine. Now let me just finally click on this run button and let's see what happens. Perfect. That's what I'm expecting. No rows. Why? Because we have already loaded all of the data in the bronze, as you can see here. So see, if I have all the data here, right? If I have all the data here and I have no data here, so what will happen? It will return 0 because the max date is 2025 12/26. It will say I want all the data, select asterisk from this table greater than this date. Do we have any data? Obviously no. So that is why we are seeing 0 records. That means our data is working fine. That means our table is working fine. Wow. But do you know what? The moment I delete the records from here, let's delete the record. Let's make sure our data is working fine. The new table. I will simply say delete asterisk from table name is bronze. Schema name is bronze. Delete from bookings, or let's say bronze bookings. Okay, let's delete everything. Now you will see that it will load all the data. Why? Because this time, if I run this, it will bring the data because we do not have any kind of data sitting there. And see, it brought the data. Wow. It brought the data. Makes sense. So that means we didn't have any kind of data. We didn't have any kind of max date because max date is null. So it brought 19000101 and it loaded all the data. This is the power of it. This is the power of it. Let's apply this logic. let's apply this logic for all of the other tables as well, because we want to apply this thing to all of the tables. Host and host. Perfect. Host and host. Let me quickly run it. And perfect. So it ran fine. Let's say listings. So that's how you perform incremental load with DBT with Jinja. Make sense? Okay. Listings and listings. Perfect. If I run this, I will see no data. Perfect. So now let's actually try to compile this. DBT compiler. Compiler. Wait. DBT compile. And let's see, everything is fine. No project. Oh man. CD, AWS, DBT, Snowflake, project. And DBT compile. Perfect. Okay. We have some errors. Errors or what? Okay, because it ran fine, but it is saying traceback in wrapper, arguments, functions, encountered an error, registered adapter. Okay, what is this kind of error? Because it ran fine. Model, found a cycle, does this, bronze listings. Oh, found a cycle, okay. In link graph, okay, let me just check what is the issue. And where did we find the thing? In the listings, okay. Reference listings, okay. Staging is listings, bronze listings, incremental. Oh, because we do not have created add column, I think there. But I think we do have, I don't know. And this ran fine, I think, when we run this. Yes, this runs fine, and we have created add here as well. So what is the issue? Let me check. Okay, so it ran fine because this time I just used this instead of using that column name, because I told you it works fine when you just want to run this. But if you are just building this thing, you have to use this model. That means this is the current model instead of hard coding that particular value, like using from and then the column, basically the table name. Makes sense? So see, DBT compile works fine now, finally. Okay, perfect. Now I will say DBT build, and let me just delete all of the data, existing data. So delete from bookings. Perfect. And if I say delete from bronze listings, and if I say delete from host, perfect. So we have deleted all the data. Now let's say DBT run, and let's wait for the data. So it succeeded. Very good. Very well done, bro. Very well done. But you know what? We do not need to do all of these stuff. Really, like this was just to explain you the concept, obviously. And here we have something called as config provided by the DBT. It's called, you can say, config incremental equals to true. What does it mean? If you have incremental equals to true, or you can say this is a flag or basically a function or basically a key that is created by the DBT. So when you pass this particular incremental, you can say materialization. Basically, this is a kind of materialization. It is not like an incremental. So let me just correct it. Materialized equals to incremental. Perfect. So when I just pass this thing, so what happens in the back end? We are telling DBT, hey, you need to treat this table as an incremental table. Make sense? So this is a special kind of materialization that DBT has created. So now you will say, Ansh Lamba, earlier we created the variable and we use that variable in the Jinja. Now how we can just use this thing? So for that, DBT has created a function called isIncremental. So if I say isIncremental, that means this command will be running like this. Same way we ran this command like this. Same, nothing is changed. Just you are using the, what is this? Just you are using the configuration provided by DBT. Make sense? Make sense? Okay, let me just change this in all of the cases. DBT host and perfect. And this is a better and cleaner way, but yes, for the interviews, for the, you can say, understanding, for the learning, you need all of these things. listings, and perfect. Okay, now let's compile first of all. DBT compile. This error is very annoying, man. I don't know why it is coming. Every time I run the terminal, this error comes. Okay, so this is fine. So now I will say DBT run. Now let's see what happens. Okay, succeeded. Perfect. Make sense? Very good. Okay, that's cool. Now just for the surety, I will run this model for one more time. Why? Just to make sure it is not bringing the same records again and again. So I will simply say DBT run and it should only bring 0 records. Why? Because we know the things, right? So see, perfect, success 0, 0, 0. That means it brought just the 0 records. Perfect. And if I just run the count on this, I should see exact 200, not 400. Perfect. Now, you know the incremental load. I know it was tricky, but I tried my way best to make this concept easy to grasp and easy to understand with all of the dependencies, Jinja, everything. Now I will take you to the DBT code base and I will show you very interesting thing. Do you know what? You will say, Ansh, Lamba, everything is nice, but is there any way we can see what is the code, actual code running for our DBT models, or is it totally hidden? It is hidden, but you can access it. Okay, how? Can you see this folder target? Click on it. Just click on compiled or run. Any, because whenever you say DBT compile, it creates this folder. Whenever you say DBT run, it creates this folder. Okay. If I say run, and if I say bronze, or just not bronze, let's say demo. Okay, because we created the demo table, right? Just click on it and just click on this demo.sql and just open this. See, I told you that DBT uses this actual SQL command, see, create or replace view name as this is a select statement. So we pass this just select statement and DBT writes the everything for us. Wow. Now let's open the bronze folder and you know that we just created this bronze host, right? Click on this. See what it did. Begin, that means a SQL command. Insert into this host ID, host name on all those columns. Then select these columns and then from this table, bronze host DBT TMP. Did we write this thing? No. Who wrote this thing? DBT. So you are not writing those insert into, create, all those DBT or not DBT, all those DDL commands, DML commands, but you are just writing DQL commands, data query language commands, and every DDL and DML command is managed by DBT. Make sense? Good. Now let's try to learn something called as macros, because now we are just trying to build our silver layer, which is totally based upon the transformations. Make sense? Let's do it. So now what are we gonna do? We gonna proceed further with our next layer. Oh, by the way, we have so many garbage schemas, but yeah, simply ignore it. So currently we have bronze layer created. Now we are just going to develop the silver layer. Make sense? Okay. Makes sense, yes. And now if I will open my anti-gravity, the cool name, man, anti-gravity. Okay. And no relation with the code, right? Like VS Code makes sense, like it is a code editor. Anti-gravity. Google is amazing, man. Okay. So now let me just close all of the unnecessary tabs. And here you will also learn how you can just build macros. First of all, what are macros? Okay. Let me just close so many terminals. Tuck. Boom. Okay. So if I just talk about the macros. So let's say, have you ever created functions in any programming language? If your answer is yes, then macros are just like piece of cake for you. If you like eating cake, otherwise. Whew. So macros are nothing but a kind of function. In short. So let's say you want to write a code. Okay. And again, macros are also built using Jinja. That is why I discussed Jinja in detail so that you can understand all of the stuff. Yes. So macros are built using Jinja. So what you can do? So let's say you are a user, okay, and you have, let's say you are this user. Okay, let's keep it aside. So let's say you are this user and you have applied some transformations on this particular silver layer, like not silver layer, like bronze layer. So you are this person, okay, and you used, let's say, just DBT, or let's say any code, but for now let's say you use DBT but without macros. So what you will do, you will use this DBT, okay, and you will create a kind of silver layer, silver table using this thing. Make sense? Simple, because I haven't discussed anything fancy so far. Okay, so let's say you are this person. So now when you are just doing this transformation from bronze to silver, do you know what? You can build the logic. Let's say you build some transformations and so many other stuff. Like you did so many things, transformations. They can be so many things, cleaning, deduplication, custom columns, calculation, so many things, right? Multiplication, so many things. You did it. Okay, makes sense. Now, you did it for one table. Okay. Now, there are 10 more tables, 100 more tables. Will you just apply the same SQL code again and again? Will you? The answer is no. That is why we create something called as macros. Because once you create a macro, okay, there's a dedicated directory within the DBT. I will just show you, don't worry. There is a directory called macros. So what you will do, you will write your logic, okay, whatever logic you want to write, and you will save all of that logic in that directory. So what will happen? DBT will do the magic. It will convert all of that logic into something called as macro. Okay, and then you can use those functions in your SQL code like you use normally, like any function. Let's say if you want to use upper, lower, whatever, you can do it. This is called macro. Make sense? So whatever you are just doing the transformations, you are converting it as a function so that you can save your time. Make sense? I know you have a lot of time, but still just save a little bit of time. Okay. Okay, so now let's see how we can just build the macros. So let me just open the anti-gravity. It's like a very big name, anti-gravity. Just make some name like VS Code. It's short and simple. PyCharm, short and simple. Anti-gravity, like so big name, man. I hope like they should just rename it. Just take my feedback. Google, hey, Ansh Lamba this side. So by the way, the code, like the tool, the code editor is amazing. I'm just asking for the renaming it. Okay. So let me just go to macros. So for now, we have just created this macro. And by the way, we didn't understand the code at all because we simply wanted to apply that particular, you can say implementation, because we just wanted to implement that thing. But this is also a kind of macro. But we will not talk about it because this is not our macro. This is like DBT's macro. I will create my own macro. So let's say I want to create a kind of macro called, let's say, multiply. Okay, let's say multiply. So within this macro, I can write my logic. Let's say my logic says, and first of all, how you can just define the macro. It starts with curly braces. Okay. And then we simply write macro. That means the keyword macro. And then we write the macro name. Macro name will be, let's say, multiply. Make sense? Simple multiply. Okay. Now I will simply pass the parameters. I will simply say x, comma, y, because this is the multiplication of two columns. Make sense? So then I will do the return function, like what I want to perform. So I will simply say I want to perform x. Okay. And then I want to perform multiplication with y. Simple. Nothing fancy. Simple, like multiplication of two things, x into y. And then I will say end macro. So this is a very basic function. Very basic. Make sense? Make sense? Make sense? Make sense? So now just tell me one thing. If let's say you want to just perform multiplication, okay, so now obviously it performs multiplication, but if we have like float columns, it can generate a big digit including the decimals. So what I can do, I can simply say round, and I can say precision as well. So let's say precision will be 2 by default, or let's take the precision as well in the parameter. It will be like better. Precision. What is the spelling of precision? I think this is the spelling, bro. Oh, I is missing. Precision, and then I can say precision. So this is like more dynamic. Now I can use this function in my queries. Yes, like usually, like I just use any query, I can just use this as well. This is one macro, that's it. Makes sense. Now this is like a very common thing, and let's actually analyze it, or let's not analyze it, we will directly use it while we'll be just creating the silver layer. Okay, this is like one function that we want to do, we want to create. Okay, let's go to analysis, and let me just look at the, let me just say explore.sql, because I want to explore what do we have in our tables so that we can plan our macros. It is not like necessary thing that you have to build a macro for each transformation, but you should build macros for the repetitive transformation that can come again and again, right? Simple. Then I will simply say reference bookings or bronze bookings, I guess. Okay, let's run this and let's see. So this is like for bookings. What does it say? Depends on a node named bronze booking which was not found. Okay, reference bookings. What is the model name? It is called bronze booking. Okay. Select asterisk from analysis.aws.explore. What? Are you serious, bro? Let me just rename it with small bronze. Let's see if it works. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, Ings. What? What is this error? Okay, Ings. I simply refreshed it, and I was so sure like it is like an ambiguous error. Okay, so we have this bookings table. Okay, and let's try to find like what is the opportunity to basically do the transformation. So booking date is actually fine, and we can actually find the date out of this. So we will just do that, no need to worry. Nights booked and booking amount, we can use multiplication function that we have created macro for these two columns. We can create nights booked into booking amount, because obviously booking amount is like per night and these are like into 3. So we'll create one new column, cleaning fee as well. Okay, and service fee as well. So I think we can add those things after that, like plus, that is fine. And booking status is equals to confirmed and created at equals to this. That's fine. This is fine. This is like a neat and clean column. So we do not need much transformations. We just need only one basically transformation, right? So let's quickly create our silver table. So I will go to my models. I will create a new folder called silver. Perfect. And if you remember the learnings, we first need to provide the configuration here, because what type of materialization we need, right? So I need silver as materialized as table, and schema should be silver. Make sense? Very good. Perfect. And here I will create my silver model, and I will call it as silver bookings. Silver bookings.sql. Now you will see how you can use the materialization. And you know what? Not materialization, sorry, macros. And do you know what? We will be using a special function called Upsert. If you have not encountered situations of using Upsert is nothing but update plus insert. So what does it mean? Upsert means, let's say you have this data, right? You have this data and you are writing this data into silver, right? Good. And by the way, we will be creating 2 layers for silver, or yeah, 2 layers, or not 2 layers for silver, 1 layer for silver, but for the gold layer, we'll be creating 2 layers, because in today's era, we are dealing with two most popular layers. One is obviously star schema, which is dimension and fact tables. The other thing that industry is like strongly focusing on, one big table. It is called OBT. But yes, that thing we'll be discussing in the you can say gold layer. But silver layer is very simple. Some transformations and Upsert. Upsert is the backbone for the silver layer. You just need to understand this. So here what you will do, let's say you have some records or basically the IDs. Let's say like this. ID number 1. Let's say you have ID and you have, let's say, name. Just an example, okay? ID is 01. Name is, let's say, any name, let's say ABC. And then let's say ID is 02. And let's say name is XYZ. Make sense? Okay. Now, this data will go here. Simple. Nothing fancy. Okay. Makes sense. Now what will happen? This bronze data, this bronze layer will obviously having new data. Make sense? So now let's say on the second day, we have received some new data as well. Let's say 03 and this is EDF and we got one more record 01 which is updated for the new transaction and the name is changed from ABC to AAA. Now what will happen? Instead of adding both the records like this 03 and EDF and 01 AAA, it will do the upsert. That means if the record is new, it will update it. If the record is new, if it will insert it. See, the 03 was new, it inserted it. Here it will update it. See, it will become, let me just do a versioning. It will be better for you. Okay, so this is like V0. That means the 0th version. And this will become version 1. And this will be changed to AAA and it will insert the new record. This is called upsert. This is the concept of upsert. Make sense? And let's create the V0 here as well so that it will be much more clearer. Because my end goal is to make you understand the things. Okay. So whatever it takes, I will do. Okay. Now 03 is EDF and this is AAA and this is 01. Perfect. Make sense? So V0 is like this and V1 obviously it has added the stuff because the original version is also there. Because in the raw layer, we simply add the data. That's it. Only the incremental data and that's it. So this is V1. Perfect. You need to understand this. And perfect. So this is called upsert. Upsert means update or insert. Simple. Make sense? This is upsert. So we will be applying this logic in our silver layer because we do not want to keep on adding the records on the basis of row layer. No, we want to upsert it. Okay, we want to upsert it. Okay, now let me just open the anti-gravity. And now in order to do that, first of all, we will simply pass the config. Config is materialized equals to incremental. Yes, incremental is the basis for upsert. Okay. And now we will simply pass one more property which is called, I think key columns. Keys equals to ID. Whatever the, you can say key column is, we will simply pass that. Make sense? Like, see, whatever the key column is, whatever. Like if let's say key column is ID, product ID, here it will be, let's say booking ID. So whatever the key column is, we will simply pass that particular column in our config, upsert. And you can also see that documentation, upsert, DBT, because I will just provide all the material as well so that you can just go and read it. So see, this is just for the incremental. And if you scroll down, you should find it here. See, When you pass the unique key, exactly same stuff we have put, right? When you pass the unique key, it becomes Upsert. So if we do not pass the unique key, it will not apply Upsert. But if we pass the unique key, it will do the Upsert as well. Make sense? Very good. So this is called Upsert, and it is very easy. And if you just apply Upsert on your own, then yes, you would need to just use the delta tables. You would need to use PySpark to do that. And it is not a big deal. It is very easy, by the way. We have some amazing libraries in Delta Lake that we just use in Databricks, obviously, so that we can just apply the Upsert method. Makes sense? But here DBT is doing all of that heavy load, heavy working, heavy lift and shift for you. In Databricks, it is very easy. You can simply use delta object, and then you can simply apply merge, and we have some functions, and it is an amazing thing. Okay, I can just show you if you want to. Just an outsider knowledge. Upsert, because you should know the code as well, like what we do. Upsert into Delta Lake table using merge. So this is the Python code. See, so this is the code that you need to write if you are just applying Upsert on your own. It's not a very difficult one. It's very simple. You simply create an object for your delta object. It's called from delta.tables import delta object table. Then you simply create, let's say, a kind of object, which is this one, delta table dot for name, and then delta table. This is like optional thing. You can just skip it. Obviously, I'm not teaching here Databricks, but yeah, simply giving you some extra knowledge so that you can just use it in your interviews or in your journey in your career. Make sense? Okay, so just keep this knowledge. It will be helpful. So now let's get back to our anti-gravity. So now we just need to pass the key, and in our case, the key is booking ID. Booking ID. Perfect. So this is my configuration. Perfect. So now what I need to do, I simply need to write the select statement. I will say select, and I want obviously first of all booking ID. I want listing ID. I want booking date. Right. And I want, now I do not want night spent and all, nights booked. Now I will use a function, which is a macro. So I will say multiply, and here I will pass the column names. I will say nights booked. Okay. And we have booking amount. Booking amount, and precision I want to set as 2. Make sense? So this will become my I can say booking amount, or basically total amount. Not total amount, I will say booking amount. Total booking amount. Total booking amount. Makes sense. Then we have cleaning fee and service fee. That is fine. And I can actually add these columns as well, to be honest. Like I can simply say plus cleaning fee and that. Let's do that. It will make more sense. Plus, let's say cleaning fee, and plus, let's say service fee. Perfect. And let's say we don't have tax. Let's say total amount now. Makes sense. So we want this. Now we want booking status. Booking status and created at. Makes sense. And I want this thing from reference bronze bookings, as you all know. And that's it. That's it. This is my Upsert command. Let's try to see the compiled code. We have errors. Why? Okay. Let's close this. Let me just read the code. Okay, booking ID, this. Okay. Okay. I think this macros will be running because you cannot directly use macros. Yes, in order to use macros, you have to first of all, I think, build it, because these are something called as functions. These are not like your normal, you can say, the things that you can just use directly. So in order to use it, I think you need to first of all build it. So let's see. Let's first of all say compile. And if we see errors there, then we can say, yeah, there are some errors. And by the way, why it is throwing this thing as red? Okay. DBT project. Okay. Silver. So I simply indented this code and now it is working fine. Sometimes it messes up. So if you see any ambiguous errors, simply restart your code editor. Sometimes, because see, This extension is not very optimized. I have seen a lot of times like these kinds of issues, so just ignore that. But yeah, sometimes it is very frustrating, but it is what it is. So let's quickly try and go with this compile. Let's see what happens. So cd AWS DBT Snowflake project, and let's say DBT compile. DBT is not recognized as this. Yeah, obviously, because we didn't turn on the, in VS Code it automatically turns on the, what do you want, man? Scripts activate. The term.vnv is not recognized as name of the command. Let's open a new terminal. Okay, DBT compile. Let's see if it works. It worked fine. Okay, now what I'm gonna do, I will simply run it. Okay, I will simply run it. DBT run. By the way, there's one more command. It is called DBT build, and DBT build is very okay, we have an error. Okay, no worries. Complete one error, failed in model silver bookings. Okay, database error in model silver bookings. I invalid identified booking date. Okay, oh, we have 3 O. Wow, we just have like 1 O. Okay, perfect. Now let's run it for one more time. DBT run. Yeah, I was just saying that we have DBT build command as well, and I will just show that command when we'll be just building test cases as well. Are we covering test cases as well? Yes, bro, we're gonna cover everything. And currently we are just facing these issues. Now what is this issues? Expected 3 got 10. Oh wow. DBT, okay, round this. Okay, bronze cleaning services, compile code. I think I know the reason behind it. I think so, because if I see this macro, we cannot say plus. It can mess up. We can just do it in the later step, and or we can simply apply sum instead of doing this, right? But for now, we will simply add it in our next column, and like this. Service fee and comma, because I have seen this error when I just add plus sign. I think so. Let's say DBT run this time. Success. Error. Okay. Oh, again it is saying got 10. Why it is getting 10? Too many arguments for function. Round, bronze, booking. Oh, I see. Now I know the error. Now I will just show you what is the error. So we actually didn't test this macro first of all. Obviously, because we wanted to build directly. But do you know what? We need to like use single quotes while passing the values. Really? Yes. We cannot directly pass the column names. So if I say this thing, so I have to write like this. Okay. Only then it will work. Because see, we are simply passing the parameters, right? We are simply passing the parameters. So we cannot pass it like this, but still see if it works. Okay. It worked. Because we are passing the parameters. How we can just pass the parameters? There is no way to pass the parameters. So we have to encapsulate it in the single quotes. Okay, perfect. Now let me just go to my Snowflake and let's see if our data is ready or not. Let me refresh. Silver is there and silver table is there. Wow, silver bookings is there. Yes. Data preview. Let's see the data. Oh, we have everything. We have total amount as well. Perfect, man. Perfect. Amazing. Okay. So now what we're gonna do, we will build our next silver table, and this is our one macro. Perfect. Let's go to the analysis. Let's go to explore this time. Bronze listings. I think in listings we should have a lot of, you can say, opportunity to transform the data. I think so. Okay, so listing, we have listing ID, host ID, property type, okay, room type, city, country, and accommodates, bedroom. These are like normal numbers, okay. Accommodates and bedrooms and bathrooms and price per night. Should we apply multiplication between these like columns? Price per night, and do we have number of nights? No. Because obviously this is like a listing, so we cannot have that. Accommodates 3, bedroom 1, bathroom 2. No, we cannot apply any multiplication because this is just a kind of context. This is just a kind of, you can say, giving some information about the listing. That's it. Okay. So I think we can apply the transformation in the room type maybe. Makes sense? Like a kind of transformation. So I have a cool idea. Okay. And the idea is very, very cool. So see, we have everything, but we do not have that particular column, which is very handy while doing the analysis. For example, we have price per night, but we have price, let's say $84, $140, $215, $165, and blah, blah, blah. We do not have any kind of tag. Let's create a kind of column, and on the basis of that, it will create that tag. So let's say if the price is less than 100, it will say low. If the price is between 100 and 200, it is like medium. And if it is like more than 200, it will say high. Make sense? We will just simply add this column. This is like transformation number 1. And then what we need to do, we will apply one simple more transformation. And this transformation is very, very cool and very handy that we do like in lots of areas. We will simply capitalize this thing, property type. Simple. Because see, we want to simply apply the uppercase. That is the first thing. Okay. Then we need to apply the trimming as well. So let's say if there is any kind of special character between this or any kind of space, because sometimes we can get the spaces as well. So let's try to see how we can just apply multiple transformation in the macro. Make sense? So let me create the macro for it. I will simply go to the macros and I will say trimmer trimmer.sql. So I will say percentage macro trimmer. Wow. Trimmer is column name. Okay. So now what this trimmer will do, and why it is red by the way. Okay. So what this trimmer will do, this will apply multiple functions. Yes, multiple functions. Okay. Like what do we mean by multiple functions? See, it will create a basically chain of transformations. So first it will just apply trim and then it will apply upper. Okay. Okay. So in this particular case, we will apply multiple transformations. Make sense? And this is called basically the node and column and node. So we'll simply pass two things. Make sense? We'll simply pass the two things, column name and node. You will get to know what is node because we are now using the filters. There's a concept called filters in macros. So what I will do, I will simply say my column name. Okay, this is my column name, normal. Then I want to apply a filter called trim. There is an built-in trim filter for macros. I can just show you, don't worry. First of all, we will just apply trim. Then we will say upper. These are the built-in trim, like built-in functions, built-in filters basically, and macro. I can just show you. If I say trim filter Jinja, so you will see template designer. And obviously I told you that Jinja is like primarily used with HTML. So you are seeing all the examples in HTML, but that is not the thing. We are simply seeing how we can just apply some filters, and I can better say trim filter DBT. You will find the better documentation. Okay. Do we have, see, that's how we can just apply trim filter. This is the value of the column, and then this is the filter that we are trying to apply. Make sense? These are the built-in, you can say, filters that we have in DBT. Okay. So now I will simply go to my anti-gravity, and this is done, right? This is like one, you can say, column. And if we want to just use it, we do not need to pass two parameters. No, we simply need to pass only one parameter. This is like a built-in thing, node. Make sense? Okay. So this is like one kind of thing. Okay. Now let's try to create another macro. Yes, we are getting two macros here. So this macro will be called as tag.sql, right? So let's say I want to create a macro, basically a function, and always treat these macros as functions, as Python functions. So whenever you just write the Python function, you write it like this, right? Let's say def and function name and then parameters and do the logic. Same thing is here, bro, nothing different. So I will simply say macro and I will say tag and I will simply pass a column name. Simple. Column name. Or let's say, yeah, column. Simple. Column. So now what I will do, I will write my logic. So I want to now apply the logic based on the value, right? So I'll simply use if condition. If column is less than 100, okay, if less than 100, then I want to return, let's say, low, right? Now, if the value is between 100 and 200, I want to return medium and else high. Simple. This is my simple if condition that I want to apply. Nothing fancy, right? Simple, you can say function, but it is very handy, right? So now let's try to build our, what does it want? Let me just check. What do you want, bro? Could not run SQL format. Okay. Did you install SQL format? I don't know. Detailed error. Not found SQL format. If the issues persist, please contact us via chat or Slack. Source power user for DBT. Bro, I will just replace your extension. What do you want? Could not run SQL format. What? Let me just see if we have anything in the UV add SQL format. Do we have anything? Oh yeah. Happy. Now if I see the message again, I'm gonna, yeah, so this is also done now. And see, simply ignore this red file. It sometimes gives you the red thing. Do not worry. If you just refresh the code editor, it will be fine. So do not need to worry. So let's actually try to build our another model, and I will call it as silver listing. Silver listings.sql. Perfect. So here I will say again thing, config materialize equals to this and unique is equals to listing ID. Perfect. I want listing ID, listing name, and I would need the output as well. Do we have the output? No. Let me just run the, I think we have the output. Let me just see query results. Yeah. So we have listing ID. We have property type. Okay. Property type, we have room type. We have city, we have country, we have accommodates. Okay. Then we have bedrooms. Yes. We have bathrooms. Yes. We do not have beds. And we have price per night. And yes, and now we want to use our function. It's called tag, and then we will simply pass price per night as price per night tag. Perfect. And create it at, and then from reference listings. Perfect. Let's try to run this thing. CD, let's go inside the folder and let's say DBT compile. First of all, let's see the errors. Compilation error. Okay. What is the error? Without finding a close tag for macro. Oh, really? We didn't close the tag? Really? Are you sure? End macro. Yeah, we didn't end the macro. So let me just end the macro. Perfect. End macro. And now let's compile it again. Error in model silver listing. Okay. Not supported between instance of string and int. Oh, okay. I see what happened. So the thing is, the data type of that column is string, not integer. Wow. So we can do one thing. We need to handle this thing. We can simply pass tag of, or basically integer of that column. So price per night is not actually integer. Wow. So how we can just handle it? Maybe we can handle it like this, not integer. How we can just handle this? Let me try this. Maybe cast will work as integer. Let's see if it works. Because my only doubt is how it will behave within the single quotes. Oh man, what do you want? SQL format, SQL format. DBT compile. No. Okay, not supported between list instances of string and int. Okay, so maybe this is int and we are treating it as a string. Let's see. Let's confirm. If I go to tag, okay, column less than 100. Okay, low, high. So I have quickly changed my code for macro and I was just guessing it. So maybe it will work, and it worked. So what I did, I removed normal if else condition and I replaced it with the normal SQL statement. Because if you just look at the code of silver listings, this one, if you look at the code of this thing, we are actually replacing the code, this thing. So what we are actually trying to do, this macro will simply replace this tag function with that function that we are returning. Make sense? It is not actually returning the value. It is returning basically the function itself. So instead of using those if else manual thing, you can use the if else condition which are in the SQL. Basically your case when statement are like if else statement basically. So now let's try to see. I compiled it and it worked fine. Because I was looking at like how we can just do it. And then I just asked this anti-gravity. I was like, is there any fault in the syntax? It said no. I was like, okay, so now how I can just improve my code? And it said, hey, you can just try using this case when statement instead of using your own if else statement. I was like, okay, let me try. And it worked. So that's how you can just solve the problems quicker. Okay. And what it is saying, bro? Accept changes. Yeah, we accepted it. Okay, now it worked fine. Now let's say DBT run. Let's see if we have any errors while running it or it is fine. Okay, success. Okay, we have one error. Database error, listing name. Yeah, that is fine. These are like basic errors for, you can say your. So we do not have any kind of listing name. We have here listing ID, but we do not have listing name. So silver listing, so we can remove, but we have host ID. Host ID is very important, bro. Okay, now let's try to run it for one more time. I will remember this thing, this thing for sure before picking this thing again. So now let's see. Okay, now what's the error? Now it is saying accommodates. Okay, invalid identifier accommodates. Is there any spelling difference? Because I think the column is there. I'm so sure. Echo. Oh, double M. Okay. Do we have double M in accommodates? Are you serious? Oh man, really? I didn't actually notice it. Let's run it one more time. DBT run. Accommodates have 2M. Are you serious? Are you serious? Let me confirm. Let me confirm. Echo, yeah, man, double M. What are you doing, Ansh Lamba? I am focusing on that error, bro. So, okay, this ran fine. Success, and like amazing. amazing. So silver bookings is also done and silver listings is also done, and we can see that we have the data. Okay, now if I just go to my Google Chrome and just to look at the data, we should see the second table as well. Silver listings, silver bookings. Very good. Now let's quickly look at our third and last SQL silver table, and we have one more concept. It is called seed. I will just tell you that as well, don't worry. So let me quickly look at the analysis, basically explore. Where is explore here? Okay. So now let's look at the data called host. I think host will not have like so much of data, but still let's see what do we have here. Like so much of transformations, but still let's see. Host name, okay. Host sense, okay. Is superhost false true? Makes sense. Response rate 9977 makes sense. Okay. And created at. So let's try to now use pure SQL, because now you know how to create macros. We have created 3 to 4 macros. Now let's try to create the silver table using pure SQL. Let's try to transform everything using pure SQL. Makes sense? Because that way you will be like fully fledged developer with silver layer with DBT. Okay, let's do that. Okay, so I will simply say silver, and this silver will be host dot SQL. Perfect. So I will start writing my code. I will simply say obviously config materialize equals to incremental, and there's one more thing I guess, which is your unique key equals to host ID, and I think that is the thing. Yeah, unique key equals to this. Okay, unique key equals to host ID, and we have this stuff here. Perfect. Now I can write the select statement. Select host ID, and then I have host name. Now do you know what I'm gonna do? I will simply transform this column, and I will replace space with underscore. Okay, let's do that. Host name, and I want to replace space with underscore. Makes sense. Perfect, as host name. Okay, simple. And I have just used pure SQL, so nothing fancy. And then we have host sense. Okay, and host sense as like host sense, simple. And then we have is superhost. What is superhost? Superhost, and then we have response rate. And let's create a case when statement for response rate as well. So we have response rate as obviously the number, and let's create a case when statement as well. Let's say case when response rate equals or let's say greater than 95. Okay, then I will say very good. And if let's say response rate is greater than 80, then I will say good, then fair, otherwise poor. Make sense? Okay, perfect. Then I can also say end as response rate quality, and we have created that. Okay, so I will simply say from reference host. Perfect, simple. We have used pure SQL. So now I will say DBT compile. Perfect. No DBT project find. Yeah, I know. We need to do CD as well. Let's say DBT compile. Okay, perfect. Now I'll say DBT run. Let's see if it runs fine. Okay. So far so good. Okay, we have one error. What is the error? It is saying error in this one, host sense. Okay. It is saying unexpected code at this one. Okay, there's a syntactical error, so not a big deal. Host sense, we forgot to add a comma, and now it is fine. And let's say DBT run for one more time. Okay, this is fine. Okay, one more error. What is the error? It is saying host sense. Bro, we fixed it. Host sense is we forgot to add comma here as well. Okay, now it is good. DBT run for one more time. Let's see. Okay, I think it's fine now. Yes, complete successfully. So now we have finished running 6 incremental models, because 3 in the bronze and 3 in the silver. So now we have everything ready in our Google Chrome, basically Snowflake. So now if I go to, let's say, query data, And if I open this thing and if I collapse this thing, let me just see what do we have in this database. We have silver, and let me just say select Airbnb and then silver, because I want to see the silver data. So I will say select asterisk from silver, let's say bookings. Okay, let's see the data. So data looks good. Data looks good. And what is the count of it? Count to be 5,000. Perfect. Very good. And we have silver listings as well. Perfect. And we have host as well. Perfect. And these are all Upserts. Perfect. Our data is very, very good and very well done, bro. After seeing so many errors, we have finally done it. See, if you want to grow as a data engineer, first of all, accept this fact that you will see a lot of errors. But more errors you will resolve, better you will become. Mark my words. If you are not seeing the errors, that means you are not doing the right development. What does it mean? Trust me. If you are not seeing the errors, you are not doing the right development. Because see, if you are doing the right development, you will see lots of errors. If you are not facing the errors, that means you are just doing the repetitive task that you already know. Make sense? So our bronze layer is ready, our silver layer is ready. Now we just need to work on our gold layer. Make sense? Just the gold layer. Now in the gold layer, I told you that you will be just working with two things. One is one big table, which is one big table, or basically big white table, which is a kind of more focused approach nowadays. Not nowadays, I'm a big fan of one big table since last year. I have been just talking about one big table since last year. I'm just saying like, hey, just use one big table. Now industry has started using one big table. I'm not saying like I'm ahead of industry, but yeah, I am the part of this industry, so I know. So what's so special about one big table? So the thing is, now we have silver layer ready, right? So if we just go to our blackboard, so now you will say our silver layer is also ready. So now what will happen? We have these small tables, right? And it can be so many tables. So currently we have, let's say 3 tables, right? But we can have, let's say 10 tables, 20 tables, 40 tables. So obviously when we have so many tables, we need to represent those tables in a better way. So I am a big fan of OBD, that is one big table. I say, hey, if you have so many tables, okay, very good. Now let's create a one big table out of this. And I will simply say gold. Okay, perfect. So these 3 tables will become only one big table. That means white table, like all the columns will be attached to it. Make sense? This is the concept of one big table. Nothing fancy. So what we do actually, in order to create one big table, we simply combine or basically join all of the tables. Yes. But do you know what? This is, you can say, one of my favorite areas of this particular project. Here you will learn how to apply the join. You will say, I already know how to apply join. I know. But here you will learn how to apply join using the Jinja template. What does it mean? So see, we have 3 tables. Yes. And we have columns for each, you can say, table that we want to select. So we will run something called as dynamic function, which will automatically apply the join. We do not need to write the, you can say SQL condition, or you can say join condition, or you can say join code. It will automatically do it. It's not a built-in function. I was just exploring DBT a lot, so I started using it. So I thought of just sharing it with you as well. And it is very, very handy and very efficient. So let's actually try to see how we can just create one big table for gold layer. And obviously after that, we will just simply break down this one big table into facts and dimensions. Okay, let's see. So now let's try to look at our strategy for the gold layer. And you know what? We're gonna build the metadata driven pipeline in the gold layer for OBT. So as we discussed that we have, let's say, so many tables, small tables, and we want to build a big table. And we are not just applying a manual join here. We are not writing a simple SQL join query. Because in the industry, developers are evolved, okay? they have become now senior developers. Okay, so now the thing is they need to apply something called as metadata driven pipeline. Now, what is this metadata driven pipeline? And if you are not aware about this term metadata driven pipeline, you should be aware of, because this is the hottest topic right now. The earlier hottest topic was Medallion architecture. Now everyone knows about Medallion architecture. Now people are talking about Medallion architecture, obviously, but with metadata driven pipelines, not just like manual codes. So when we talk about metadata driven pipeline, we need to say, hey, I want to join these three tables. Okay, I will build this table. Let's say I add one more table. This is a new table. Okay, new entry. Now what you will do, if you're not using metadata driven pipeline, if you're using or building simple pipeline, you will say, okay, let me change my SQL join query and let me insert that table. Simple. No. Because in the modern days, when the code is becoming so complex, or not just about complex, we are moving towards the approach that's called reusability. So we do not want to change the code, the underlying code. Make sense? We want to just change the metadata. That means I will have some configurations here. Some configurations. I will just tell you what are these configurations. So I will be having these configurations. So if I want to, let's say, add this table, I will not change my code. I will simply change or basically add the configuration in my configurations. Make sense? Basically adding a parameter. That's it. This is the concept of metadata driven pipeline. And this is the hottest topic right now. And when we are just talking about DBT, if you are building or basically using DBT, okay, and if you are just hard coding everything, you are just wasting your time, because DBT is not built for just hard coding everything. Yes, it solves the problem of taking care of that DDL, DML, yes, but still, if you want to make the best use of DBT and the use of DBT that industry is currently doing, you need to apply something called as metadata driven pipeline. Okay, so this is a complex topic. Accept this thing. Okay, you will take time to understand this. So you will need to rewatch this section of the video multiple times in order to fully grasp the concept. Do not feel yourself as a superhuman that, hey, I will just watch one time and I will just grasp everything because I am a superhuman. Yes. No, you need to learn. You need to first grasp, let's say 50% of the concept, 40% of the concept. Then you will rewatch it. Then you will grasp, let's say 60 or 70% of the concept. Then you will do it on your own. You will grasp 80% of the concept. Then you will rewatch for the third time. Then you will grasp 90% of the concept. Ansh Lamba, what we need to do to grasp 100%? You cannot. No one can grasp 100% of the concept. Make sense? If you're grasping 90% of the concept, 90% is a great number. Okay, great number. The rest of the 10% you add or basically you learn while doing it in the real world. More you do, more you practice, more errors you see, more errors you resolve. That's how you grow. Make sense? So let's try to build it. So I am here in my anti-gravity. Perfect. So before directly building the model, I will just show you the query, that how we can just do it. Or let's try to build directly, not a big deal. We can, because we have the liberty to run the query as well before running the command called dbt run. So let's go to our models. Okay, and let's try to build the gold layer. Let me just add a folder. Oops, not here. At this level, models. Okay, gold. And let me add the materialization here. I want to materialize it as table. Perfect. And schema name is gold. Perfect. So here what I will do, I will go inside this and I will say OBT, which is called one big table. Yes, very good. Now, first of all, we need to create the configurations. Okay, configuration. Now, what is a kind of configuration? Configuration is a type of array, basically a list in which we will feed our all the configuration. Configuration for table number 1, configuration for table number 2, configuration for table number 3. Make sense? So this will become our array. And in each item of the array, it will be a dictionary. Makes sense? Simple dictionary, because we will be having multiple key value pairs. Let's try to see, because I already told you, you need to put more focus and repetition here in order to understand this concept. Okay. If you're already familiar with metadata driven approach, then it will be like a little bit easier. But if that concept is itself new to you, you need to put much more extra efforts. And that's how you see some people are obviously doing better than you. Why? Because they are putting much more efforts than you. So let's try to build it. So first of all, we will create a variable. This variable will say set configuration, and I will create a variable called configs. You can create any variable. I like this word configs because it is like more readable than array. Then within this array, I will create dictionary. Let's create our first dictionary. The first dictionary will have key values such as table, like what table I want to read. Okay. And table name will be Airbnb dot bronze bookings. Make sense? This is our first key. That means we are saying that which table I want to read. Perfect. Then I will say columns. What columns do I need from this particular table? I want obviously all the columns, let's say. And if you want to select specific columns, you can do it as well. But I am saying I want to select all the columns, asterisks. Simple. But ideally you should put the column names. It is a better approach because you have more control over this. But for bookings, it's fine. For rest of the tables, you will just select, you can say selected columns. Why? Because bookings is our main table, right? And rest of the columns, we should not keep it as is, because it doesn't make any sense to just put multiple columns with the same values such as IDs and all. So we'll simply remove it. Okay, good. But you have the liberty to put asterisks. Okay, then I will create one more key. It's called alias, like what alias I want to keep. I will simply say bronze bookings. Alias, like simple alias that you put in SQL. Make sense? Good, simple. So far, simple. So these three key value pairs will be used to construct my SQL. Okay, perfect. Now I will create my second dictionary. I will simply say table equals to listings and bronze equals to listing, and that's it. But here I will add one more thing, which is called join condition. Why? Because this table will be joined to the first table, right? I will simply say this is my join condition. Make sense? Simple. Just one extra key value pair, that's it, just for the join. Okay, now I will add one more, you can say table, which is called airbnb.bronze.host. Okay, and I want alias this, and this is my condition. So as I just mentioned that I want only the selected columns, right? So let's try to read the columns. At what columns do we have, and then we can just apply that. So let's go to analysis, and let's go to explore, and let's go to, let's say first of all host, just to see the column names. Okay, so here we have only these columns. So what I will do now, I will simply pick the column names. Okay, the column name will be my bronze host. Why bronze host? Because that is the alias I'm using for my table. See, alias, this is for the table alias. So I'll simply say not host ID, because I already have host ID in the main table, so I can ignore that. I will simply say host name. I can say dot host sense, and then I can say is superhost, and then I have response rate, and then I have created at. Make sense? Created at, and we can also pass the alias for this. I can say host created at, just to make the identifier, because we have so many column names with the same name, right? So I can do it like this. Make sense? Okay, very good. So now we can do the same stuff, and let me just remove the comma. And again, I'm repeating. So this is just the very basic use case of the metadata driven pipeline. It can be so complex. It can be so inherited. It can be so hierarchical as well. It is just a basic example so that first of all, you can understand the concept. Make sense? There can be so many improvements I can make just right now, and then you will be like, oh, what just happened? So you first need to understand the concept. That is why I'm just simply displaying select statement, join condition, and that's it. We can even add the transformations, we can even add the groupings, we can even add so many things. There are so many things, pruning and all, so many things. But here you first need to understand this concept. And then once you understand this thing, you will be able to do all of those complex on your own. Why? Because you will be able to understand the concept, not just like writing or learning the queries. Make sense? So that's why I'm just explaining you the concept first of all. And let's try to see the listings. What do you need? Depends on a node named bronze listings. Okay, let me just use the small listings. Okay, so here we have all the things. So first of all, I will simply grab bronze listing, not listing ID, because I already have listing ID in the bookings table. And then I will say bronze listings dot property type. Okay, perfect. And then room type. Then city. I can even pass a loop for this. Like I can simply pass a list of columns that I want, or like I can do a lot of things, but you first need to understand what exactly we're doing. So that is why this is a very simple example. Room type and then city, country. Do we have country? Okay, country, city, accommodates. Okay, and then we have bedrooms. Do we have price? No. We have accommodates and then bedrooms. And then we have bathrooms, and then we have price per night. Okay, that's it. And then we have created at. So we'll simply say then bronze listings dot created at listing as listing created at. Make sense? Simple. And if you observed one thing, we are just using bronze as our source and we need to use silver as a source. Wow. But not a big deal, because the tables are almost like columns are almost same. And here I will also tell you one like built-in function which is very handy when you are just doing all of the DBT development. And for that, let's wait for a second. So here we have all the columns, bedrooms, price per night. I think here we just created one more extra column, tag, right? Okay, price per night tag. Where is that? Okay, let's create that. So bronze listings not bronze, obviously, like silver. So silver listings dot price per night tag. Make sense? Simple. Okay, cool. So this is our table, right? Now let's look at the table for host. Like what are different things? I think we just combine some columns there. in the host. So let's look at that. Silver host. Okay, let's run it one more time. What? Alias bronze host. Which? Oh, I think it is running both the things. Why? Why it is running both the things? Finally, my lovely VS Code is back. Enough. Enough. So, I love you, my VS Code. And yes, let's now continue with our project with VS Code. Oh, so now where were we? We were just trying to look at the columns. Let me just run it. Okay, perfect. So here we have host name, host sense, superhost, response rate, response quality rate, and quality add. So this is silver host. Okay. Did we change anything here in the host? We have host name, host sense. Okay, is superhost, response rate, created at, and response rate quality. Okay, let me add this as well. Let me add this bronze host dot response rate and then quality. I have seen that anti-gravity is more aggressive on giving the suggestions for the code completion, but it needs some work to be done. Okay, so this is done. And if we just look at the bookings, we are good because we are selecting all the columns. Perfect. So now obviously we need to change bronze with silver. So let me just quickly do that. And I can ask my copilot as well, but I can simply do it with the help of edit. I can say edit and replace. Okay, perfect. So I'll simply say bronze with silver. Okay, replace all. Perfect. And let's, yeah, all are replaced, so it's good. Perfect. So it has replaced all of the things. And silver listing, silver. Perfect. So this is my config file and my config file is ready. Okay. So now what we need to do, we will now build our SQL query using this config, and this SQL query will be fixed. It will not be changed, and it will be like full of Jinja as well. So let me just scroll down and let's try to build the SQL. Okay. So SQL will look like this. Select, let me just expand the screen if the size is small. Is it good now? Perfect. Okay. So now what I will do, I will now select the configurations. So first of all, just tell me one thing. Whenever you just write the select statement, what do we select first of all? Columns, right? So first of all, I will select all of the columns, but in a loop, because we need to select all of the columns. 1, 2, 3, right? So let's do that. So I will run a for loop for, and I will say config in configs. Perfect. And then I can say config.columns if not loop dot last, and then if otherwise simple add a comma. Remember this thing we already discussed while discussing the fundamentals of Jinja. Remember our Explorer as well this loop, right? It is the same thing. Perfect. So we have now the columns. Make sense? We have all the columns. Okay. Now what we need to do, columns are selected and dynamically. So now what will happen? If let's say you want to add any new column in your metadata, so you will not change this code. No, you will just change the metadata file and that's it. Basically metadata parameter. That's it. You do not need to change anything here. That is the power of metadata driven pipeline. Okay. Now the second thing is we need to add from in the from clause. What is the from clause that we need to add? We need to add from clause from table, right? So we simply write select columns from table. And then we say left join, then table, then condition, then table, condition, table, condition, table, condition. We will be doing that thing here. So now just tell me one thing. I need to first of all select my first table, which is the base table, where we do not have any kind of join condition, right? So how I can just do that? There are multiple ways. Okay. The one way is just using the 0th index of the list. 0th index means the first element, right? Makes sense? We can do that as well. Okay. And then we can just start our loop from first element. Let's say configs first and then colon, and that's it. This is one way of doing it. Yes, we can just simply start the loop from a specific element as well in Jinja. Because obviously this is config is a list, right? And we are simply saying, hey, just slice this list on the basis of this index. Simple. This is one way of doing it. This is also fine. This is also fine. But there is a more professional way to do it. Let me just show you. So I'll simply say, bro, simply bring the configs of table. Okay. And just bring it if that table is the first element. Okay. That table is the first element. So I will simply add an if condition before that, and that's it. So it will become like this. If loop dot, or basically the loop element, loop dot first, basically loop dot first, like the same thing. See, when we use loop dot last, what happens? What happens? It says the last element of the loop. Okay. If I am saying loop dot first, so what I'm trying to say? I'm trying to say if that element is the first element of the loop, then only bring that element. Otherwise, do not bring anything. Simple. Simple. If loop dot first, I will simply say config of table. Make sense? Simple. Okay. And let's add the alias as well. Simple. And end if, yes, if condition is finished, now we will say elif. That means if loop item is not the first element, then what we need to do? Obviously, because our case for the first element is done, our from clause is done. Now we need to run the loop for the join tables. For example, let me just show you. If you, let's say, write a query. So what do you write? Select asterisk from, let's say, table 1. Finish. Now you say left join, right? And you say table 2. Then obviously on condition, right? Then you will say left join again. Then table 3 on, and so on, right? So from clause will come only once. Other than the from clause, all the clauses will be join. That's why we are simply running the if condition just for the first element. Make sense? So now let's run the if condition for the rest of the elements, basically else condition. So I will simply say else. Now what I need to do, if that is not the condition, then I want to apply left join. Make sense? Left join on config of table as basically alias. Then I will put the condition. Now what is the condition? Obviously the condition mentioned in the configuration. And end if and end for. That is it. That is it. See here, select columns one by one, 1, 2nd, 3rd, like first of all these columns and these columns and these columns, because this is a loop. Then it will go to from clause. If the element is the first element, basically this item, the whole item, if this is the first item, then only bring the table name. That's it. If that is not the case, that means if this is not the first element, that means we want to apply all the clauses as left joins, right? So this will become my left join. And then what is the table name? Table name is this one. And I will add an alias that I have provided. And then I will simply put the join condition, and that is it. This is my query. Now let's say you want to add the fourth table. Let's say you want to add some 4 table, blah, 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 blah. So you will not change your code here. You will not change this query. You will change or add or modify whatever, only this area, only metadata. You are not allowed to touch the query. That's how you build the metadata driven pipelines. And do you want to see the output of this? Do you want to see the output of this? Let me just show you. So what is the output of this? So the output of this is very simple. So let me just first of all close this. And here I will simply say error while compiling. Okay, let's see if we have any kind of error. And for okay, and for perfect. if we have ended for here as well, if not, oh, oh, I see. If no, we have just did here as well. Okay, let me just grab it here. Okay, I think everything is fine. I think the only thing that I feel can be this one, because this is a kind of dictionary and we were using dot notation. Let's try to see. Okay, no, or maybe it is just doing the caching. Let me just run it and let me see the original error instead of just reading this one. Okay, and 4. Okay, that makes sense. So this is giving me the right error. So it is saying unknown tag end 4. So I think we are using something for end 4. Oh, makes sense. Why are we just ending end 4 here, or I would say here, because we need to end the end 4 at the end. Makes sense. Or we can just do it here as well, but we need to start it as well. So just a silly mistake, not a big deal. We can just start one more for loop here. So I have just refreshed this particular thing and let me just try to render it. Oh, we got it. Perfect. We got it. So this is the query that it has created it for us. Let's try to read it. Select asterisk comma silver listing dot host ID and all the columns, right? Perfect. And now it has created this as well, silver host and blah 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 blah. So this looks perfect. So see, it has dynamically added all of the column names. Then from Airbnb dot silver bookings, perfect. And then left join Airbnb silver listings, perfect. And left join host silver host and perfect. I think we need to add silver here as well. Yeah, but that is different thing. So this is a SQL query that it is generating using the Jinja and the configuration. This is the power of metadata driven pipeline. So let's say now I just want to modify something. I will just do it in front of you. So I'll simply modify here instead of making changes in my code. See, now if I just render it, I should see this is like the cached version. So just ignore. I can just simply reload as well. Reload window. And let's now try to see. So activating extension, perfect. If I try to see the rendered value, so it is parsing AWS DBT project. Yeah, perfect. So this is the new value. Now see, the query is automatically updated. I didn't change the query. So this is the metadata driven pipeline. Make sense? Okay, good. Now let's try to run it, because that is just the hard coded value, the SQL query. And it is running fine. Perfect. See, booking ID, listing ID, booking date, total amount. It has created this one big table automatically using our configuration and SQL query. Wow, this is amazing. This is literally amazing. I have all of these columns. Wow. And trust me, if you can display or highlight this piece in your, let's say, interview with this project, with this particular specially thing, and you can say that I have built metadata driven pipeline using DBT and Jinja and using configurations, you will be highlighted a lot. Because do you know what? This thing is not mentioned in DBT documentation. Literally, you can just find it, you will not find it. This is the thing is not mentioned anywhere. I literally tried on my own because I develop like a lot of parameterized pipelines and I love building that. So I was just thinking like how I can just integrate this configuration, this template library with my, you can say, normal code. So I tested it and it worked fine. And now I thought of just sharing this knowledge with you as well. So if you appreciate this, you can just drop a lovely comment in the comment section. Okay, I will feel happy a little bit. I still remember that guy. So I, in my previous videos, I said like drop a lovely comment. He said lovely comment because you said that. So funny, but yeah, that is my data fam. They love me a lot. So this is your OBT called one big table. Now we will be just running this particular thing. And let's try to run and create this table. And let's try to go inside the folder CD AWS DBT Snowflake project. Perfect. And I will simply say DBT compile. And let's wait. Okay, now I will say DBT run. Now let's wait. Okay, we have one error in goal table. Creating SQL table model goal dot one. Let's see what is the error. One table model blah blah blah. So this is saying error creating SQL table model gold dot obt. Okay, why? Creating SQL table model gold dot obt. Now what is the error? Let's see. So this is the query that we are using. Okay, and this is the configuration and it is running fine. It is returning the results. Okay, let's see. Okay, makes sense. The error is so obvious because we are using listing ID 2 times, and I think we didn't remove listing ID from the listing table, or we removed it because it can see 2 times listing ID. So obviously it is somewhere in the listings table. Let me just search it. Listing. No, we do not have listing ID here. Okay, then where it is finding the listing ID? Maybe here. No, this is also fine. So let's try to run it. Let's see if we have 2 listing IDs, because it can happen. That's why I removed like those columns if we have 2 occurrences. So okay, we have their listing ID. Oh yeah, we have 2 times listing ID 2. Okay, so after okay, host ID is equals to this. So it is saying it is at this stage. See, booking ID, listing ID, booking date, because these are all the columns of the bookings table, right? And just after that it is showing listing ID 2, but we are not selecting it. We do not have this thing where we have listing ID. We do not have listing ID. And you know what? I know the reason, because we didn't add the alias here and we simply added asterisk, and asterisk means everything, including all the other tables as well. Did you get it? See, if I just run this, I only see asterisk. Asterisk means all of the columns from all the tables. So we just need to add this as well, that we want all the columns of this table, not all the tables. So if I just try to run this now, let's see. I think this can solve the issue. Otherwise we have so many workarounds, we can just check it. So now if we see, yes, perfect. Now it is fine, because I was like, why it is creating duplicate tables if I'm not selecting those tables? So makes sense. So now let's try to run the model again, DBT run. Let's see, because I literally debugged it and I was like, why it is like throwing the error? And I just went to the Snowflake and I just ran the query, the rendered query, and there I also see multiple columns. I was like, okay, if it is like throwing multiple columns, then there's something wrong, right? And completed, yeah, this time it is completed successfully. As you can see, completed successfully. Perfect. Now let's go to Snowflake. So yeah, see, I was running this query. I was like, why I'm seeing the duplicate columns here as well? Earlier I thought like it would be a DBT issue, but no. So there I got to know I'm using asterisk. Okay, so now let's check our data. And as we can see, we have Airbnb, we have gold, wow, we have OBT. Yes, we have OBT. So let's try to query this. Select asterisk from OBT. Did you like this? Did you like this? This is my own personal, you can say, select. This is my own personal innovation. A small, not innovation, like just a, you can say, curiosity and creativity. If you liked it, do let me know in the comment section. And we are in the gold. And yes, hit the subscribe button if you liked it. Okay, the table looks really, really good. So we have built our OBT, which is one big table. And I am really happy. I am really, really happy. Okay, so now this is successful. Very good. So now do you know what we need to do? Now we will be building a star schema. Okay. So now in order to build the star schema, we need to break down this one big table into fact and dimension. Okay. This is a kind of typical traditional dimensional data modeling that we build in the gold layer. This is still relevant. Okay. This is still relevant and this will be relevant but OBT is a new player and it is becoming more and more popular. Okay, so even if you see OBT in the gold layer solutions, that means it is fine. It is absolutely fine. If you see dimension data model, obviously it is fine. Okay, so now we'll be building a star schema. That means fact and dimension table. And for that, we need to break down this big table into the small tables, basically one fact table and one dimension table. So what we need to do for that, yes, you would need some fundamental knowledge of data warehousing, very fundamental knowledge, like how fact tables are created, dimension tables are created. So in order to create a dimension table, we simply put all of the context of that particular table into a different table. And then we do the same thing for others as well. Make sense? Make sense? Okay. So now what we will be doing, this one big table will be bifurcated, this one, into, let's say, one fact table. Okay. One fact table and two dimension tables, because we have two context, one is listing and one is host, like this. So this will become a fact table like this. Dim host. Okay. And then this is dim listings. Okay, perfect. So here we can just join these tables like this and like this. Like this. Perfect. So this way we can just create our, you can say, star schema out of this one big table. Okay. And how we can just do that, you will see, you will learn and you will build. Perfect. So in order to build this star schema out of this, you can say, one big table, you need to first of all identify what are the context you want to add in your data model. For example, if I just go to Snowflake, I know that this is my one big table. And if I just look at this table, I know that all of the context will go in. Basically, there will be, I think, what we have in the booking. Okay, so there'll be 3 dimensions. Really, yes. There'll be one more dimension for bookings as well. Yes. So dim bookings. Perfect. So there'll be total 3 dimensions. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Let me just drag it to the bottom. Yeah, here. Perfect. So there'll be total 3 dimensions here as well. Why do we need to have 3 dimensions? See, we need to add the context. Okay. We simply add the context. Now context to this fact table. Okay. Now fact table is nothing but just a table with all the numbers, with all the, you can say, numerical values. That's it. With all the numerical values. So now if we want to just build a table with all the numerical values, we need to store some, you can say, contextual value as well. Makes sense in some tables. So contextual values are stored in a table called dimension. This is the only difference. Now creating a dimension is very easy thing, but in order to create a slowly changing dimension, it is a hard thing. And if you want to create slowly changing dimension type 2, it is even more hard thing. So let's talk about, like, quickly, what are slowly changing dimension type 2. If you do not know, if you know, then it will be a quick revision for you. If you do not know, then let's see. SCD type 2. Do we have any? Yeah, Wikipedia. Perfect. So this is a very good example to talk about slowly changing dimension type 2. So let's say this is a table for suppliers. Okay. So supplier information, contextual information, because in dimension we just store the context. So supplier called 123, supplier code is ABC, supplier name is Acme Supply Company, and supplier state is California. Okay. Now this supplier state is changed to IL. Okay. I think this is a state in South America. So this is moved to this state. Now the context is changed, like context value is changed. Makes sense. So this is a slowly changing dimension. And in order to create a slowly changing dimension type 2, we need to store the history as well. That means if I make Upsert, what will happen? This CA will change to IL. But do I have access to the previous value? No. Do I have the access to the history? No. Why? Because we simply override the value. But we should not do it in slowly changing dimension type 2. What we do, we simply add a new row. We say, hey bro, this was your previous value and this is your latest value. And we simply create the version 0, version 1, like this. Or there's a more professional way to do is, we simply add start date and end date. So what we do, we add a start date for this value. And what should be the start date? Start date should be the value when this record was inserted. Make sense? And what will be the end date? The end date will be the date when this value was modified. Very good. Then the next value, the supplier key. Supplier key is, let's say 124 or let's say 123. Ideally it should be 123. There's a correction in Wikipedia. Bro, just correct it because this should be 123. Okay, so this should be 123. Ansh Lamba is finding mistakes in Wikipedia. Bro, this should be 123. I'm serious. Okay, so now this is 123. This is ABC. This is Acme Supply Company and supply state is changed. And what is the start date? Start date is 2004 12th 2022. What should be the end date? End date should be null. Why? Because there is no end date. This date is currently being used. Basically, this record is currently being used. Some people like to put null. Some people try to put this date 9999 12 and then let's say 31. That means a very far date. Make sense? Very far date, very big date. Okay, so it's your choice. I am not a big fan of putting nulls because I do not like having nulls in my data. So I put this date, like very far date, because it makes sense because it is not expired. So I just put the future date, very big date. Perfect. And Wikipedia, just make this correction. This should be 123. Okay. See, it is 123, 123, and it should be 123 here as well. It should not be 124. No. Okay, they will just make the changes, no worries. So now what we need to do, we need to simply create the dimension and these tables. So now I told you that we need to build the type 2 dimensions. And in order to build the type 2 dimensions in DBT, we have a special function called snapshots. Not functions, basically this is a kind of configuration. Snapshots. Because creating slowly changing dimension type 2 will require a lot of code, a lot of efforts to write everything in the backend. It's not something that you cannot write. Okay. But in order to write this particular code for slowly changing dimension type 2, you need to just perform upserts, one time upsert, and second time, like one time you need to perform update to flag the records, and second time you need to insert the records. So you need to do all of those things. Make sense? So you need to write all of that code. But currently you do not need to write the code again and again because that is considered as boilerplate code nowadays, because you do not need to do the same coding again and again. So that is why we are seeing these frameworks such as called snapshots. In Databricks as well, we have something called as Spark Declarative Pipelines Auto CDC, which is the exactly same thing. And I think there are 1 to 2 more frameworks which are just taking care of these things, boilerplate code. So that's how you can just build the slowly changing dimension type 2 using just a configuration. Snapshot is nothing but just again a kind of metadata driven pipeline, but which is built by DBT. Make sense? The concept is same. The industry is moving towards metadata driven pipeline. You just need to change the configurations and your code will be written in the backend and your work will be done. Simple. You do not need to write the code from scratch nowadays. Simple. Okay, so let's try to see how we can just build the snapshots in DBT. DBT snapshots. So add snapshots to your DAG. So what are snapshots? Now you already know. So they have just taken the example of order, where the order status was changed from pending to shipped. And this way they have just added this value. Same way. See, exactly same thing, but just a different example. Make sense? Very good. So now in order to do this, we can just configure snapshots in our snapshots folder. There's a dedicated folder for snapshots where we create these snapshots, and this is the configuration for it. I will just tell you how to configure it, but this is just a configuration for it. Makes sense? And this is a detail for it, everything. So now in order to create a basically dimension, obviously we need to create the source for that dimension. Got it? Source for that dimension. So in our case, we do not have independent tables. And in the real world, you will not be having independent tables. Here they have taken the example of the independent tables. First, you need to break down these tables as per the context, but only the context, no numbers. Because in the RDBMS, we get a mixture of numbers and context both, and they just consolidate everything. We cannot do it. In dimensional data modeling, we create the tables out of context. So for example, let's say I want to create dim booking. So what information I will keep in that particular table? I will keep booking ID, obviously. Okay. I will keep booking date, because that is also context. Very good. I will not keep total amount, service fee, cleaning fee. Why? I know this is a booking details, but this is a numeric number, like numeric value. This is a kind of thing that I will put in the fact table. Make sense? Okay. Then booking status, yes. Created at, I can keep it in the context as well. It's not a big deal. That's it. That's exactly I need to put in the source for the dimension table. Now, Ansh Lamba, you will say, do we need to create independent tables in the gold layer for the dimensions? Because obviously you'll be having the end tables called dimensions. So do we need to create the source tables as well for dimensions? The answer is no. So how we will just use the source tables? You will create something called as ephemeral models. What do I mean? Ephemeral models, again, these are like advanced things. Okay. So you need to watch these sections again and again, because see, if you just want to learn the basics, the fundamentals, if you just want to scratch the surface, okay, done. If you want to learn the real skills, if you want to become an outlier in the crowd, if you want to stand out in this competitive world, you need to learn all of these things, and you need to just rewatch these parts again and again in order to understand. Okay. Ephemeral. Do not feel yourself that you are weak or you are not smart enough to grab the concept in one go. You cannot. And you have to rewatch these parts again and again, because everyone does, right? You are smart because you are able to just rewatch these parts. So ephemeral models, DBT. Perfect. So if I just show you ephemeral models, what are ephemeral models? Ephemeral models basically are the models which are not actually stored, but they just store the query. So see, ephemeral models are not directly built into the database. Same thing. Instead, DBT will interpolate the code from an ephemeral model into its dependent models using a CTE. That means these are just the queries. Now you will say, Ansh Lamba, is it similar to view? Similar to view, but view is also created in your database, right? Here, it will not even create a view in your database. It will keep this query in its particular code base, and every time it will run whenever it is required. Simple. Make sense? Very good. Pros, you can still write reusable logic. Ephemeral models can help keep your data warehouse clean by reducing clutter. See, that's what exactly we need. Also consider splitting your models across multiple schemas. See, make sense? And yes, you cannot select directly from this model. No, we cannot. Operations, for example, this is DBT run reference models. This cannot work because we cannot say referral ephemeral nodes, because this is not created in the database. Make sense? Overuse of ephemeral materialization can also make queries harder to debug. If you have like complex logic, it can just take so much of time because this is not stored anywhere. And ephemeral materialization doesn't support model contracts. Makes sense. But this is really, really good for our particular use case. Simple. Now I will just show you how you can just build the ephemeral models. And let me just see if we have any kind of demo good code. Otherwise I can just build my own. Snowpark. We do not need Snowpark. See, these are Python materializations. Okay, ephemeral model. Okay. No worries, I can just show you my own. Inherent ephemeral, because there's like one more documentation other than this. It is called, I think, reference, and this is just the API reference. Makes sense? So now let's try to implement this thing. So if we just want to, let's say, build an ephemeral table for our booking, because we are just trying to create the booking dimension first of all. So what I will do, I will simply grab booking ID and booking date and all those related columns. So let's actually go to our VS Code and let's go to, first of all, let's create a folder called ephemeral inside this gold layer. So I will go to here and I will go to gold. Perfect. And within this gold, I will create a folder, the ephemeral folder. Makes sense because this is a part of gold layer. So I will create this folder inside this. And I will also set the, you can say the materialization. So let me just do that. So perfect. So I have just set the materialization for my ephemeral folder as well. So as you can see inside models, we have 3 models, bronze, silver, gold. But within gold, we have one more folder. It's called ephemeral and we have set the materialization for it as ephemeral. Simple. And we can also set the inline configuration for ephemeral models, but it is very hard to track like which table is ephemeral and which is not. But if you have created this folder, and obviously it makes sense, like all of the objects within this folder are ephemeral. So you can do that as well. I will just show you, don't worry. So let's create our bookings. Bookings is fine, I guess. Yeah, bookings. Bookings.sql. So now you can also set the configuration like this. So let's say you want to give config materialized as ephemeral. So you can do this as well. And why do we have 2 braces? Perfect. So when you do this, it makes sense because it is a kind of ephemeral model now. Make sense? Okay. So now what I will do, I will simply write my select statement and I will select all of my tables. So this time let's use CTE command. So with, and then I will say bookings as, and then let's try to write our SQL query. So I want to select first of all booking ID, and let's go to explore to just see the schema. Select asterisk from ref OBT. Perfect. And let's try to build our query accordingly. So we have booking ID, we want booking ID, we want booking date. Okay. We want booking status. And we want created at. That's it. Yes. Created at. Perfect. This is my bookings table. We just have booking ID, booking date, booking status, and created at. That's it. We do not want any other kind of information, any other type of context in this bookings table, because all of the numeric columns will go to the fact table. Simple, simple. Okay, so this is done. Okay, so now let's try to create the dimension for this. We can create the dimension directly for this as well. Okay, so now what I will do, I will go to my gold folder and I will create one more file. It's called dim bookings. Dim bookings.sql. And if you remember, whatever tables we create, where do we create for snapshots? We do not create it here. We create it inside the snapshots folder. See, we have a dedicated folder for it. So I will simply move this file here in the snapshots. Perfect. So now, and also this is not a SQL file. This is a YAML file. So here I will just put the YAML. So now here I need to put the configuration for my dimension bookings. Like all of those things that we just looked at the documentation, like all of those things, like what are the things for snapshots. I can just show you as well. Let me just check the code. If I can just find it for you, because I can just write the code for you because you have already seen the code. So that is also good. We do not need to worry at all. But yeah, you should be aware of this thing. So, okay, if we just look at the snapshot, or okay, let's try to directly write the code. So I will simply say snapshots. Let me just increase the screen size. So snapshot is just the key that what type of snapshot we are trying to create. And then there will be some items within this list, because there can be like multiple snapshots, right? Because you can create all the snapshots in one YAML file, which is not a very good practice. We should create only one snapshot in one file. Best practices, but it's not like hard and set rule. So I'll simply say dim and bookings. Simple, simple. Now, here comes the important part. What is the relation? What do we mean by relation? Relation means the source. Relation means the source for this particular dimension table. In our case, what is the source? The source is ref function and ref of what? Bookings. If you remember, this is our bookings table, ephemeral table, bookings. So this is our function, ref and bookings. Make sense? Now I will say configuration. This is the most important and the most easy part. Now we just want to set the configuration for this. First of all, we want to set the schema, like where we want to dump our data. So I will simply say schema gold. Make sense? And after the schema, we want to find the basically database, and database is you can say Airbnb, I would say. Yeah, Airbnb. Then unique key. This is the most important thing, because what is the kind of key? Unique key means you want to tell on which column it will just apply the SCD Type-2. In our case, it is booking ID. So just simply write booking ID. Perfect. Now here comes the important concept. It's called strategy. Now what is this thing strategy? See, now we know that we want to apply the logic on the basis of created at column, right? Because that is the identifier in our case. So now you will say, Ansh Lamba, it is very obvious. So why do we need to define it? There are basically two types of strategies. Sometimes we do not have timestamp column. So in that particular case, we might give some ID column, some other identifiers, but here we have the strategy ready. Make sense? Then it will say, okay, just tell me the column that you want to use. I will simply say created at. Perfect. Now the last thing, my favorite, DBT valid to. Basically this is that particular thing, valid to date, which is like we can just keep it null if we want to just say null. If I want to specify a specific value, and I'm a big fan of this value, this one, because I don't want to keep nulls in my particular data. Make sense? Because I want to display something. I know this is a very big date, but it makes more sense. Okay, so now let's try to compile it, because in order to build this snapshot, we cannot say simply DBT run. No, there's a dedicated command for it. And what is that command? So we have a command called DBT Snapshot, because you cannot just simply say DBT run. And DBT Snapshot is the command specifically for SCD, but we can also say DBT build, because DBT build will just build everything for DBT run, DBT everything. So DBT build is a command for DBT run plus DBT test. So DBT build means just build everything, run everything. But DBT snapshot is just specifically for snapshot. But here we are focusing more on snapshots. So let's try to see if we can run it. So let's go here in our previous terminal. Let me say clear. Okay. So I'll simply say DBT snapshot. Let's see. And error reading AWS runtime error. What is this error? Okay, snapshots, raw error. Mapping values are not allowed in this context. Unicode string. Okay. What is the error? Registration error, encountered an error. Okay. I think, oh, we removed the name. Okay. Makes sense. Silly mistake. DBT snapshot. Let's see. Okay. Database error, dim bookings.yaml. What it is saying? Database error. Okay. Deprecated functionality. That is fine. Completed with one error. Failure in snapshot dim bookings. Database error, dim bookings. Okay. SQL compilation error. Unexpected comma. Oh, okay. Unexpected comma. I think we just did something wrong here. Oh, wow. Slow claps. Who will write from? Oh man. Refer OBT. Perfect. Now this is a complete statement. Now let's try to run this. Okay. We simply wrote the columns and that's it. Okay, still one error. Unexpected comma and unexpected braces. Let's check. Okay, with booking config equals to this materialized. Let me first of all render this. Maybe this is wrong. Okay, this is fine. Let me just run this then. Let's see if it is running fine or not. Yeah, see, there's something wrong in this query. SQL compilation error, syntax error, line 12. Okay, what is the error? Okay, created at this with booking as. Oh, we didn't pass the select statement. Oh man, select asterisk from bookings. Make sense? Perfect. Now let's see. Okay, perfect. Now let's use this. Okay, now let's go to terminal and just say DBT snapshot. Silly mistakes can happen. No need to worry at all. Now it is saying unexpected comma. So okay, that braces is solved. Now there's just one issue with comma. Let's see what is that issue. Okay, unexpected comma. So do you know what I will do now? This is how you debug the DBT if you are just confident with your SQL query. So now you need to just go to the target. Okay, this target, and just go to the run, and you know that gold was running, and what was that snapshot? Let's see the snapshots if they are there. Run, compiled. Okay, run, gold, silver, demo, and these are the models. I think they do not store the snapshots. They just store the models. That's it. But I found the issue. I just added comma. I don't know why. And I will also show you how you can just clean everything. What do you mean by clean everything? So DBT snapshot. I will just let you know. Just hold on. So DBT snapshot is. Oh, finally done. So I was just saying that if you just open your target folder, you will see a lot of folders, lot of files, because it will just store everything. You know that why we have this folder, right? This is for storing all of the queries. Do you know what? Sometimes you need to clean this folder as well, because because this folder is useless. This folder is just there just to show you which query it ran last time. So sometimes you are just getting rid of all of the previous queries. Then you can simply run this query, which is called DBT clean. And you know what will happen? This will clean all of these folders that was running in the past. So now if you see target folder, you will see nothing. So that means all of those previous queries that we used to run are gone. This is a good way to just looking at the queries for the, you can say, recent runs, because I was just looking at the recent run and I was just finding some difficulty because there were like so many folders. So I was like, let's tell this tip as well. This is like very handy. So many small tips. So our DBT table is created. Let me just check that table. If I refresh it, I should see my table. Let's wait for a second. It is loading. Okay, makes sense. So DBT snap, where it is created, because obviously we didn't build it. So yeah, DBT snapshot is, I think, yeah. So now we can simply say DBT build. So DBT build will actually build your snapshot and it will run everything. Makes sense. Let's wait. Okay, completed successfully. Now let's go and check DBT. What? Where is our table? Where is our table? Do you know what? We have misspelled our schema name, and that is why it put all of our dimensions in the DBT schema. I was like, where is my table? So table is there, but it created in the wrong schema, but it's fine. Let me just rerun this particular thing. Clear. See, that is the difference between just showing you the normal entry level project and actually building the real-time project, because that's why whenever we just build the data engineering project, it take weeks to complete the entire data engineering project with respect to all of the errors, all of the best practices, and obviously the scalability and monitoring, which are like after work of data engineering. That's why, plus documentation, everything. That's why we are seeing so many errors, and you should feel happy if you're just also seeing all these errors. That's how you grow. A lot of people just say like, DBT build. Let me just run this. Yeah, let's talk now. A lot of people say like, we actually encourage you that you do not cut these things, these errors, because we also see the errors and then we just used to panic a lot, but now we feel okay. Now we feel okay. Makes sense? So now let's try to refresh and let's see if we have table. Finally, we have table. So we will simply say dim bookings. Dim bookings. Okay, perfect. So now we have this particular dimension table ready, and as you can see, this is a type 2 dimension because we have these two columns as well, from and to date. From, that means all of these values are still in use, no values expired, and DBT valid 2, that means it is valid till 9999/12/31. Simple. Within just few lines of code, you are able to build this type 2 dimension, which actually takes at least, I would say, 200 to 300 lines of code, and I'm not kidding. Okay, so it's a really good one. So now let's try to build our another, you can say, table, which is dim listings, or let's say dim host. Let's build dim host first. So for that, you first need to build the ephemeral table. So let's try to build that, and I will simply copy paste this, or let's copy paste this entire script. Perfect. Let's rename it. Let's call it as bookings, and I can just call it as host. Perfect. Wow. Hosts. Perfect. So in order to build the host, we need to query, first of all, I think host ID. Yeah, we have host ID. Perfect. Because that is the first and foremost thing we need. We need then host. Okay, host name. Yes, we need host name. Perfect. Because we need all of the context related to host. That's it. Nothing else. No numbers, nothing. And then host sense. Then I need a superhost. Okay. Then I need response rate. See, response rate is number. Like, it is a kind of context, but it is a number. So I will simply pick only response rate quality, not response rate. Perfect. We will put response rate in our fact table. Because see, this is a numeric value, but this is a context. This is not actually a value that we can just summarize, but we can summarize. We can just find the average. So yeah, just keep it in fact table. Design question, but yeah, it's fine. Then I will say host created at. Perfect. If we say now hosts, so let's try to run this query. Let's see it. Okay, host does not exist or not authorized. Okay, because we didn't change the name here. Perfect. So this is our ephemeral. Let's see if it works fine. Yes, it is working fine. Now let's add the snapshot, right? I will say dim and table name is host. Perfect. And this table name will become host and host ID, host created at. Perfect. Strategy timestamp. Perfect. This is perfect. So let's try to build this as well. If I go to terminal, I will say DBT snapshot. Perfect. Let's see. Okay, complete successfully. Let's see the Snowflake. Let's refresh. Perfect. Dim host is also there. Let's try to build our third dimension, which is bookings. Oh, not bookings. Listings. Yep. Listings. Listings are big table, but yeah. I will say listings. Perfect. And this will become my listings. Okay. And if I go to explore and if I query it, and let me just remove other queries which are not required. Perfect. Listings. So here in the listings, we need so many stuff. First of all, we need listing ID. Listing ID. Okay. Then I need What should I keep? Property type, obviously. Just tell me in the comment section what do I need to write. Room type, city. This has a maximum context. City and then country. And accommodates. Perfect. And then bedrooms, then bathrooms. Then no price, because price is a number. Price per night, no. Price per night tag, yes. Price per night tag, obviously. And listing created at, yes. Perfect. Makes sense. Let's try to run this. So these are all of our dimension column for listing. That means all of the context for just the listing table. Make sense? Okay. Accommodates, bedrooms, bathrooms. See, these are the I think these are the numbers. So should we keep accommodates in our dimension table? I think no. These are still numbers. So let's remove these things. Accommodates and bathrooms and bedrooms. Good catch. If you also caught it, good. That looks good. Perfect. That looks good. So we have this listings. So now let's create our dim listings. Perfect. And dim listings. And refer listings, listing ID, listing graded at. Perfect. Let's try to build it and go to terminal and say DBT snapshot or DBT build. It's your choice. DBT build is for running as well, like all the models. DBT snapshot is just for the snapshot. DBT build is just like for entire project, run everything that we have, test, models, snapshots, everything. So this is also build completed. If I refresh it, perfect. Dim listings is also there. Perfect. So all the dimension tables are there. Now let's try to build our fact table. Now fact table is a little bit tricky. Not tricky, it's straightforward, but you need to take care of so many things. First of all, you can use a template that we have built for building the fact table. Remember, because we have already a solution in place which applies the joins automatically. Makes sense? Like whatever we need, whatever columns we need. So we can just use this particular template as well, and it will save a lot of time. And if you just want to build the query on your own, you can just do that. It's again a simple thing, but I will recommend you to use this particular thing because we have specifically built this thing, right? And we are not building a snapshot. We are simply building a fact table, right? So I'll simply say fact table, fact, or let's say fact.sql. Make sense? And let's try to copy and paste it here. And obviously we will change a lot of things, but we will still use this particular template because this is the right thing. We can just use simple SQL query as well, not a big deal. So here we'll simply say Airbnb.silver bookings. Okay, so here we need to first of all pick gold. Not gold. Yeah, gold. Because everything will be coming from OBT. So first of all, we are just trying to build the configuration for our fact table source. What is the fact table source? The fact table source is OBT, obviously. I will simply say OBT. Okay. Now what do I need? What do I need? I need only the numbers. Make sense? So how I can just get the numbers? I will now put all of the numbers here. And first of all, let me just provide the alias. I will simply say gold OBT. Gold OBT and this thing as well. So now we do not need to put asterisks. What we need to put, we will simply find it using explore. Perfect. Because we do not need to put all of the columns. We just need to put the columns which are, let's say, based on your numbers. So I will put first of all total amount because I need this. Okay, I need total amount. I need service fee. Okay, I need cleaning fee. I need accommodates accommodates let me swipe accommodates perfect. After accommodates, I need bedrooms, I need bathrooms, I need price per night. Yes. Okay, price per night. I need response rate as well. Perfect. This is my perfect. Response rate is also there. That's it. I think these are the columns that we need. Okay. And if I by mistakenly missed any column, feel free to add it on your code. Do not shout, hey, this column is missed. So feel free to just add that column. It's not a big deal. Okay. So I think we have everything. And now we just need to add the IDs. See, adding the IDs is a good thing. We can just add it because in order to just map the columns, we need that. So I will simply say all the IDs, whatever IDs we have, the major IDs, we have 3 major IDs, booking ID, we have listing ID, we have host ID, these 3 IDs, we need that. Gold OBT dot booking ID, because that's how your reporting team, your analytics team will apply the relationships between these tables, right? So booking ID and gold OBT gold OBT dot listing ID. Yes. And here I need gold OBT dot host ID, I guess. Perfect. All of the IDs are here. So I think that's exactly what I need. I do not need any columns from here. Yes, I do not need any kind of column from here. So I will, let's keep this thing. Columns, like I can keep some columns, but in the factorial we do not keep any column. So just say comma, I would say. Because we need to just change something in this template because this is a dimension and factable template, not a OBT template. So we need all of the columns that are listed here. Make sense? That means we do not need any of the columns from these particular configurations. So can I remove it? Yes, you can. So I will simply remove it. See, I can simply remove it. Perfect. And I can remove it from here as well. Perfect. Here. Perfect. Now that means all of my columns will be coming from the first table only. So what I can do, I do not need to run any kind of, you can say, loop here. So what I can do, or even I can run the loop, but it doesn't make any sense. So what I will do, I will simply say config of 0, configs of 0, and then columns. Make sense? Just one, that's it. And we do not need to do anything. Make sense? See, whatever we have here, we need everything. That's it. This is our code for this one. And then we need to apply from and left join, and that's it. And I think I need those left joins and all. So that is good. Let's try to render it and let's try to see how does it work, because that's only we will be able to see it. Okay, we have all the columns that we need. Makes sense. From Airbnb, left join. Perfect. Let's try to run it. Let's see if we have any errors. Yes. Gold OBT clearing. Oh, it's not clearing fee. It's called cleaning fee. Where is that clearing fee? Okay. It's called cleaning fee. Perfect. Okay. Yeah. We just replaced it. Listing, gold listings, host ID. Gold listings, host ID. Gold listings, host ID. Where is that? Okay. Gold listings. Oh, makes sense. So now, obviously, our table is not this thing. Make sense? It is not gold listing. It is called dim listings. It has just added gold listings. And here as well, dim. This code suggestion. Okay, now it is saying dim listings dot host ID. Okay. So why it is saying dim listings? Okay, makes sense, because the joining condition is not on dim listings. It is on our source, which is called gold OBT. Makes sense. Now let's see. Okay, perfect. Now we have everything ready, neat and clean. Booking ID, listing ID, host ID, total amount, service fee, all the numbers and IDs, and that's it. Nothing fancy, nothing special. That's how our fact table should look like, and that's how our fact table is looking right now. Perfect. Now let's try to create this particular model as well. And in order to do that, I will simply say DBT run select, because I just want to run this model. So I will simply say run all the models inside gold. Simple. And now let's wait. We have just two models inside gold. One is OBT, one is fact table, and both are successful. Okay, let's refresh it, and we have fact table. I am so happy. Finally, after seeing thousands plus of errors, we are able to build our solution, and that's how we build the solution in the real time. And yes, do you know what? The hiring manager who is sitting in the interviews is not fool, is not a child. He or she knows like how a real-time project looks like. So whenever you will show this kind of project to anyone, the person would know like this would actually bring so many errors. So the person would actually ask you so many questions related to debugging. Like, okay, while building this project, obviously you would have seen this error. How did you fix it? Then you cannot say, I didn't see any error because I am pro. Bro, you are not pro. The person sitting there is not a fool, is not a child. Makes sense? So you need to actually showcase these projects. They are smart. They know like if this is a real-time project, if this is an industry project, these errors should be there. So how did you fix it? And if you say, I didn't see any errors. Okay. See, our fact table is also built. So our dimensional data model is ready. Congratulations. Finally, our gold layer is ready. Our OBT, our everything is ready. So we have finally built our entire project, and we have learned how we can just travel our data from one raw layer. Like we built raw layer, we built silver layer, we built gold OBT, we built gold on dimensional data model layer. We built so many layers, and we built so many things. Right. So now do you know what I'm gonna do? I will first of all close everything. Okay. Because there are so many folders which are opened, which are not required. So now what I'm gonna do, I am gonna just show you something. So if I now just open my profiles. So now we know that we have this particular thing, right? This project. And now we need to just merge this development that we have done with our main as well, right? But before that, I just need to show you some of the important and real-time questions that you can be asked. And it's not just about the interviews, it's about like becoming a better developer. It's about how you can just add the test in your data. Oh, can we do that? Yes. With DBT, you can just add the data test as well. And let me just show you how. And what do we mean by data test? So if I just search data tests, or you can say singular test, DBT, because there are two types of test, singular test and data test, and there's like one more test. So if we just talk about data test are assertion you make about your models. Assertion means some kind of rules, some kind of, you can say, guardrails that you want to just apply before your code so that it cannot break anything. Make sense? So there are like basically two types of test, singular test and generic test. Singular test is like the most popular one, and you should be aware of this thing, singular test. So the simplest way to define a test is by writing the exact SQL that will return the failing records. What does it mean? So let's say you just want to define a test. for your data. Okay. So now what you will do, there's a dedicated folder for test. Make sense? So you will write a dedicated SQL query, exact SQL query. Make sense? If that SQL query will return anything, if that SQL query will return any record, that means it is a failed step. Basically, it is that data test is failed. If it doesn't, you can say return anything, that means the test is passed. If you just look at this particular example, it is saying select order ID and sum of amount as total amount. So it is saying if the total amount is negative, that it should not be, because total amount cannot be negative. So if the total amount is negative, that means the test is failed. See, test is failed. So that means you need to define your SQL query in such a way that will say, hey, it should not return anything. The moment you will see any record, that means the test is failed. Make sense? And we can just put this particular thing in the tests directory, and we need to just create a YAML file or just a SQL file. Both are good. Both are good. Make sense? And this is again like generic test, but like singular tests are like more important. Make sense? And let's try to implement this, because this is again like cherry on the cake thing. We already have prepared the cake. So let's add the cherry on the top. Though I do not like cherries, but yeah, let's add a cherry for you because you like cherry, right? Let's do it. And I can also show you one more thing. It is like a sub part of singular test. So let's say you want to define the severity as well. You will say, Ansh Lamba, like if the test is failed, will it always fail the records? Not really. Like we can just set the severity as well. It can be warning, it can be failed as well. Let me just see if I can find that for you. Severity singular test DBT. Yeah, severity, error if and warn if. So these are the severities: severity, error or warn. By default, it is error. That means if the test is failed, it will simply throw the error. But if you simply say warn, so it will not throw the error, but it will simply return the warning in the, you can say, terminal. I will just show you both the ways so that you can just learn. So let's say okay, fundamental question time. If let's say you want to apply the test, data test, or let's say test, okay, tests. So let's say you want to apply a test. Where you should apply the test? Where? Logically, where you should apply the test? Where means on which layer you want to apply. Ideally, if you are a user, you always need to apply the test on the source. On the source, let's say S3 bucket. So data is coming from S3 bucket, or let's say not S3 bucket, the source, which is the replica of S3 bucket. In our case, it is Snowflake staging. Makes sense? But ideally it is coming from S3, right? So ideally it is coming from S3. I know we are creating a replica. So whatever we have in S3, we have in the, you can say, Snowflake as well. So what I can say that everything that is coming from the S3, everything. So we need to apply, and let me just create a table for you. Let's say this is the data. So this is the source. So ideally you need to apply test on the source side. Anything that you have here, anything, any column that you feel that can break your schema, that can break your data flow. So you need to add the guardrails. So this is the test. So you can say guardrail, anything. Let's use this one. So this is a test. So this will protect your data from breaking. Whatever you have built, let's say you have built this particular entire gold schema, let's say this one. So you will not allow this, you can say, bad data to flow to your particular data warehouse, because you have applied the test. If the test is passed, only then this data will flow into your data warehouse. That is the duty of a data engineer. Make sense? Make sense? Simple thing, simple. Okay, so now let's try to see how we can just build this. So first of all, you need to create test cases in the test directory. So I will simply add one file here. I will simply say source tests.sql. Perfect. So here I will define the SQL query. I will say select asterisk, because I just want to return asterisk. I can also say 1 because we do not want to spend our resources, from source, and source name is, I think, staging, right? And we have, let's say we want to apply the test case for bookings, right? So let's say we want to apply the test case for bookings. And I think we have a source for bookings, right? If I just check the sources, if I go to models, sources, sources.yaml, staging name, okay, listing book, yeah, we have this. So I want to apply on this. So I will simply say where, what was the column name? Let me just go to the Snowflake. The column name was, I think, booking amount something. Let me just see. In the bronze, and if I say bronze bookings, the column name was amount, basically, yeah, booking amount. So I want to say, and just for showing you the error, I will simply put a big number. Let's say if any record is less than 200, I want to throw a warning. Okay, let's say, but ideally you will say less than 0, but obviously there is no number less than 0, so I want to show you. So I'll simply say booking amount less than 200. Makes sense? So this is my one of the test that I have created. So now how I can just do that, I will simply say DBT, let me open the previous terminal, this one, perfect. So I will say DBT test. So what it will do, now it will evaluate the test. So now what did I see? Failure, but this is a good failure, right? Failure in test sort test. Why? Because this value is actually less than 200. Which value? There are so many values less than 200. See, so many values are less than 200. So that is why we are seeing this error. But let's say I don't want to see the error. I want to see just the warning. So I will simply add the configuration severity as warning. Make sense? And I can remove the tag. We do not need tag. We just need the severity equals to warning. Now if I run DBT test, now we should not see the error if everything is right. And we should just see the warning. Perfect. See, warning in test source test. That means some records are violating the rules, but it is not throwing the error, just for your simplicity. That's how you just work with the test cases, and you can just write more and more complex test cases. There are some other categories of test as well that you can just learn on your own, but this is the major and basic and fundamental one that you should know, that you must know. And now you know. And now everything is done. Now let's quickly merge our changes to the main branch so that you can also push your changes to your GitHub. Okay, so how you can just do that? Just simply open your terminal. And now here you simply need to say git add dot. That means we simply want to add everything that we have done so far. Add means like add everything. Then dot means everything within this folder. Which folder? This particular folder, this parent folder. That means everything that we have within this folder, simply add everything. You can also select specific folders, but we want to do everything. Okay, and git add dot, and then I want to say git commit -m project done. Any message? Okay, project done, and hit enter. So now I have committed all of the changes to my feature branch. Now I will just merge this branch to the main branch. How? I will simply say git branch. Currently I am on the feature branch. So now let's go to the main branch first of all. I will say git switch main. So now I am on the main branch. I can confirm it. See, now I am on the main branch. Now I will say git merge feature Ansh. Hit enter. Now I have merged all of the changes to my main branch as well, and very good. Make sense? Now you have everything in your main branch. Now you can even push this main branch to GitHub. And if you do not know how to just push the main branch to GitHub, I have already mentioned the course that you can just take, not course like video. And I have already mentioned like how you can just push the code to GitHub from your local repository. So you can just refer to that particular video, which is Git and GitHub, which is the fundamental thing that you should know. And I think it is very easy to just push the code. You just need to configure your Git account and that's it. Make sense? Make sense? And even if you just want to save time, you can simply manually upload the project as well, this whole particular folder in the GitHub repo. I will also upload it for you and you will find everything there, and you can just do it everything on your own, right? Like you have so many options, but you should learn GitHub. Make sense? Okay. And now you know. So let me now talk to you. How was this project? How was this project? Loved it? I know you loved it, and I will not take you much time because I know you are very, very busy. If you like the project, if you just want to support my hard work that I'm just putting in your career journey, just drop a lovely comment, just hit the subscribe button, just share this channel with others as well so that others can also learn and just grow. And I would say happy learning, and just click on the video coming on the screen right now because I have dedicatedly put this video for you so that you can learn and grow and become a better data engineer. Okay, see you. Bye bye.